Highbridge, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Girl in the Moon by Terry Goodkind. Read by Elizabeth Rogers. 1. When Angela glanced up and saw him out in the parking lot, beyond the neon beer sign hung in the bar's small front window, her first thought was to wonder if this was the night she was going to die. The unexpected storm of emotion drove other thoughts from her mind. She wondered if this might be why she had just that morning changed the color of her hair from a bright violet to platinum blonde that, down the length, gradually changed to pale pink, that became darker until it was a vivid red at the tips, as if her hair had been dipped in blood. Signs sometimes came to her in such subtle ways. Under the lone streetlight, she could see that the man was wearing a hooded camo rain slicker. He paused momentarily to glance around in the drizzly darkness. The rain slicker gave him a hulking appearance. His gaze went from the bar's sign, Barry's Place, to the neon beer sign, and then to the door. She suspected he wanted a drink, in the hopes of keeping a high from fading as the distance of days dulled the rapture. They sometimes did that. His indecision was brief. When he came through the doorway, his dark shape made it seem as if he were dragging the night in with him. Seeing him standing in the dim light inside, as he paused to glance around at the patrons, Angela felt a sickening mix of hot revulsion and icy fear, laced with a heady rush of lust. She let the feeling wash over her, euphoric that she could feel something, even this. It had been too long since she had felt anything. Her hand with the towel slowed to a stop at drying a glass as she waited to see how long it would take him to notice her. Her fear, hoping he didn't. Her inner need, hoping he did. That dark, awakening desire won out. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched as he started toward the bar. Slowly rotating flecks of colored light from the ceiling fixture played over his camouflaged form, almost making him look like part of the room. Behind him, out beyond the window, the headlights of a passing car illuminated the murky drizzle. Fog was moving in. It was going to be a nasty night to be out in the mountains. Other than a couple of older local men down at the end of the bar arguing baseball, and 4 Mexicans she had never seen before at a table near the front, chattering in Spanish over their beers, the bar was empty. Barry, the bar's owner, was in back checking stock and paperwork. The man pushed his hood back as his gaze took in her platinum blonde hair tipped in red, her black fingernail polish, the row of rings piercing the back of her right ear, the glitter on her dark eyeshadow, and her bare midriff. As he hoisted himself up on a stool, his gaze played over her low-rise cut-off shorts and down the length of her long legs to the laced brown suede boots that came up almost to her knees. Barry, the owner, liked her to wear cut-off shorts because it brought in men and kept them longer to buy more drinks. It made her better tips as well. When she'd cut the legs as short as possible, she left the pockets so she would have a place to put her tips. They hung down below the frayed bottoms of the legs. But with the late hour, there weren't many customers left, or tips to be had. And then, for a fleeting second when he lifted his face and looked up into her eyes, she stopped breathing. In that instant, looking into his dark, wide-set eyes, she saw everything. Every horrific detail. The flood of it all was momentarily overwhelming. She thought her knees might buckle. Angela finally leaned in on the bar to steady herself, and so that she could be heard over the pounding beat of the rock music. "What can I get you?" "A beer," he called back over the music. He was youngish, although older than her. Maybe in his late 20s, with shaggy hair and scraggly stubble on his doughy face. She noted that he looked strong. When he took off his dripping wet slicker and tossed it over the next stool, she saw that she had underestimated how powerfully he was built. Not bodybuilder strong, but sloppy, stocky strong, the kind of man who didn't know his own strength until it was too late. To others, his features might appear ordinary, but Angela now knew for certain that this man was anything but ordinary. After she drew the beer, she set it on the bar in front of him. She licked foam that had run over the glass off the back of her hand and then from her red lipstick as she glanced past him to the clock on the wood-paneled wall to the right. It was less than an hour to closing. Not much time. She pulled a bowl of corn chips from under the counter and set it beside his beer. "Thanks," he said as he took a chip. She turned back to drying glasses, but not so far as to let him think she was spurning his obvious interest in her. "If you want more, just ask," she said, without looking at him, giving him the opportunity to stare down the length of her body. He took a long drink along with the long look, and then made a satisfied sound. "That hits the spot." "You live in the area?" she asked, looking back over her shoulder. "Not really." She turned toward him. "What does that mean?" He shrugged. "I've been staying just up the road at the Riley Motel." He deliberately glanced down at her legs. "But I may stay for a while longer. Find some work." The Riley Motel wasn't the kind of place tourists visiting the upper reaches of the Appalachian Mountains or the Finger Lakes region would likely stay. The Riley was used mostly by the hour by prostitutes and by the week by transients. "Oh yeah? What kind of work? What do you do?" He shrugged. "Whatever needs doing that pays the bills." Angela poured a shot and set it down in front of him. "On me, for a first-time new customer who may be staying for a while." He made an appreciative face and tossed back the shot. As he plunked the shot glass down on the bar, his gaze again drifted down the length of her. "Kind of a dumpy place for a girl like you." "It pays the bills." She had to deliberately slow her breathing. "What's your name?" He held her gaze as he took another corn chip. "Owen." She had trouble looking away from his eyes and all that they told her. "And yours?" "Angela. My grandparents were Italian. Angela means angel in Italian." With a flick of her head, she tossed a disorderly shock of red-tipped hair back over her shoulder. "My mother named me Angela because when she was pregnant with me, my grandmother said that God was sending her a little angel." Angela's grandfather told her once that the meaning of the name Angel was messenger from God, and that while the messenger had come, Angela's mother clearly hadn't gotten the message. Owen's gaze moved from her eyes to the tattoo across her throat. "Is that some kind of joke?" Angela flashed him a cryptic smile. "Maybe sometime you'll have the opportunity to answer that question yourself." His expression darkened. "You fucking with me?" She leaned in on an elbow so no one else would hear over the music and looked at him from under her brow. "Believe me, Owen, if I ever start fucking with you, you'll know it." He didn't quite know what to make of her answer, so he drank the rest of the beer. It was obvious that he was more interested in leering at her legs than trying to figure out what she'd meant. Rather than wait for him to order another as he set down the empty glass, she set a fresh beer in front of him. She took the empty away and put it in the bar sink. "Attentive little thing, aren't you?" She put on a flirty smile. "Someone needs to take care of a man like you," she said as she poured another shot and dropped it in the beer. He returned a grin and drank it all down, almost as if showing off. "Maybe," he said as he set the glass down and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, "you could take even better care of me. What do you say?" Her smile turned empty. "Sorry, you're not my type." "What the fuck does that mean?" She placed both hands wide on the edge of the bar as she leaned in and spoke intimately. "I like dangerous guys who take what they want and don't take no for an answer. Know what I mean?" He frowned. "No. What do you mean?" She paused for only an instant to invent a story. "I started going with my last boyfriend after he killed a guy." "Killed a guy? Straight up killed him?" "Well," she drawled, "not like murdered him for the rush of doing it. I don't think he had the balls for that. He killed the guy in a fight." She gestured to the door. "Some drunk jumped him out in the parking lot when he left here. He broke the guy's neck." She winked as her smile returned. "Turned me on no end. Know what I mean?" "Sounds like a badass." "He was." She shrugged as she pulled back. "That's my kind of man. You don't have what it takes." He weighed her words as he studied her face, her wild shock of red-tipped hair, the tattoo across her throat, the piercings. "I have my rough side." Angela huffed a laugh to dismiss his claim, before turning to reach in and replace the whiskey bottle on a shelf in front of the smoked mirror on the back wall. In the mirror, she could see him looking at her ass. She knew what he was thinking. In a million years, he would never be able to guess what she was thinking. 2. As Angela crossed the room with a tray of beers for the table of Hispanic men, the two older men passed her on their way out. They cast disapproving glances her way as they went by. Despite their silent scorn, they usually came in on the nights she worked and sat down at the end of the bar, nursing a beer or two as they talked sports and stared at her cut-off shorts over the tops of their beers. They may have considered her dress and decorum improper for a young woman, but they couldn't help being drawn by her raw femininity. She noted the irony, but it didn't really matter to her. Nothing much mattered to Angela. Except men like Owen. The four Hispanics had all fallen silent as she approached, not that she could have understood a word of what they were saying anyway. Spanish wasn't all that common around Milford Falls. It struck her that they didn't want to be overheard, even if they didn't think she could speak their language. By their furtive glances and whispers, it was clear that for some reason they didn't approve of her any more than the two older men did. It was a different kind of disapproval, though, somehow more visceral, more vicious, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Even so, it didn't matter to her any more than the scorn of the two older men. There was something about all their eyes that bothered her. They weren't like Owen's eyes, but still, she knew that she didn't like what she saw. But she couldn't concern herself with it. She had something else on the front burner. "This is going to have to be your last round," she told them as she set down the beers. "It's closing time." She could just read part of a receipt sticking up from the shirt pocket of one of the men. It was for the Riley Motel. She wondered which kind of guest they were, the by-the-hour kind or by the week. One of the men closest to her, the one who'd spoken for them whenever they'd ordered drinks, had dozens of moles all over his face. Some were large black lumps, while many more were as tiny as grains of sand. The largest number were clustered around his dark eyes. They made it hard for her not to stare at him. As she set a beer down in front of each man, Moleface smiled up at her. It wasn't a friendly or even polite smile. It was a creepy, confrontational smile. As she reached out with her free hand to take the $10 and $5 bills he was offering her, he ran his other hand all the way up the back of her thigh. Before he could grab her ass, Angela stepped back, breaking the contact. At the same time, she snatched the 2 bills from between his extended first 2 fingers. All 4 men laughed uproariously, as if it had been the punchline to an inside joke. She could only imagine what they must have been saying. Moleface grinned. Keep the change." "Thanks," she said. "Now I can finally buy that bar of soap I've been wanting and wash my leg." 3 of the 4 men laughed. Moleface didn't. She noted that they understood English well enough. She also noted that up to that point they had acted as if they didn't. She couldn't imagine what difference it made, except that maybe it allowed them to play ignorant and eavesdrop. Angela was rarely rude to customers, even the ones who occasionally got lewd or grabby, but there was something about the looks of these 4 men that she didn't like. Moleface said something in Spanish, and they all laughed again. "Problem?" Barry called from behind the bar. "I was just telling them it was their last round for the night," Angela said on her way back. "How about you?" Barry said as he gestured to Owen. "Last call. You want another?" Owen lifted a hand to turn down the offer. Apparently he was not as eager to take a beer from Barry as he had been to take the drinks Angela had offered. He slid off the stool, unsteady on his feet, his fist pulling his camo slicker off the seat next to him. As he turned to leave, Owen smiled at Angela. She could read the message in that big grin and deliberately didn't return it. She briefly glanced at his eyes before openly ignoring him. She walked around the bar, put the tray away, then put the 10 and 5 in the register. She didn't take her tip from the 2 bills. She didn't want any money from those 4. Owen paused in the doorway to look back. She could feel his eyes on her, but she didn't turn to look at him. She already knew what was in those eyes. She wanted him to get the impression she had dismissed him and had no further interest in or use for him, that he had been no more than a customer, a source of a tip. She knew that the simple rebuff of indifference would be enough to take him from a simmer to a low boil. He finally turned and went out the door. After the other 4 men left, Barry turned off the music and the rotating light, breaking the spell, leaving the barroom simply old and rather decrepit, smelling of spilled beer, sweat, cigarette butts, and the urine on the floor of the men's room. The quiet, at least, was a relief. Angela dumped out the ashtrays and washed them along with the glasses in the bar sink, while Barry counted the money from the till. After wiping down the bar, she did a quick job of sweeping the floor. "Been pretty slow this week," Barry told her as he handed her some folded bills. "Sorry it isn't more, Angela. I know you could use the money to help your mother and all." "I know. Not your fault." No one and nothing could help her mother. Nothing ever could. As far as the money, she usually made good money at the bar, so she couldn't complain about an occasional slow week. "The other girls already blocked in on the schedule are enough to handle the place for the rest of this week." "Sure," she said. "I understand." He hesitated, thinking of how to fill the silence, before he pushed the register closed. "Why don't you come in next Friday and see if we can use you, okay? Hopefully things will pick up soon, and then we'll get you back to your usual hours." Angela didn't count the money he'd handed her. She knew that with as few hours as Barry had her working, it wouldn't be much. She nodded as she stuffed the bills in the front right pocket of her shorts along with her tips. They didn't amount to much either, and she'd paid for the drinks she gave Owen out of them. They were usually respectable, but with business being slow, her tips had slowed down as well. On her way to the door, Barry called her name. She turned back. "Be sure to wear some of those shorts next time you come back into work. I think they were the only thing that kept that last guy buying drinks. They may have been the only thing that kept me in the black tonight." And kept Owen from slipping away. Angela smiled back. "Sure thing, Barry. Can do." 3. In the late hour, the rain and drizzle had trailed off, leaving behind a potent quality to the air, saturated with the sharp smell of rain, pine trees, and dirt. It was a primal aroma, the scent worn by Mother Earth herself, absent mankind's touch. The elemental fragrance was a refreshing contrast to the unsavory collection of man-made smells in the bar. With the rain ended, fog had crept into the valley to nap for the night. It was the thick, intimate kind of fog, the kind that reminded Angela of the feeling she got when someone stood too close, invading her personal space. She wished she could push it back away from her. The oppressive quality of it served to put her nerves further on edge. Although she could smell the pines and balsam firs, the trees across the road were invisible beyond the soft gray wall of fog. She could barely see the silent road. This time of night there were few, if any, cars. Anyone out this late would be up in town either carousing, working night shifts, or going home from partying. Her pickup stood all alone in the parking lot, like a phantom in the mist. Barry's car was always parked around in back. Owen was standing beside her truck. She had known he would be there. In gray primer, the older, regular cab Chevy pickup didn't look like much, but looks were deceiving. The lowered truck had an LS3 crate engine, Willwood brakes, and a lot of suspension mods. A tattoo artist, she knew, had all the work done by a reputable shop. His intention had been to paint it something wild to advertise his tattoo shop, but he lost interest in it when he fell for a panel truck that he thought would better serve his purpose. After doing the tattoo across her throat, he sold the pickup to Angela for a good price because, as he'd said, she was the only one he knew who was badass enough to drive such a bitchin' truck. He offered to have the truck painted for her, but Angela wanted to keep it in primer gray. She liked the lack of color. The flat gray matched her feelings about life. Dyeing her hair vivid colors along with her piercings and tattoos was her way of concealing her colorless existence within. It was rare for her emotions to flash to life, to rise up from those inner dark depths. But, unexpectedly, they had this night. This was one of those exceptional times when everything sizzled with meaning. Every sound was sharper, every sight more vivid, every nuance more significant, every word laced with danger. This was a night when life itself hung in the balance. Owen unfolded his arms and with a knuckle rapped the square magnetic sign stuck on the truck's gray primer door.
Angela's messenger service. Give your package wings. I figure this had to be you.
Good guess, genius. Even as she kept her voice from sounding interested, her nerves felt electric. Everything around her seemed to crackle. She stared into his dark eyes, letting the wickedness she saw there wash over her. It had been too long.
What's with the messenger service?
Since her name meant messenger from God, Angela thought it appropriate that her courier service be called Angela's messenger service. She liked the play on words. There's not a lot of work around here. I like being a courier, and it fills in the dead spots when I'm not tending bar.
So, you're a drug dealer, he said with a knowing smirk.
Angela's brow drew down. That's about the last thing in the world I'd ever do. He dismissed her denial with a shrug of one shoulder.
If you say so.
I do, she said. He stepped aside for her to unlock the door, swaying on his feet a little. Good night, Owen.
Okay, fine. So you don't deal drugs. That narrows it down. Escort service? Suck some cock to fill in the dead spots when you're not earning a buck tending bar?
She shot him a dark look. I said, good night.
I was thinking that you could give me a lift.
He shrugged again, but this time he added a stupid grin.
It was easier walking down the hill than it will be walking back up.
The walk will do you good. He wasn't about to be discouraged.
Think of me as a package to deliver. Besides, I've seen the kind of girls up at the motel. I bet you've spent enough time on your back in the rooms up there.
She let it go without taking the bait. His smile wasn't sincere. It was a calculating provocation. She could see the contempt in his eyes. Women were all the same to Owen. They were all whores, and that was all they were good for. She didn't know what had brought him to that attitude in life, and she didn't really care. All that mattered to her was that his hardened convictions governed his thoughts, and those thoughts resulted in deeds.
Come on. Give me a ride?
Angela straightened after unlocking the door. I said no. She knew quite well, by what flashed in his eyes, that Owen didn't like the word no. Not one bit. He abruptly grabbed her by her upper arm, spun her around, slammed her up against the truck, and gritted his teeth.
Said I'd like a ride.
There he was. There, at last, was the real Owen showing himself. His breath stank of corn chips soaked in alcohol. His powerful fingers felt like they might crush the bone in her arm. With the heel of a hand to his chest, she shoved him back. I told you, I don't date normal guys. He slammed her up against the truck again and forced a hard kiss against her mouth. She noted his preference. She let him have his way for a moment, lest he get more violent right then and there, before she had found out what she wanted to know.
I'm a lot more than you think, he said breathlessly as he pulled back. I'm the kind of guy you get all wet for.
Bullshit. Angela watched his face as he considered yet another snub. The alcohol was confusing his thinking, but it was also loosening his inhibitions, and, as a result, she knew it would loosen his tongue.
It's true, he argued. I'm not some average guy like you think.
Don't flatter yourself, Owen. I don't think you're average. I think you're a pussy. Anger flashed in his bloodshot eyes. His brow drew tight. He swayed on his feet a little as he glared at her, considering. He finally broke the gaze to glance around to see if they were alone.
Give me a ride, and I'll tell you about it.
She appraised his dark eyes for a moment, enduring what she saw in them, letting it wash through her like gasoline sloshing over glowing embers. She had a gun, but it was in the compartment under the center armrest of her truck. Finally, Angela let out a heavy breath. All right, Owen. I suppose I can at least give you a ride. It's not like you're dangerous or anything. It would be kind of exciting if you were, but you aren't. His expression briefly turned murderous before he went around to wait on the passenger side for her to get in, reach across, and unlock the door. Finally granted entrance, he quickly climbed up into the truck. Once settled in the driver's seat, Angela twisted the key and the engine rumbled to life. The windows glittered with trembling droplets of water. She turned on the wipers to clear the windshield. All you're getting out of me is a ride. She looked over at him. Got it?
Sure,
he said, grinning with a world of dark intent.
That's all I'm after. Nothing else.
Angela didn't believe a word of it. 4. Every once in a while, on the half-mile ride up the winding road, a streetlight appeared out of the fog, looking like a hovering alien spacecraft. The dark, featureless mass of woods glided by to either side. The yellow center line and the stripe along the edge of the road seemed like the only things grounded in the real world. As they drove by ever more houses at the edge of Milford Falls proper, Owen rested an elbow on the armrest. Her gun was under the lid of that armrest. With him leaning on it, she knew she would never be able to get to it. When the neon sign for the Riley Motel began to materialize out of the fog, his left hand reached down to gently clasp her bare right knee. As she turned into the motel's parking lot, the hand slid up the inside of her thigh to her crotch. When she put the truck in park, he twisted toward her and shoved his big right hand down inside the top of her low-rise shorts. Before he could worm his fingers into her, and without making a fuss about it, she simply put her wrist under his and levered his hand back out, as if to say she considered him nothing more than a harmless oaf.
"You feel nice down there," he said,
speaking from a daze of desire.
"I like a natural pussy, not shaved bald like whores do today. I like the way you left a patch of hair."
"Glad you approve," she said in an icy tone. "We're here. Get out."
"Why don't you come on in and we can finish what we started?"
She knew he was speaking from within the fantasy he had already begun to construct. "We didn't start anything. Like I said, you're not my type. Ordinary guys are a turnoff."
"Come on."
"No." He sat back, the stern finality of the word yanking him out of his trance. He blinked.
"I'm no ordinary guy,"
he said, rather defiantly. "Bullshit. You're halfway decent-looking, but I already told you I'm into bad boys, and you aren't."
"You don't know that."
"I know that you haven't got what it takes to be the kind of guy I go for. You're a gutless nobody, a poser, trying to talk yourself up and playing the part of a badass to impress me. I've met 100 guys like you. You're all the same. You're ordinary, like them." His eyes flashed with anger.
"I'm not ordinary. I've killed people."
Deliberately showing no reaction, Angela looked over at him for a long moment. She rolled her eyes as she shook her head in disgust. "You haven't got the balls to kill anyone. You'd wet your pants if you tried to grab someone and they told you to fuck off."
"I'm not kidding."
He lowered his voice as he leaned in.
"I've killed people," he said again.
"Yeah, right. You've killed people. Good for you." By her tone, she let him know that she didn't believe him, even though she knew it was true. "Now get out."
"Did you hear about that whore who disappeared? Carrie something?"
Angela knew who he was talking about. Carrie Stratton was no whore. She was a nurse who worked at the hospital. The hospital usually used overnight delivery services, but if it was after the cutoff time for a pickup and there was urgent need, the hospital sometimes used a courier service, and Angela's courier service was usually their choice to rush specimens to one of several labs in bigger cities. On rare occasions, they had even sent her to specialty labs in Buffalo, Newark, or New York City. It wasn't a big hospital, so she knew a number of the people who worked there. She'd briefly met Carrie Stratton a couple of times. Carrie had a son and daughter not yet in their teens. Her husband worked for the power company. Carrie had taken the night shift to earn extra money for her family. Everyone liked her. Angela had picked up a specimen a few days back, and Carrie had been the one who checked it out. It had been late at night, and they told her it was critical that she get it to a special lab for testing first thing in the morning. When she was pulled over by a state trooper on I-86, she showed him the package from the hospital marked urgent and got out of a speeding ticket with a stern warning. Angela didn't heed the warning, but she did get the sample to the lab on time. That was the night before Carrie had vanished. Everyone at the hospital was upset over the disappearance of the young nurse. They knew that she wasn't the sort to run off or something. Her car was still in the parking lot. Everyone feared she had been abducted. Even though lots of people were looking for her, hoping to find her safe and sound, everyone was grimly aware that the search might not end happily. Right up until the moment Owen had walked into the bar a couple of hours earlier and she'd looked into his eyes, Angela hadn't known either what had happened to Carrie Stratton. "I think I heard something about a woman people were looking for," Angela said. "What about her?" Owen leaned in a little, lowering his voice.
"I killed her."
"Knock it off, Owen," she said as she scanned the wet cars in the dark lot. "People say she ran away with a new lover."
"I was her new lover," he said, snorting a laugh. "But she didn't run away. I fucked the bitch. Fucked her good and hard. She told me that she could identify me and that I was going to go to prison. For what? Fucking a whore? So I killed her.
Angela let out an impatient sigh. You're a goddamn liar, Owen. Trying to play like you're a badass. Owen cocked his head to the side.
If I was telling you the truth?
Angela appraised him in the reddish light from the motel sign. If you really had the balls.
But I don't believe I can prove it.
Angela rolled her eyes. Yeah, right.
No, really, I can fucking prove it.
How?
I can show you where I put her body.
You could show me her body? Angela ran a black fingernail down his arm as she let her lips spread in a smile. I've never been with a man who killed someone. Well, other than that guy who killed a man in a bar fight, but that was more of an accident than anything. It wasn't deliberate. It would take some kind of man to set out to do something like that.
Did you ever watch someone die?
He asked as he stared into the memory.
Watch the life go out of them?
He looked back at Angela.
An ordinary guy wouldn't have the nerve. They couldn't do it.
She knew he was driven to dominate women, to hurt them. He liked to watch them die. It aroused him sexually. That lust was growing ever stronger, and there was less time between his kills. It wouldn't be long before he was aching to kill again. Just recalling it was making him ache to kill again. Maybe I had you wrong.
Come on up to my room.
Come up to your room? She withdrew her hand. Okay, I get it. You heard about the disappearance on the news, and now you're trying to take credit. You think it will get you laid if you say you're the guy who killed her. Nice try, asshole. I gave you the ride you wanted, now get the fuck out.
No. Really. I wasted the bitch. I killed her and dumped her body.
Owen waved a hand in a northerly direction.
Up that way. Up the road that way.
Angela knew that the police and a lot of volunteers were conducting an extensive search of the area around Milford Falls. They hadn't found anything yet. The first instant she had looked into his eyes when he'd come into the bar, Angela had known exactly what Owen had done. Carrie hadn't told him that she could identify him and he was going to go to jail. That was just his excuse to justify killing her. In her mind's eye, Angela saw Carrie begging, promising not to say anything if he let her go. She told him that she had 2 children who needed her. She had cried and begged for her life. She had shown him their photos in a locket. Carrie couldn't know what Angela knew, that begging for her life only amped Owen up. That was when he felt the most powerful. It got him hard. Angela had seen all of that. But because it had been so dark and foggy, she hadn't been quite able to discern in her vision the location of where he'd dumped the body. She tapped the side of her thumb on the steering wheel. How far up that way?
Fuck, I don't know,
Owen said, getting a little surly that she wouldn't simply take his word for it.
Far enough that they won't likely find her for a long time. If ever.
How far is that?
From here? From the motel?
He stared off into the fog.
31 miles, he finally said.
He knew exactly how far it was to where he'd left Carrie's body when he had finished with her. Killers could usually return to the exact spot without any difficulty. Sometimes they visited the corpse to help them relive the excitement of the kill. Sometimes they were curious if anyone had found the body, so they would keep it under surveillance. On occasion, they would even volunteer to be part of the search party. With a tilt of her head, Angela gestured toward the motel sign. Lots of people passing through stay at the Riley Motel. The police would question those kinds of people. How come the police didn't question you?
They did.
His smile turned sly.
I stayed around long enough to make sure they did.
You wanted them to question you? If you really did kill her and the police questioned you, they would figure out that you did it. He leaned back and gestured his superiority with a flick of a hand.
Cops are stupid. They don't have a fucking clue. Especially with someone who knows what they're doing. They don't got a witness or a body. They don't got shit. I wanted to stick around and see the looks on their faces. They always get this serious look when they're searching for a killer, but they don't know they're looking right at him. Know what I mean? I'm right there in front of them, and it's like they're fucking blind. Kind of like you were until I told you. You looked right at me, just like the police did, and you didn't believe I could be a guy who could kill someone.
For Owen, the game with the police was part of the thrill. Killing was the rush, but it faded. He thought he was smarter than the police. Playing games with authorities was his way of keeping the excitement going. That and drinking. Yeah, Angela agreed. I guess it's not like they could tell that you've killed people just by looking in your eyes. But Angela could. From that first glance, it had been instantaneous knowledge, almost as if she were sharing, experiencing his detailed memory of everything he had done to Carrie. In fact, in that same instant she had seen all 4 women he had killed. She knew the details of what he'd done to each of them. When she had been young, Angela had sometimes been overcome with agonizing pain in her legs. Her grandmother told her it was caused by her bones growing so fast. Looking into a killer's eyes brought her that same kind of pain. It made her bones ache. She knew that other people couldn't do what she could do, couldn't recognize a killer by looking in his eyes. She knew she was different from other people. She believed that her mother's chronic drug use when she had been pregnant with Angela had been the cause. That constant soup of drugs swirling around inside her mother's womb as Angela's fetus was developing had resulted in her being a freak of nature. Her grandmother said that Angela was lucky all those drugs her mother took hadn't left Angela retarded or blind or crippled. She said once that Angela was lucky to have been born alive. Angela didn't feel lucky. She knew that she wasn't normal and never could be. Angela knew that she had been born broken. She knew that her desires, the things that drove her, the things that made her feel alive, were not normal. And now those things that drove her had her focused in on Owen like a laser. Easy enough to brag, to take credit, to say you fooled the police, she said. That doesn't mean you really did it. Lots of losers confess to crimes they didn't do. Maybe the cops believed you're innocent because you are.
They believed me because I'm smarter than they are, he snapped. They can't catch me.
Maybe. She knew she had to push him that last inch. Like I said, it's easy enough to make up the story. Nowhere near as easy to be a man who could actually do it. He looked over at her out of the corner of his eye.
I can show you where I left her body.
She stared at him for a moment. 31 miles. You said it was 31 miles?
That's right.
Owen gestured out into the darkness.
That way. 31 miles. Come on. I'll show you. Then you'll know I'm telling the truth.
He was beginning to enjoy taking her into his confidence. Unlike other women, she wasn't repulsed or horrified, but actually interested. With a sly smile, he revealed more.
She wasn't my first, either.
You mean to say you've killed people before?
2 others.
When he looked over at her, she could see how bloodshot his eyes were.
She was the 3rd.
No. Carrie was the 4th. In his drunken haze, he was forgetting the skinny prostitute he had strangled to death in a flop house in Pennsylvania. She'd been a heroin addict who had been killing herself for a long time, not unlike Angela's mother. Owen had simply finished the job for her. But this was not the time to refresh his memory. I've never been with a guy who actually killed someone. Not deliberately, anyway.
That's fucking hot. At least, it is if you're telling me the truth.
Angela put the truck in gear and drove out of the lot.
You better not be bullshitting me.
You'll see, he said, with smug confidence. 5. Owen directed her onto a little used, narrow, winding secondary road. The long backwoods loop off the main roads, called Duffy Road, went to a scattering of houses and camps. At first, not too far out of Milford Falls, there were a number of squat, ramshackle houses close to the road. Some of them had patches of black tar paper nailed to dingy white siding. More than one had a caved-in roof. A few of those had blue tarps over them to try to hold out the elements, but over time, those too had shredded. Derelict vehicles, along with old appliances, discarded lawnmowers, storm windows, bicycles, rusted barbecues, and broken lawn furniture lay scattered around some of the properties. It all sat silently rusting or rotting away among the weeds and overgrown brush. A few old houses had such a large variety of discarded scrap that the yards looked more like junkyards than homes. Other properties had outbuildings with old tractors and ancient trucks up on blocks. Some of the places had rutted roads leading back to barns and fields behind houses. More than one place had several no trespassing signs nailed to trees and fences. Dim porch lights at a few of the houses gave off an eerie glow in the fog, but most of the places were long abandoned and dark. There used to be a textile mill and a variety of other manufacturing plants in Milford Falls that employed a lot of people, but one by one they shut down, leaving no work, so a lot of people moved out. Milford Falls was not an easy place to make a living, so many residents had simply picked up and moved on. Past the houses, there was nothing to interrupt the forest. In places, pine trees crowded right up to the edge of the asphalt road. Some of the switchbacks were barely more than a car width wide as the road made its way through the mountainous countryside. The fog, along with the wet, black asphalt and lack of lane markings, made it hard for Angela to see where she was going. It made the drive nerve-wracking. To say nothing of sitting beside a man who had raped and killed women because he got off on it. The county apparently didn't do much to maintain the road other than lop off any errant limb if it hung down in the way. The road was potholed and crumbling in places. Layers of leaves and pine needles had long accumulated along the sides, obscuring the edge of the pavement. With so many people moved out and leaving abandoned places behind, it felt like the forest was gradually moving in to reclaim the land. Owen had turned moody as they drove along the lonely road to the spot where he'd dumped the body. She suspected he was resentful of having to provide proof that he'd actually killed a woman. Angela knew that had she not gotten him drunk first, he would not have been as willing to brag about having killed people. She didn't think that he could be getting sober this soon, but it still concerned her. Angela was also well aware that her companion in her truck had a hair-trigger temper. To keep him content and thus committed, she had to tolerate his hand down inside the front of her shorts as she drove. Having implied she would welcome such treatment from the right kind of man, she knew that if she was too insistent about rejecting his groping at this point, it could easily make him angry enough to simply decide to add her to his kill tally. She needed him to think of her as sort of a co-conspirator, impressed with his daring so that he would willingly show her the body, or else it might never be found. So, she did what she had learned to do as a young girl when she had no choice about what was happening to her. She let her mind slip away to another place. It didn't matter what was happening to her. She wasn't there. She was gone, her body absently driving on through the drizzly night. 31 miles up the narrow secondary road, Owen pulled his hand out from the front of her shorts and yelled for her to slow down, bringing her back from that faraway place. "There!" he called out, as he leaned in front of her to point to the left, just before they reached an old steel girder bridge over a more frequently used two-lane road that went to the small village of Bradley.
"This is it. Turn in here."
Angela slowed to a stop. She hit the wiper stalk again to clear the windshield as she squinted into the dark. The bridge surface ahead of them was rain-slick wooden planks. Limbs, heavy with wet leaves, leaned in over the road. "Are you sure this is the place?" She pulled up the short zipper on her shorts. "I don't see any road."
"I never said it was a fucking road,"
Owen growled.
"It's just a place where people pull over to turn around or something. Just pull in here."
Angela turned into a gap in the glistening green tangle of brush and trees. It was indeed a turnoff. She was concerned that it might be muddy. She definitely did not want to get her truck bogged down out in the middle of nowhere on a seldom-used old road with a killer who could easily get unpleasant ideas. By the way grasses had overgrown the barely detectable ruts, it appeared that the turnoff hadn't been used for years. Fortunately, it wasn't muddy. There was a weight limit on the narrow old one-lane bridge over the highway, so it might have simply been a place where heavy trucks could turn around if they had to, or perhaps it was once an old fire road. The turnoff only went in 50 or 60 feet before she had to stop, because saplings had grown in, blocking the way forward. Even so, with the way it hooked a little to the right, they were easily far enough in that the trees would conceal them from any passing car, especially at night. That was undoubtedly why Owen had picked this spot to rape and murder Carrie Stratton. Owen opened his door.
"We have to walk the rest of the way."
Before she could get her gun out of the center console, he leaned back in.
"What the fuck are you waiting for?"
"Nothing," she said as she opened her door and got out. "How far is it?" Owen lifted his arm to point through the moonlit fog.
"Back that way. Come on, I'll show you."
As they walked into an area of deciduous saplings, Angela could see a small stream to the right, down a slight embankment. Some distance away, beyond the stream and the trees, was the highway that went under the bridge. Back in the expanse of these woods, it was possible that Carrie's body would never be discovered. It wouldn't be the first body to vanish in these mountains, never to be seen again, or the last. It was a lonely, miserable place to die, especially the way Carrie had died. "You'd better not be bullshitting me," Angela said to keep his mind on the task of proof, as she followed him farther back into woods that grew dense and thick. She didn't want his mind to wander and get other ideas. The thick boughs of fir trees would muffle the distant sound of any cars going under the bridge and on up the road, so they certainly would have muffled Carrie's screams. If things went sideways, no one would ever hear Angela's screams either. The moon was out, giving the damp, low-lying blanket of fog a faint glow. It wasn't much, but it was enough to see by as she made her way through a stand of oak. Owen stumbled over rocks here and there. Despite being drunk, he knew precisely where his prize lay, and he was eager to show it to her. Angela had lost sight of her truck back in the fog beyond the trees and thick patches of brush. She counted her strides to mark the distance. The farther in they went, the more the forest had grown in to obscure any trace of the old road. Owen wound his way down a deer path, through brush, and then along ground thick with fallen leaves between maple and birch trees, avoiding the thicker tangles of brush and denser groves of fir trees. Leaves and needles dripped big drops of water they had combed from the fog. The wet aroma of the woods would have been pleasant, if not for the reason she was there. Angela began to hear the stream burbling among rocks. Moss, spongy under her boots, carpeted the ground in low spots. Water oozed up with every step on the beds of moss. She grew ever more concerned by how far back into the woods Owen was leading her. "Bad things happen in the woods," she murmured. not realizing she had said it out loud. Owen grinned his agreement back over his shoulder, then pointed.
Just over there.
Not far from the stream, Angela finally spotted the corpse. Owen led her right over to the naked body. It lay on its side, one arm cast out. Angela saw a small pile of bloody blue scrubs not far away. In her mind's eye, Angela saw again what she had seen when Owen had first walked into the bar and looked into her eyes. She saw Carrie, trembling, bleeding, and begging for her life as Owen ordered her to take off the scrubs. The true horror of her ordeal had only begun. In the warm, wet conditions, the body had already begun to decompose. There were places on the soft belly of the corpse where animals, likely ravens, had torn open the flesh to feast on what was within. Maggots writhed in the open wounds. The smell drove Angela back a step.
See? I told you,
Owen said, sounding irritated that he'd had to go to all this trouble to prove it to her. Besides the wounds inflicted after death by animals, there were gaping cuts in Carrie's chest and neck that had been inflicted by a human animal. The sight and condition of the body confirmed for Angela the details of what she had seen the first instant she had looked into Owen's eyes. Death had been slow in coming, as Owen became ever more intoxicated with the brutality of what he was doing. Owen liked his victims to be alive so that he could dominate them, terrify them, hurt them. Carrie had fulfilled his sickest desires. Angela held her breath and put a hand over her mouth and nose before squatting down beside the body to confirm one last detail of the vision she got from Owen's eyes. As expected, there was a delicate gold chain hanging from between Carrie's lips, part of it dangling down to coil in the mud by her cheek. The fine gold chain held a small locket with the photos of her 2 children. Owen had forced her to swallow it after she had shown him the photos of her 2 kids in the locket, one in each half, to prove to him that she had children who needed her. She had mistakenly believed it would make her worthy of sympathy. Owen had forced her to swallow the locket to show her he had none. When he pounded his big fists into her gut as she lay on her back on the rocky ground, she had vomited it back up into her mouth. Angela rose up beside Owen as he gestured to the body.
There's your fucking proof. Just like I told you.
She couldn't even remember how many times growing up when that could easily have been the way she ended up. Okay, I believe you. Let's get back. As she walked beside him, looking over at the size of him in the hazy moonlight, she was all too aware that she was alone out in the middle of nowhere with a monster. A monster who had already killed 4 women for the thrill of it. They had fought for their lives. They had been no match for him. Not only did he weigh probably twice what Angela did, but much of that weight was muscle. She felt like she was balancing on a tightrope as she walked beside him. At the same time, it was a glorious rush of emotion. As her pickup came into sight, Angela was acutely conscious of where her gun was. She often carried a gun inside the waistband at the small of her back, but dressed in shorts and a cropped top, she had no practical way to hide a gun on her, to say nothing of it being illegal to carry a concealed weapon, so she'd left it in the truck. She knew that to get to it now, she would have to get into the truck before he did. That was only one more detail swirling in the storm of things already thundering around her mind.
You seen the body,
Owen said as they walked toward the pickup.
Now it's time for me to take it the way you like it.
I don't want to do it in the mud, she told him in an assertive tone. He didn't like her tone, not one bit. The switch flipped. In a heartbeat, he snatched a handful of her hair in his big fist and pulled her from her feet.
I don't really give a fuck what you want, you little cocksucker,
he growled through gritted teeth.
Now I get what I want.
6. Angela clamped on to Owen's wrist with both hands, lest he pull her hair out by the roots as he dragged her across the rough ground. Her weight was no problem for him to handle. With the urgency with which he pulled her along, and with the way he was holding her by her hair, twisting her neck around, she could only get in a half step here and there. Most of the time, she was off balance, as she was dragged like a rag doll. Angela didn't say anything. She knew Owen had done all the listening he intended to do. When they reached the pickup, instead of pulling her into the cab as she had expected, the cab where her gun was, he went around to the back of the truck. He dropped the tailgate with his free hand, hopped up, and with one swift yank hauled her up by her hair. Owen threw her down in the bed of the truck. He was done with proving to her that he was no ordinary guy. He had switched into psycho mode and was now intent only on what he wanted. He would now dictate what was going to happen. She knew that she shouldn't expect anything less of him. She had told him, after all, that she liked guys who took what they wanted. Angela was acutely aware of how very alone they were, and that no one would hear her screams any more than they had heard Carrie's. In a flash, he was on top of her, pawing at her.
I like your tits,
he said, in a breathless pant laced with lust.
I don't like those big, fake, plastic tits most whores have these days. I like real tits, like yours.
Kiss me, she whispered urgently into his ear. He pushed a knee up between her legs, forcing them open as he pressed his mouth over hers. His breath stank of alcohol. Angela pressed her mouth back at him, encouraging him. He responded by pushing his tongue into her mouth. She didn't resist. He unbuckled his belt and unzipped his pants, letting his uncomfortable erection spring out before going for the zipper of her shorts. As his tongue probed deep into her mouth, and his hand was busy fumbling with opening her shorts, she reached down to the top of her right boot, her fingers searching blindly. Once she found what she was looking for and had a firm grip on the handle, she abruptly clamped her teeth down on his tongue as hard as she possibly could and pulled her head back. Owen cried out in surprise, anger, and pain. His immediate instinct was self-preservation, so he leaned forward, going with her to keep his tongue from being torn open by her teeth, should he jerk back. At the same time as she clamped down on his tongue with her teeth, Angela yanked the knife from its sheath in her boot. She rammed her left forearm against his throat, abruptly pushing him back as she kept her teeth tightly clenched on his tongue, leaving less than an inch between their lips. In that instant of an opening, she swept the knife up between their faces and severed his tongue. Owen fell back from the sudden release of tension, gasping in shock and confusion. Being as drunk as he was, and the blade as sharp as it was, he didn't feel it immediately. She could see by his expression that his intoxicated brain was scrambling to process what had just happened. Angela spit out his bloody, detached tongue. As the pain began to register, Owen screamed, but it came out as more of a gurgling cry than a scream. One hand came up to cover his mouth as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. Blood seeped out between his fat fingers to run down his chin. As he grasped what she'd done, anger flashed to the forefront of his mind. He grabbed her by the throat with his free hand. Angela stabbed the blade into his arm between the humerus and his bulging biceps, then pulled forcefully, severing the muscle in half. By the volume of blood spurting out, she knew she'd cut the brachial artery. The warm, wet blood flooded across her chest and bare midriff. Despite the severity of the injury, his big hand managed to clamp her throat in a death grip. Angela gritted her teeth against the pressure of him trying to crush her windpipe and slashed the straining tendons on the inside of his wrist. As the muscles drew back up into his forearm, his fingers went slack. His arm finally flopped down onto the bed of the truck. When he made the mistake of taking his other hand from his bloody mouth and again reaching for her throat, she slashed the inside of that wrist, then cut the bundle of tendons at the inside of his elbow before he had time to flinch back. Just that quick, both his arms were largely put out of commission. Angela leaned in. "Aren't you glad I didn't wait any longer?" His eyes wide, he stared at her, confused by the question. He didn't know what she meant. She grabbed his shriveled penis hanging from his open pants. "Aren't you glad that was your tongue in my mouth and not your dick?" She showed him a grim smile. "See? Things could always be worse. And believe me, they are going to get worse." Finally realizing the full magnitude of the danger he was in, Owen raged and managed to prop himself up on one elbow as he banged his heels on the truck bed, trying to gain traction, to scramble to his feet so he could at least stomp her to death. Before he could get his drunken balance, Angela turned the knife in her hand, holding it like an ice pick, reached around, and drove the blade into his left kidney from behind. Owen stiffened from the shock of pain. It locked his breath in his lungs. It stiffened his legs out straight. Eyes wide, he couldn't even scream. Everything had happened so blindingly fast that he was not only bewildered, but now in the grip of immobilizing pain. Just when you thought things were going so good, here they are suddenly going oh so wrong. Right, Owen? Angela yanked the knife out and held the double-edged blade up before his eyes. She didn't ever want to have to worry in an emergency if she had the knife turned the right way. With a double-edged blade, that was never a problem. There was always a cutting edge ready to serve her wishes. "The secret to a good flesh knife is not using it for anything else," she explained to him. "I never so much as open an envelope with my flesh knives. I save them for men like you. That way they effortlessly slice through flesh. I think you can tell that I take exceptionally good care of my blades. Right, Owen?" As she was talking, at the same time she was gripping the handle of the knife, she reached around him. Using 2 fingers on his lower spine, she felt for the gap below the L3 vertebra. It was somewhat difficult with the way his legs were beginning to flail. "What you're thinking right now is, this is it. It's either me or her. Right, Owen?" She leaned closer and whispered into his ear, "Isn't that what you're thinking, Owen? Well, I've got to tell you, ever since you came into the bar, I've known all along that one way or another, it was going to be you." Once she found the area of the disc between the L3 and L4 vertebrae, she swept her left arm around his thick neck and pulled his head toward her as she pushed a knee into his gut. Bending him forward, arched his back, opening the space between the vertebrae. She plunged the knife between them. With all the fibrous sinew around that area of the spine, it took committed force, but such a sharp, double-edged blade punched right through. She levered the knife handle from side to side. With each sweep, the blade scraped against the bone of vertebrae as it sliced apart the disc and severed his spinal cord. Owen's legs flopped down, at last, motionless. Each huffing breath, as he gasped in pain and shock, expelled droplets of blood all over her. She could see in his eyes that he was stunned by how fast it had all happened. "Do you know what my name means, Owen?" He looked at her, dumbfounded, unable to answer. "Do you?" she screamed. "Do you know what it means?" Terrified, he shook his head, never taking his gaze from her. Owen was not at all used to being on the wrong end of terror. She knew he was trying to assess the damage, trying to figure out if he could still make it out of this alive. "I told you that my name means angel in Italian, remember?" He nodded, panic-stricken at what she might do next. "Good." She arched an eyebrow at him. "But do you know what angel means?" Eyes wide, he quivered as he shook his head, unable to give any answer without his tongue, except a groaning moan she couldn't understand. Angela abruptly pushed the knife in just below his rib cage until it found his liver. Owen gasped, his eyes watering and going even wider as the pain of it reached his brain. He let out a high-pitched falsetto squeal. "Angela, angel, means messenger from God," she patiently explained to him. "So you see, Owen, you can't really blame me for this, now can you? After all, I'm just the messenger, right? As he struggled, twisting his torso, he only succeeded in slicing up his own liver on the double-edged blade, increasing his level of pain. Blood ran over her fist holding the knife and down her arm. She could feel it dripping off her elbow. You asked me before if the tattoo across my throat was some kind of joke. Remember? I told you that maybe one day you could answer that question yourself. I think that you ought to understand the meaning now. Right, Owen? The meaning of my tattoo? The meaning of Dark Angel? So you see, maybe I really am a messenger from God. An angel. But now you know that some angels are dark angels. Get it now, Owen?
Teach. Opt.
Tears streamed from his eyes.
Teach. Opt.
Without his tongue, that was the best he could do to form the words he so desperately wanted to get out. Please stop? She cocked her head as she looked at him from under her brow. Is that what you're saying, Owen? Please stop? You are asking a dark angel for mercy, then? He nodded, relieved that she had understood the words. Angela glared at him a moment before speaking in a soft voice. That was what Carrie said when you were using your knife on her, isn't it, Owen? When you were raping her? Isn't that what she said to you? Please stop. He cried out in agony at understanding. He may have thought it was revenge for Carrie. Angela considered it more than that. A great deal more. Angela considered it justice. Not justice in some abstract legal sense, but human justice. Clear, cold, unflinching justice. There is no leeway for mercy in this, Owen. None. She slipped the blade in between two ribs into his left lung. When she withdrew the knife, air hissed out, bubbling blood from the wound as his lung collapsed. You're an aberration, Owen. A fucking monster living among normal people. You shouldn't be allowed to live so you can hurt innocent people like Carrie or the other 3 women you murdered. It was their terrible misfortune to have crossed paths with you. Unfortunately for you, I'm an anomaly too, a freak of nature. Maybe I really am a messenger from God sent to eliminate fucking aberrations like you. What do you think, Owen? I can't seem to have a normal life, a happy life like other people. Maybe I'm not meant to. Maybe I'm only meant to kill lunatics like you before they can hurt anyone else. What do you think? I mean, I do seem to have a knack for attracting psychos. Seems like I'm a lunatic magnet. She grinned at him. Maybe that's my reason to exist. Then again, maybe I'm just a freak of nature. Know what I mean, Owen? After all, I do so fucking enjoy the hell out of this. I live for it. Kind of like you, Owen. I think only a guy like you could truly understand the pleasure I get from inflicting this kind of suffering and terror, from the blood, from the act of killing another human being. Owen gasped for air. He had lost a lot of blood. Those gasps hissed and wheezed through the knife wound in his collapsed lung. By the icy dread in his eyes, she could tell that Owen understood he had run across that rare someone just as twisted as him. He had encountered the flip side of his own coin. Angela smiled as she pushed the blade into his gut, slicing through muscle and intestines. Owen stiffened, holding his breath, immobilized by the agony. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His warm, slippery blood was still running all over the front of her. It felt good. It felt glorious. It made her feel alive. Angela was in her element. She had this monster right where she wanted him, and she was tripping on it the way her mother tripped on drugs. She didn't want it to ever end. Her mother often told her, Angela thought as a way of somehow justifying what she did, that when you do a line, you live forever. That's what Angela was feeling, like she was living forever in that moment. Every synapse in her brain was firing to pull it all in so she could savor it, remember it. She wanted the feeling to last forever, just like her mother when she was rolling. Angela slammed the full length of the double-edged blade into another spot. It went in effortlessly, deliciously. Her head tipped back as her eyes rolled up in ecstasy at the feeling. She could sense the tip of the blade finding a vital, tender spot inside him. The pleasure of it ran a shiver up her spine. Her head came back down. "I have some bad news for you, Owen," she murmured as she pushed the blade in again, just for the exquisite pleasure of feeling it slide through his flesh, muscle, and viscera. "I'm afraid you're not going to be able to be an organ donor. You're not going to have anything left worth donating." Owen wept in utter agony. For the first time in his life, he was experiencing the helpless suffering he visited on others. Using a knife to kill someone was hard, messy, tiring work. It was also dangerous. A great many people cut themselves badly when using a knife, either to defend themselves or to attack someone. A lot of force was required, and blood was slippery. More often than not, their hand would slip down off the handle, cutting their palm and fingers on the blade. Because they were using such force, such injuries were usually quite serious. Angela knew better. Her knife had a crossguard to prevent her hand from slipping up onto the blade. The crossguard wasn't large, but it was big enough to provide a stable place to brace her right knuckle and thumb for leverage. She was always conscious of being careful not to accidentally cut herself whenever she did knife work, and the crossguard helped protect her hands. Angela knew what she was doing, and did it well. She'd never cut herself. Owen groaned incoherently. Tears streamed from his eyes as he trembled. "Carrie cried just like you're crying now, didn't she, Owen? She didn't want to suffer, to be hurt, to die, just like you don't want those things to happen to you. Right, Owen? The only fucking difference is that she didn't deserve it." Angela gritted her teeth as she twisted the blade inside him. "You do." He let out another wet cry. "Right now, Owen, all you know is pain." Angela peered into his eyes. "But through pain comes knowledge, realization, understanding. Now, in your pain, maybe you can see yourself for what an evil monster you truly are." Her brow drew down. "An evil fucking monster who shouldn't be allowed to live among decent people. Right, Owen? Are you beginning to understand?" Owen nodded as he wept. She wasn't sure he understood any of it. Angela didn't really care. She did. 7. Even though it seemed like it had gone on forever, it had actually all happened very quickly. But it was getting late. Angela realized that she needed to get on with it. Still, she didn't want it to end. She drove the knife into his other kidney because she knew how much it would hurt. The excruciating pain made it through the fog of blood loss to widen his eyes so much it almost looked as if his eyeballs might pop right out of his head. He trembled uncontrollably, just like Carrie and the other women he murdered had trembled. Owen was no longer capable of posing a threat to Angela or anyone else. No other woman would die to satisfy his twisted desires. No other family would grieve and go through hell because of Owen. There would always be others like him. There had always been murderers, and there always would be. But this was at least the end of Owen bringing pain, terror, and agonizing sorrow into the world. Angela finally got up and pulled his shredded, blood-soaked shirt off him. He was no longer able to offer any resistance. She went to the toolbox at the head of the truck bed and lifted the diamond plate lid to retrieve a stout length of nylon rope. She'd found it by the side of the road and knew that one day it would come in handy. Today was that day. Going to one knee, She rolled Owen over onto his stomach. He flopped down into the blood, filling the channels of the truck bed like a half-dead carp. Blood dripped off the frayed legs of her shorts and ran down her legs. It dripped from the tips of her hair. "Kind of the way you like to do things to women, right, Owen? Rough and brutal, knifing them as you fuck them so they'll scream and thrash. That's what you like, isn't it? Isn't it?" Although he seemed to show some response, she couldn't be sure if he was capable of hearing her anymore, or if it was simply the involuntary reaction of the nervous system. She hoped that somewhere in the dim recesses of his fading consciousness he could still grasp what she was saying. She hoped that her words would escort him into death. She hoped that her words would be with him for an eternity in hell. Despite how fast it had all happened, with the way he was losing blood from the severed artery in his arm, to say nothing of the other knife wounds bleeding both externally and internally, she didn't think he was going to be conscious much longer. His skin was cold and pallid, so she was sure he was already going into shock. Angela didn't think there was a trauma center on Earth that could save his sorry ass now. "Owen, you dumb fuck. You're getting blood all over my truck." She kicked him in the ribs where she'd stabbed him. "But go ahead and bleed all you want. I like it." As she stood over him, a boot to either side of his head, she used a finger and a thumb to wiggle a black marker pen from her back pocket. She squatted down, sitting on his head to keep him still. He coughed up blood as he tried to breathe with his one functioning lung. Leaning over, Angela started at the bottom of his rib cage and wrote, "I killed Carrie Stratton." The words were intentionally upside down from the way they would be if he were standing. "I left her body 320 yards up the turnoff before the bridge." The last words ended up across the backs of his shoulders. Angela leaned back to inspect her work. It looked to her like it would be perfectly legible from a distance. Since it was a permanent marker, the blood running out of him wouldn't wash away the words. Neither would the rain if it started in again. She leaned in once more and rummaged around in his back right pocket. She knew from the visions that was where he kept the knife he used on the women he murdered. Once she fished it out, she saw that it was a rather cheap Chinese knockoff of a large buck-folding hunting knife. She opened the blade and felt the edge. Owen didn't take good care of his knife. The blade was dull and chipped. She used the bent point of the blade to cut deeply into his flesh, tracing over the letters of "I killed Carrie Stratton." He moaned with each dragging stroke she cut. Those words were the important part. She left the black marker lettering for the rest of the words. She wanted to make sure Carrie's remains were found. It wouldn't bring any joy to her family, but at least they would be able to bury her properly. It would bring closure. Angela climbed off Owen, leaned down, and put her mouth close to his ear. "Well, Owen, all done. Sorry I had to get to the end so quickly. Ordinarily, I would have taken you home to let the fun go on for a few days until I turned your brain to mush. But since we're out in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night, I'm going to have to wrap it up. See, like I told you, things could always be worse. You're getting off easy. Easier than Carrie did. Easier than the other women you killed. I just need to put a period to it." Angela picked up his shirt and wiped the handle of his knife to get rid of her fingerprints, just in case. Holding his knife with his shirt to avoid adding back any prints, she put the blade on the period after "I killed Carrie Stratton." She leaned over, putting her weight on the handle to work the dull blade down between his ribs and finally into his heart. Angela had been tempted to let him bleed out, to suffer in a nightmare dream state between life and death until the end came. She knew it wouldn't be long until he crossed over into death. Truth be told, she was a bit surprised that he was still alive. But she didn't want the remote risk of him using his dying breath to utter her name to someone. As the knife irreparably damaged his heart, One last gurgled breath rattled out of his remaining good lung. Angela left his knife, the one he used to murder Carrie, sticking in his back as she stuffed most of the bloody shirt in his back pocket. She tied the rope securely around one of Owen's ankles before hopping down out of the truck. She swiped her hair back off her face, then jerked on the rope, checking the knot. She was drenched in blood. It dripped from her hair, looking in real life like the way she had dyed it that morning. She didn't want to get in the cab of her pickup and get blood smeared all over the inside, so after retrieving her knife off the floor of the truck, she walked back up the path to a spot where the stream was close. After the violence of unleashing her rage on Owen, it was a wonderful, peaceful walk in the faintly moonlit woods. Owen was dead. The world was rid of a killer. Angela sat on a rounded rock in the small stream and cleaned her knife in the running water before slipping it back into the sheath in her boot. She splashed water over the laces, rinsing blood out of the crevices in the leather. The suede boots would never be the same after getting drenched this way, but she didn't care. Angela lay down on her back in the stream, letting the cold water wash over her hot flesh. Despite how cold the water was, she lay in the running stream for a time, staring up at the glow of the moon through the fog. It was a wonder, the way she couldn't see very far ahead when driving through the fog, but when she looked straight up through the blanketing layer of it, she could see all the way to the moon. She rolled over several times to wash off the blood as best she could. It was dripping from the tips of her hair, so she washed her hair in the running water and scrubbed blood from her face. It took a while in the cold water, but she did a pretty good job of getting the blood off her. Most of it even washed out of her shorts and top. She regretted that. Having his hot blood all over her had been an intoxicating rush. Being covered in the blood of a monster like Owen was the only time Angela truly felt alive. Once she was washed as clean as she was going to get in a stream, she returned to her truck and backed out of the turnoff. She spun the steering wheel as she reached the road and backed onto the bridge, parking at an angle in the middle, with the tailgate protruding over one of the steel girders. When she went around to the back of the truck, Owen was, of course, no more than a fresh corpse. Even though it was over, she was still filled with rage. She would need that anger for the final effort. She tied the rope to the steel guardrail and then hopped up in the bed of the truck. Thick blood sloshed out the end of the bed when her movement rocked the truck. She stood over the slain monster, still seeing visions of the things he had done to Carrie and the other women, and reveled in his agonizing death. She only wished she could have made his end last a lot longer. Angela let the thoughts of him enjoying, torturing, and killing innocent women fill her with rage. That rage powered her muscles to help with the last bit of it. Owen was a big man, making him a lot of dead weight. Freshly dead people were heavy and extremely difficult to handle. She wasn't anywhere near strong enough to lift their weight. Even dragging them for more than a very short distance was almost impossible. She had learned that she needed to kill people where she meant to leave their body, because she wasn't going to be able to move them very far once they were dead. All the slippery blood in the bed of the truck made it somewhat easier to slide Owen to the end of the bed. She tugged until she was able to spin him around so that his head stuck off the tailgate. She put her boot against his ass and with one mighty final push slid him off the tailgate. Owen nosedived out over the bridge. Angela stood on the tailgate, holding a steel girder for support as she leaned out and watched him tumble through the murky moonlit darkness. The rope snapped taut, but held. Owen flopped and bungeed up and down a bit on the end of that rope, arms flailing outward like a brawny ballerina's as he spun and twisted, until he finally settled down to dangle by one ankle at the end of the rope. His body swung back and forth slightly over the highway below. The rope wasn't long enough that a car could hit him, but there would be no missing him hanging there, One leg flopped awkwardly out to the side, his genitals dangling through his open zipper, his arms dangling out and down, his knife stuck in his back. A human sign confessing his guilt and telling people where he had dumped Carrie's body. Angela had gotten blood all over her hands pushing Owen around, and on her boots from walking around in his blood, so she went to a puddle at the side of the road and stood in it to wash her boots clean as she squatted down and cleaned the blood off her hands. She shook her hands dry as best she could before getting up into the cab of her truck. Her shorts and top were soaking wet, but at least it was only water, and not Owen's blood she was getting all over the upholstery. When she turned the key, the powerful engine roared to life. She felt powerful, too. 8. By the time Angela reached the turnoff onto the long, winding drive up to her cabin back in the mountains, the truck's heater had gotten her warm and mostly dry. There was a gap for her to drive in the substantial barbed wire fence along the road. The barbed wire fence, with no trespassing signs posted at regular intervals, was intended to keep people out rather than keep anything in. A determined person could, of course, use a wire cutter to cut through the fence. The height of the fence was meant to be a statement that the signs meant business. Angela put the truck in park at the opening through the fence, unlocked the padlock, and dropped the cable with a sign that had a white skull and crossbones against a black background above the words, "No trespassing." It was a sign not easily missed, and its serious appearance was not frivolous. Once she drove in, she parked again and pulled the cable back across the opening, locking it with the padlock. Angela didn't like visitors any more than her grandparents had. A half-mile up the winding one-lane drive past a meadow and then back into thick forest, the brick cabin came into view. It was tucked into pines growing in the craggy rock that began ascending behind and to each side. The small, hunkered-down building looked sinister in the pale, foggy moonlight. She liked it looking sinister. Most locals were afraid of the place. Trespassers had, in the past, tended to have accidents. Built by her grandparents, Vito and Gabriella Constantine, the place wasn't the usual backcountry cabin. Most of those were little more than wooden or log hunting shacks deep in the woods. But hunting was not allowed in the preserve around the property, and her grandparents had long ago posted no hunting signs. Her grandparents called the place their cabin, even though it was built of brick, because that was the local naming convention for places people had back in the woods. The solidly built little house had really been their retreat, their second home. Vito Constantine had been a bricklayer and a union steward. He'd helped build many of the old, sprawling manufacturing plants in Milford Falls that were now mostly graffiti-covered shells with broken windows. After saving for most of his life, he'd bought the commercially useless 60-odd-acre leftover parcel of land and put his cabin in the recess between mountains. The vast surrounding preserve had been established by one of the wealthy factory owners back when he had more money than he knew what to do with, and rocky land could be had for next to nothing. He'd had grand ideas about eventually donating it to the Park Service, but after the factories closed, he left the area and lost interest in the project. The preserve remained intact, managed by a small trust he'd established that nowadays rarely kept tabs on it. The game wardens and sheriff's officers mostly saw to keeping people from hunting or timber harvesting on the preserve. For the most part, since it couldn't be used for hunting, the extensive tract of land was ignored and forgotten. For some reason, long forgotten, her grandparents' 60 acres hadn't been included in the preserve, and, it being so isolated, they had been able to buy it for a price they could afford. Once her grandfather had the land, he did what he knew best. He built the cabin, as he and Angela's grandmother called it, out of brick. While he wasn't a big man, laying brick and block his whole working life left him sinewy and strong. Vito Constantine was a gentle man, but he possessed an air of quiet authority. People instinctively knew not to cross him. Since the road going past didn't go directly to anywhere important, people rarely came around their place. Once, a couple of young men who didn't respect the no trespassing signs ended up with broken bones and memory loss. All they could seem to remember when questioned by the police was having fallen off a ladder. Over the years, her grandfather's Wolverine-like reputation had cast a spell of sorts over the property, so much so that even after his death, people continued to avoid the Constantine place. It also helped that there was no hunting in the preserve, so people rarely had any reason to be in the area. Cars parked along the road running past the property and the preserve were easily spotted by the sheriff and wardens. The property was a kind of outlier from Milford Falls, for all practical purposes a dead end with few reasons for people to be out there. That was one of the reasons her grandparents liked it. That's the way Angela liked it. Angela parked at the side, turned off the truck, and sat for a few minutes, eyes closed, enjoying the quiet, forested seclusion of her cabin. After a time, she got out and uncoiled the garden hose from up against the house, then dropped the tailgate and hopped up into the bed of the truck. She hosed out the lacings of her boots before turning her attention to blasting the nooks and crannies of the truck bed to clean out all the blood. She kept hosing water around until the water that ran out ran clear, no longer showing any trace of blood. Once finished, she unlocked the heavy oak door to the cabin and went inside. The place wasn't very big. It had a living room with a wood stove across the front with a kitchen behind to the left. To the right, behind the living room, was bedroom and bath. It wasn't a big house, but it was all her grandparents had needed, all Angela needed. She liked the small, cozy nature of the place, as well as the seclusion. Between the bathroom and the living room there was a door that led down to the basement, far and away the most interesting room in the house, as far as Angela was concerned. At the back, between the kitchen and bedroom, was a small mudroom at a back door. Angela opened an upper cabinet in the small mudroom and retrieved a nearly full-gallon jug of bleach. Back at the truck, she poured the bleach all over the bed, sloshing it into the corners and seams until she had used it all. She tossed out the empty jug, picked up the hose, and once again thoroughly washed out the truck bed. Angela knew enough about forensics to be aware that there was plenty she didn't know and would never know. She held no illusions that she was smarter than the police, or that she could cover up a killing and never be found out. She knew that there were experts who could recover evidence in ways she couldn't begin to imagine. That was the risk she had to run. Her only safety was in being as careful as possible, and above all, maintaining a low profile. She did her best to fly under the radar by avoiding connections to trouble and avoiding all the various kinds of authorities. Owen's was the only body she'd ever left to be found. She hoped that once the police found Carrie's body, they would be focused on the women Owen had killed, rather than on who killed Owen. Angela knew that if there was ever reason to take a close look at her in connection with deaths, experts could always find something incriminating. So she did her best not to ever leave anything for them to find. She also did her best not to give them a reason to look in her direction in the first place. She didn't want to be a needle in the haystack. She wanted to remain a needle in the boundless forest. It helped that she didn't have friends and didn't socialize. People generally didn't know much about her, other than what she let them see on the surface. Once the bed of the truck was cleaned to the best of her ability, she got a spray bottle of cleaner and a rag and went about cleaning the inside of the truck, wiping away any fingerprints Owen might have left. She cleaned the door wherever he might have touched it when getting in or out of the truck, as well as the tailgate and sides of the bed he could have touched. Angela knew that the police would eventually come around with a photo of Owen, asking if he had come into the bar. She would tell them the truth, that he had. They would want to know what he'd had to say. She would tell them the truth, that he'd hit on her and wanted her to come back to his motel. She said no, and he left after last round was called. Barry would corroborate everything she would tell the police. Owen had been outside alone with her truck for quite a while, so she didn't know where he might have put his hands. If the police did happen to find his fingerprints somewhere on the outside of the truck, she could always say that for all she knew it was because he had been looking to break into it. How would she know? She had been inside working and then cleaning up after the bar had closed. As long as they didn't find any fingerprints inside the truck, they had no reason to investigate Angela any further. That was the key to her survival. Make sure the authorities had no reason to ever look at her any further. She worked on the truck until she was confident every surface inside was free of Owen's fingerprints. She let out a sigh as she flicked her rag back to lay it over her shoulder. It had been a long day. She was relieved to be home at her cabin in the woods, away from people. When she had been a young girl, Angela had stayed with her grandparents often, either at their house in town or more often at their cabin in the woods. The house in town was on a small lot close to other homes that all looked alike. Angela loved being with her grandparents anywhere, but she much preferred the cabin, where there were no other people around and seemingly endless woods to explore. When she had been younger, Angela's mother, Sally, didn't much care that her parents took care of Angela so often. In reality, a lot of the time Sally was so high she didn't even notice that Angela was gone. Her mother rarely kept track of her. Her grandparents, on the other hand, were protective of Angela and always knew where she was, or at least where she was supposed to be. They were more like parents to her than her mother ever was. Angela's mother didn't care about much of anything, except getting high. She wasn't picky about what kind of cigarettes she smoked, what brand of beer she was drinking, what kind of booze, or who she slept with. She was much the same with drugs. She had used cocaine since long before Angela was born, and when meth became readily available and cheap, she often turned to that. While she would snort, smoke, or shoot just about anything, meth became her drug of choice. But she would happily use cocaine if it was available. Both would leave her wired for days. After being high for 3 or 4 days, she smoked weed to bring herself down so she could sleep. She occasionally shot up heroin to bring herself down enough to sleep, but then she could get into a cycle of using heroin. The police had been to their trailer many times. When they showed up, they frequently ended up arresting Sally and some of the other people in the house. Sally rarely spent more than a night in jail. Vito always refused to bail her out, but he would come pick up Angela. By hook or by crook, Sally always got out. Either the charges were dropped or she was given probation. She got into heroin at different times, and several times had gone to the emergency room with an overdose. Some of those times, it had been Angela who had to call 911. Each time, the hospital brought her back to life. Several times, to stay out of jail, she had gone to rehab. When she got out and was off heroin, she was almost immediately drawn back to meth. Angela didn't want her mother to die, but she envisioned that if she did, Angela would then be able to live with her grandparents and not have to be near Sally's friends. The living room of their trailer was often filled not only with a boyfriend, but with strangers, mostly men, often snorting drugs from the mirror on the coffee table, or smoking crack or shooting up. Sally preferred to live her life in a stupefied state. That often led to trouble for Angela. The people hanging around the house would frequently offer Angela drugs, encouraging her to try this or that, and then laugh when Angela only glared as she went past them to the refuge of her bedroom. Sally didn't work. She scraped by on welfare checks, child assistance, food stamps, and a variety of other assistance programs. She got all the needles she needed from clean needle programs. People came around the trailer park handing them out like candy on Halloween. If she had no money to buy drugs, her male friends, who always seemed to be hanging around their trailer, her sketchy boyfriends, or a dealer, was always willing to provide drugs in exchange for sex. More than once, Angela peeked out her bedroom door to see several naked men strutting out of her mother's bedroom. Angela knew that one of those slime balls, or any one of the random men just like them, had fathered her. Who, exactly, no one knew. It was a matter that was rarely discussed, not because they thought it was shameful, but because it was as unknowable as it was unimportant. Sometimes, when she had been in bed under the covers, she heard the men drinking with Sally out in the living room, joking about who Angela looked like. There was never agreement. Someone would throw out a name and everyone would laugh or groan, "No way!" Angela's father was just one of the random tweaker boyfriends, or a friend of a friend who had some money, or some shady drug dealer her mother fucked for some meth. That union of two dysfunctional, unstable psychos had resulted in a pregnancy. The seed that had been planted from that union of degenerates grew and developed in a continual broth of drugs and alcohol. Angela was the mess that resulted. The little girl, born broken. 9. Angela's grandparents vehemently disapproved of their daughter's lifestyle, but after a lifetime of trying everything they could think of to straighten her out, they eventually came to the conclusion that there was nothing they could do about it. Sally always refused any kind of advice or help, usually at the top of her lungs. Angela remembered epic arguments and Sally throwing things at her father. She insisted there was nothing wrong with her and that she had everything under control. She said it was her life and she was living it the way she wanted. Angela knew that Sally was Looney Tunes. Sometimes people were simply stupid, and there was no fixing stupid. Angela loved her mother, yet had been disappointed by her so many times that she had come to love her in an at-arm's-length way. Part of it snippets of rare smiles and hugs, most of it fantasies of what it would be like to have a real mother. On the other hand, she adored her grandparents. She loved nothing more than being with them. They were stability and safety and the comfort of unwavering love. She was often afraid of the men who always seemed to be hanging around their trailer. Angela hated to have to be in the house when her mother was out of it or unconscious or getting laid, and there were men about. Her grandparents were her refuge from that ever-present, shadowy threat. When she had just grown into her teens, one of those men, Frankie, her mother's more or less regular drug dealer and boyfriend, began to lose interest in having sex with Sally in exchange for drugs. Drugs and alcohol had taken their toll on Sally's once good looks. His fixation began to turn to Angela. That first time it happened was as terrifying as everything Angela had imagined it would be. She lived in fear of those men, always worried what they might do to her. She found out one night when Frankie came into her bedroom after her mother passed out. Much like her mother, Frankie was skin and bones. The teeth he wasn't missing were yellow and rotting. High on meth, he grinned like death itself as he pulled her clothes off. He warned her what would happen if she didn't keep quiet. Angela knew Frankie well enough to know he did not make idle threats. He groped her a bit and then stripped down to his bony self. It was like being raped by death without his black robes. He held a knife up to her face as he was forcing himself into her. After he finished, he leaned in close and whispered that if she told anyone at all, he'd skin both her and her mother alive. Angela believed him. While Angela was never close to her mother, she couldn't understand why Sally seemed to care so little about her, or herself for that matter. Even so, Angela didn't want her hurt, and she certainly didn't want her to be murdered. She was terrified of being cut by Frankie. She knew what he was capable of. After all, he'd just raped her. Rather than leave after he was finished, he sat on the edge of the bed for a while, stroking her hair, whispering to himself how hot she was. Before long, he got it up and was on her again. She pleaded for him to stop. Frankie told her to shut the fuck up or he'd cut her throat. She cried as quietly as she could through the ordeal. She bit the inside of her cheek to distract herself when he was hurting her. She wasn't sure exactly how long he had her in her back bedroom of the trailer, but she knew it had lasted hours. When it was finally over, she lay quietly, listening until she heard the screen door bang shut. Frankie had finally left. There was no one else in the trailer but her mother. Angela lay in bed shaking until she worked up the courage to go into her mother's room. Sally lay sprawled on her rumpled bed, dirty clothes thrown everywhere, only barely conscious. Angela shook her mother's arm to wake her. Sally mumbled incoherently. Angela knew that Frankie had given her mother extra drugs to make sure she didn't interrupt him. Despite Frankie's warning that if she said anything to anyone, he'd cut her, Angela's outrage at what he'd done to her was stronger than her fear. He'd already hurt her. She was already bleeding. She shook her mother harder, crying as she told her that Frankie had raped her. Her mother's answer was to mumble something dismissive before slipping back into unconsciousness. Angela's tears stopped as she grew angry with herself for thinking that her mother would care what happened to her, much less do anything about it. What was her mother going to do? What could she do? Angela knew the answer. Nothing. She went out into the living room and called her grandparents, the tears returning, and asked if they could pick her up and she could stay at their house even though it was a school night. They knew by her voice that something was wrong. When they arrived, it felt like she was being lifted out from the depths of hell. In the car, even as ashamed as she was to say it out loud, Angela told them that Frankie had raped her. Her grandfather drove them to the cabin and told Gabriella to take care of Angela, that he had an errand to run. As horrified as she was, as distraught and physically damaged as she was, it was the most wonderful feeling in the world to be safe at the cabin with her grandmother. Gabriella cleaned her up, nursed her, had her shower, and gently asked questions. She gave Angela a tea that made her sleepy. Then she took Angela to their bedroom, to their bed, and tucked her in. Gabriella slept with her, holding her all night. Vito had come home sometime during the night and slept on the fold-out bed in the couch in the living room. He slept there for the next few nights, where Angela usually slept when staying at the cabin, while Angela and Gabriella slept in the bed. Angela loved being there with them both, being safe at the cabin. She didn't ask where her grandfather had gone that night, or what he had done. She didn't need to. All she needed to know was that her grandparents had rescued her. Sally eventually said something in front of her father about her friend Frankie being missing. She cast a suspicious look at Vito. It was a wordless question. He said that he suspected Frankie had taken a shortcut to hell. Sally didn't know what he meant, but she was afraid of her father, so she didn't ask. Between the assistance checks she got from the state and the sex she provided for drug dealers and their friends, she was soon back into a suitable stupor. Sally was on to other men. Frankie was soon forgotten. Angela never forgot him. Since she was getting to be old enough to do a lot of things to take care of herself on her own, Angela was also gradually drawn into being her mother's servant of sorts. On school nights, when not staying with her grandparents, she did laundry and cooked and was always at her mother's beck and call. Sally would tell her friends,
Go get the girl in the moon. She's in her room. Tell her I need her. Or, go tell the girl in the moon to run to the store and get us some cigarettes. Or, tell the girl in the moon to make us something to eat. Or, tell the girl in the moon to bring us some beers.
Angela never knew why her mother called her the girl in the moon. She assumed it was mockery of some sort. Angela knew that Sally was growing increasingly jealous of how her daughter was evolving into womanhood, becoming gracefully leggy and inescapably feminine, while Sally, who had once been a seductive beauty, had become skin and bones. The teeth she had left were horribly discolored and rotten. She had scabs and scars everywhere on her skin and needle tracks up her arms. While Sally was busy partying and getting high all the time, before she knew it, she had lost her looks and her sex appeal. Angela was becoming everything her mother no longer was. 10. Even though Frankie was no longer around, Angela did her best to avoid being at home. She feared that one of the other weirdos would rape her. Some of them were scary guys, and she didn't like the way they increasingly leered at her. She knew what they wanted. They wanted the same thing Frankie had wanted. While a few of the other guys who hung around had been reasonably decent, most, like Sally's new boyfriend, a biker named Bosca, were just plain psychos. Worse, they frequently became violent when they drank. When Bosca was drunk, he sometimes argued with Angela's mother and then ended up beating her. That was always a frightening experience for Angela. After he was finished with Sally, he would storm out. Angela would clean her mother up and put antibiotic and bandages on cuts. Her mother always refused to call the police. She said it was her fault, that Bosca was a good man. Then she would do a line or smoke some meth that he'd left for her. More than once, there were bloody fights between men drinking at their house. Those fights often spilled out into the street in front of their trailer. People would stand around and watch, but rarely try to break it up. Once, it involved knives and one man was stabbed. It wasn't uncommon for the police to be called by neighbors. Angela spent as much time as possible staying with her grandparents. They were everything her mother wasn't. They were protective, reasonable, safe. When she was at home and there were people there partying, Angela went out as much as possible, walking the streets, wandering through stores, or sitting in secluded alleys watching the stars and the winos. Fortunately, her legs were getting long and she could easily outrun them if she had to. Thankfully, sometimes her mother and her friends went out for the night. When they did, Angela did laundry, emptied ashtrays, picked up beer cans, and collected used needles. Sometimes they would be gone for a few days, leaving Angela to wonder if she would ever see her mother again. But she always returned, looking wasted. After Frankie, Angela was thankfully with her grandparents as often as possible. Angela's grandmother said she didn't like Angela in the house when Sally was using drugs. Of course, since her mother was an addict, that was most of the time. Her mother was rarely sober for long. When she was a bitch on wheels, argumentative and combative. Sally didn't especially like Angela staying with her parents. She viewed it as her parents' direct denunciation of her and her way of life. When she was sober enough, she would insist Angela stay home on school nights. Angela knew that it was out of spite. Her grandparents talked about taking guardianship and having Angela live with them permanently. With as often as the police had been to the trailer, and as often as Sally had been arrested and Angela handed over to her grandparents until she sobered up or bonded out, Sally was certainly on shaky ground with Child Protective Services. Angela was excited about the idea of living with her grandparents permanently. Being with them made her fears evaporate. She dearly loved Gabriella, and she idolized Vito. After he was dressed in the morning, but still in his stocking feet, he would let her come with him into the bathroom to watch him shave. It fascinated her, the way he went about it, the way he spread on lather, the careful, measured way he stroked his jaw with the razor, the way he followed the same pattern every time. Sometimes he would tell her funny stories about his job from before he'd retired. When he was done shaving, he would splash on a little aftershave. Angela loved the way it smelled. It smelled like Grandpa and no one else. She would then follow him into the bedroom and watch while he put on the big, heavy work boots with lugged soles that he always wore. She loved those boots because they were part of who he was. They were the boots of someone who was strong and trustworthy. Sometimes she would race into the bedroom ahead of him, slip her feet, shoes and all, into those big work boots and clomp around the room, putting on a show, imitating him, making him laugh. He would sometimes tickle her to get them back, telling her never to grow up. Angela couldn't imagine why her mother rolled her eyes when she mentioned Grandpa or Grandma. One day, they took her to a thrift store to get some clothes to wear at the cabin when they went fishing or climbing the surrounding mountains. While wandering the store, Angela spotted a pair of hardly used boots almost exactly like her grandfather's. To her surprise, they were only a little big, but they fit her close enough to wear. She wanted those boots more than anything. Her grandmother told her they weren't good shoes for a pretty young lady. Angela said they were perfect for the woods and the mountains. Her grandmother instead kept her busy looking for jeans and shirts and sweaters for school. But before leaving the store, on their way to the checkout, Vito smiled at Gabriella and picked up the boots. Angela took to wearing those boots all the time, not just at the cabin, which meant she wore them to school. The other girls made fun of her for wearing work boots rather than feminine shoes. Angela didn't care what they said or what they thought of her. She wore them because she liked them. She thought that a short skirt went well with the boots. They weren't only good for wearing in the woods, they were good for walking home from school in bad weather. They became part of her, the way her grandfather's boots were part of him. Besides the boots and not dressing like the other kids, Angela didn't act like them. She didn't think like them. She didn't care about the childish things they cared about. When she refused the drugs and alcohol the other kids were starting to get into, it made her the object of ridicule. Her mother had probably started out like them. Angela had seen firsthand how that had turned out, and wanted no part of it. She had more important things in her life. She had her grandparents and their cabin. She had woods trails to hike and mountains to climb. She had lakes to fish. Sometimes there was nothing better than skipping rocks across a glassy lake. The other girls at school often called her a freak, among other things. When it came right down to it, she couldn't really argue with them. She was the offspring of freaks. She had been born a freak. She didn't like being called names, but she saw no point in getting into a fight over it. The other girls were even more annoyed when Angela didn't respond to their taunts than Angela was at being called the names. Because she was so obviously different in ways they couldn't exactly put their finger on, the other kids were wary of her, so it rarely went beyond name-calling. On a couple of occasions, another girl, emboldened by her friends, would start a fight. If they pulled at her clothes, Angela smacked them. If they slapped her once, Angela punched them on the arm 3 times. If they pulled her hair, she knocked them down. But it never got to the point of anyone getting hurt, mostly because that was enough to stop them, and if they stopped, Angela stopped. Such encounters only added to the word around school that you didn't want to make Angela angry. The reason, though, that girls called her names and picked on her was more and more a matter of them being jealous of her looks, and because the boys they liked were beginning to pay a lot of attention to Angela. She ignored the boys the same as she ignored the girls, but that didn't stop them from being interested. In fact, it only seemed to make them more interested. At least they didn't call her names. One day when she was going home from school, 3 girls several grades above her stopped her in the parking lot of the liquor store she had to pass by on her way to the trailer park. These were not the ordinary girls she was used to dealing with, not her classmates who snickered at her or whispered names or even yanked her hair as they ran by. These 3 were at least a head taller than Angela and wider. She recognized them as the popular girls the jocks at school liked. They had perfect clothes and perfect hair and perfect nails. They laughed at Angela, called her trailer trash, and pointed at the work boots she was wearing, the boots that were like her grandfather's. Angela didn't much care if they laughed at her. She was used to that, and she certainly didn't want to get into a fight with girls who were so much bigger than her. She kept her head down and tried to get past by walking around them. As she did, the tallest girl stepped in and slammed an unexpected punch into Angela's gut. It wasn't the typical girl punch Angela was used to. It was a full-force hook by a strong older girl who meant to hurt her. The blow staggered Angela back. She spiraled down to the grimy asphalt, doubled over in pain. Mouth open wide, she gasped for air but couldn't get her breath, and then, holding herself up with one hand as the world spun around her, she vomited. All the while, they laughed at her and called her a freak. Then, the girl who had punched her kicked her in the side. She yelled out to the other two, "Mess her up good!" Something inside snapped. Angela spun as she came up, whipping her leg around, and hard as she could, landed a boot in the face of the girl who had hit her. She could feel bone break. Blood sprayed across the other two girls. The big girl went down, hard. She was out. The other two bent down to the unconscious girl lying there on the crumbling asphalt among the cigarette butts and trash. As they screamed and cried hysterically, Angela simply brushed herself off and went home. 11. The next day at school, Angela was pulled out of class, taken to the principal's office, and made to sit in a chair in the waiting room. The principal, Mr. Erickson, came out and said that her mother wasn't answering her phone. Angela wasn't surprised. Her mother usually didn't answer her phone unless she was looking to score something. If she already had, Angela didn't think her mother would even hear the phone. Mr. Erickson stood over her, hands on his hips, and asked who else he could call to come get her. Angela didn't really want to get her grandparents involved or have them see her in trouble, but she didn't know anyone else, so she finally gave the principal their number. Angela waited alone outside Mr. Erickson's office until her grandfather showed up. Before he could say anything to Angela, a sober-faced woman immediately ushered them both into the principal's office and shut the door behind them. They sat in wooden chairs before the principal's old wooden desk. Mr. Erickson drummed his fingers on the desk as he scowled. "You're Mr. Constantine? Angela's grandfather?" "That's right. What's she done?" Mr. Erickson cast Angela a dirty look before turning his attention back to her grandfather. "She put another girl in the hospital, that's what she's done. Broke bones in her face. She's going to require surgery." Her grandfather turned toward Angela, looking at her without saying anything. He didn't need to say anything. She knew what the look meant. "On my way home, 3 older girls stopped me in the parking lot of the liquor store on Barlow Street," she explained to her grandfather. "They called me names. I tried to walk away, but the biggest one punched me in the stomach. It hurt so much it made me vomit. When I was down on the ground, she kicked me hard in the side, and I heard her tell the other two to mess me up good. I knew they were going to hurt me bad. I knew I couldn't outrun them. So I came up and planted my boot hard as I could in the face of the girl who had hit me. She went down. There was a lot of confusion and screaming. I went home." Her grandfather gave her a nod, looking relieved by her answer. He turned back to the principal. "What are we doing here? Have you called us in to file some kind of charges against these 3 girls?" The principal's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "Mr. Constantine, Angela hurt another girl badly enough to put her in the hospital. We're expelling Angela from school." Her grandfather frowned. "Expelling her? Why?" "You just heard her. She was defending herself. Had she not put that girl down, then the 3 of them would probably have put Angela in the hospital, if not worse. Mr. Constantine, we have a zero-tolerance policy against violence.
Violence? It wasn't violence, her grandfather said in a calm voice. It was self-preservation. Mr. Erickson sat back and laced his fingers together on top of his prominent belly. Angela put another girl in the hospital. We can't tolerate such violence. That's why she is being expelled. Are you expelling the other 3 girls? He looked confused. No, of course not. Why would we? Don't you understand? They were the ones Angela hurt. One of them, anyway. A dark look came over Vito's face. So you're defending the violent girls who attacked Angela, and you're punishing her for being their victim. Well, no, that's not exactly. Did you ever see someone's head split open like a melon on concrete? The principal's face paled. Why, no, but what does that? I was a safety steward with my union for 16 years. We worked around concrete surfaces all day. I saw a delivery man slip on something one day and fall back. He hit the back of his head on a concrete curb. It cracked his skull. He was on a respirator for 2 weeks before his family pulled the plug. I was there that day when his heart beat for the last time. I saw to it that there were new rules, that everyone had to wear a safety helmet anywhere on the job site at all times, not just the men mixing mud or laying block and brick. When those girls attacked Angela, they could easily have knocked her down and she could have hit her head on a concrete curb in that parking lot. She could have been left an invalid for the rest of her life. She could have died. Well, the chances of... Look at her. Look how thin she is. A bigger, stronger person punching a girl like Angela in the gut could easily have ruptured an artery, and she could have bled internally and died in agonizing pain. Any number of serious injuries could have resulted from that kind of blow to the abdomen. This wasn't some other girl in her class pulling her hair or throwing a spitball at her. This was a much bigger person, 3 of them, attacking her with the clear intent of hurting her. Angela didn't set out to hurt them. She tried to get away. She was attacked. She defended herself. Mr. Erickson fell back on the only line he knew. But violence of any kind is strictly... Vito folded his arms. So your policy at this school is to protect bullies? Your policy is that Angela should let herself be hurt, maybe very badly, possibly even murdered, rather than defend herself. Is that about the sum of it? The principal had clearly expected contrition. He was rattled that he wasn't getting it. I don't think you understand what... I think you should think very carefully about what kind of harm could come from your decision today. What kind of message it would send to other thugs and their victims. Angela's grandfather had an intimidating glare that went with a voice that, without him even raising it, could make the blood drain from people's faces. Mr. Erickson wet his lips several times and averted his eyes before he spoke. Considering the circumstances and what Angela had to say explaining her actions, I think it best if we drop the whole thing about expelling Angela. Yes, I think that would be best for all concerned. But, Mr. Constantine, I must tell you, Angela needs to buckle down, Mr. Erickson said, changing the subject. Angela had apparently already been on his radar. She scored the highest IQ scores we've ever recorded at this school. Did you know that? No. She never told me. Well, she did, and yet her grades are subpar. She's barely passing. She has great potential, but she isn't applying herself. Maybe if she worked harder and tried harder to fit in, she wouldn't have to defend herself in the first place. I mean, just look at the way she dresses, at those boots she wears. Vito lifted a leg and thunked his boot down on the desk. What's wrong with her boots? Mr. Erickson stared a moment at the lugged sole of the boot on his desk before looking up into Vito's glare. Well, nothing. That's not really my point. My point is that she needs to apply herself.
Angela didn't care about applying herself. When the teachers put problems up on the blackboard, she grasped the entire problem and the answer all at the same time. It bored her to tears waiting for the other kids to figure it out, or waiting while the teachers painstakingly walked other kids through what Angela had seen in the first instant. Her mind would wander away. She didn't feel she needed to go through the motions of explaining it, so she didn't. She knew the answer, and to her mind, that was what mattered.
And I must tell you, this isn't the first time. That's one reason you're here. She's fought with other girls before.
I know about that, her grandfather said. That's all been petty kid stuff, just kids tussling. We're not here to talk about petty stuff, or her grades. We're here today because 3 older girls tried to hurt Angela.
Mr. Constantine, you have to understand
Her grandfather leaned in, his glare darkening. We're here today to talk about what I should do about you causing yet more harm to Angela. The principal, his face pale, finally cleared his throat.
Mr. Constantine, I already told you that after having heard the explanation, which I had been totally unaware of, I can see that there is no need to expel your daughter. And you are going to suspend the girls who attacked her for a week and tell their parents why.
It wasn't a question. Mr. Erickson glanced briefly at Angela.
Well, I guess that would be the right thing to do.
Yes, it would. Mr. Erickson leaned forward, folding his hands on his desk.
I'm glad we've been able to clear up this matter, but I must insist that you see to it that she buckles down and applies herself, because let me tell you what has been cleared up today, Mr. Erickson. I'm not sure this school is a safe environment for Angela, or for that matter, any other decent children. It's clear that you don't have a policy to protect children from becoming the victims of abuse. I'll tell you what's going to happen now. I'm suspending you and your school from Angela's life for a week to give you time to reflect on how you are going to correct the situation.
The principal blinked.
What? You're pulling her out of school?
For a week.
That will give you a chance to straighten things out. If I have to come back here again, I will expel you from her life permanently. Are we clear?
The principal swallowed.
Quite clear, Mr. Constantine.
In the car, on the way home, her grandfather rode in silence for a time before he looked over at her.
I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself and not letting those girls hurt you.
Thanks, Grandpa. He mulled something over before speaking again.
I know you're smart, Angela. I don't need any test to tell me that. So, don't you think you ought to use those smarts of yours? Apply yourself? Smarts can help you in life, you know.
Angela thought a moment. Mom's boyfriends offer me drugs and booze all the time. They try to get me to take a hit off their crack pipes or snort a line with them. They wanted to show me how to shoot up some of what they called the good stuff. I always tell them no, and to leave me alone. She didn't say anything else. Her grandfather got the point and smiled to himself.
I guess you do use those smarts of yours.
12. When they got to the house in town, Vito told Gabriella to get things together, that they were going to stay out at the cabin for a time. She asked why, what had happened, and what about school.
Nothing much, he told her. Angela was jumped by 3 bigger girls and she defended herself. I thought it would be safer if I pulled her out of school for a week so things can cool down.
Once they got to the cabin, Her grandparents went into the bedroom and shut the door. She could hear them calmly discussing something, but she didn't know what. Her grandparents were very close. They shared everything. Sometimes it seemed they could have an entire conversation just by looking at each other. Angela suspected that Vito was telling Gabriella about the girls who had attacked her and what she had done to one of them. When they came out, instead of going hiking or fishing, her grandfather pulled a small handgun out of the cabinet where he kept his guns. He checked that it was empty and then handed the gun to Angela.
This is a Walther P-22. You're plenty old enough to start learning how to use it. I realize now that I should have been teaching you all along how to defend yourself. You did good this time, Angela, and you weren't hurt. But when I looked at you sitting there next to me as you told me about how you had been jumped by those bigger girls, I was struck by how small and vulnerable you still are. Not just to bigger kids, but to people like
Frankie. He didn't say it, but that's what he meant. Frankie had vanished, but that didn't mean that men like him were no longer a threat. She knew there would always be men like him. She'd heard the police tell her mother on more than one occasion that she needed to stop hanging around with the wrong crowd. To Angela's mind, her mother wasn't hanging around with the wrong crowd. Her mother was the wrong crowd.
Anyway,
her grandfather went on,
you're growing up fast, and one of these days you'll be on your own.
He put 4 boxes of ammunition in her other hand.
I won't always be there to watch over you and help you out.
Angela didn't like that thought. She had watched him practice shooting a number of times, but he mostly did it when she wasn't there. She always thought that it was a grown-up thing. She was growing up and ready to take on more responsibility. Growing up also meant she understood dangers she had never grasped as a little girl. With her grandfather wanting to teach her to shoot, she suddenly felt older, more mature, and acutely aware of the dangers not just at her mother's trailer, but out in the world, even at school.
We're going to shoot those 4 boxes today, and we're going to try to shoot every day until you can shoot the wings off a gnat. That will take time and a great deal of practice, but it will be worth it to have a skill you will carry with you your whole life. Do you think you're up to the challenge?
Angela smiled up at him. Yes. She liked how well the Walther fit in her hand. She'd seen her grandfather use bigger guns. She liked this one. Is this gun big enough? I mean, to protect myself?
Assassins of every stripe use a .22 as their gun of choice.
Really? Why?
Because it's a smaller bullet, so it won't overpenetrate. It won't go through people and then through walls, but to be fatal it has to go in the right place. If you put a .22 in the right place, it kills instantly. Shot placement is more important than the size of the bullet. That's why assassins are so successful with it, because they're expert shots. Putting the bullet where it needs to go takes a lot of practice. Is that something you think you're ready to take on?
With a serious look, Angela nodded. You be careful, her grandmother said as they headed for the door. You do as your grandfather says, so you will be safe. I will, Grandma. Her grandfather gave her a set of electronic ear protector headphones that shut out the sound of gunshots, but not the sound of talking. That day, she shot all 4 boxes of ammunition. Loading bullets by pushing them into magazines left her thumb sore, but the excitement of learning something new, something so serious and adult, made it more than worth it. They spent that first day and many a day after that practicing nothing but holding the gun rock steady as she fired it into a cliff as a backdrop. Her grandfather wouldn't let her aim at anything. She had trouble holding the gun still, and she flinched in anticipation of the recoil. It was months before he was satisfied with the way she could unfailingly fire off rounds, fast or slow, with the gun remaining dead still until the round fired, and then, after the recoil, it immediately returned to the ready position. Her grandfather told her stories from the news about people, mostly young women, who had been abducted, and how their remains had been found after they had been held captive, tortured, and murdered. These were real people it had happened to. She knew that he wasn't trying to scare her. He was trying to make target shooting relevant. He was trying to impress upon her the importance of practice. Angela took everything her grandfather said seriously. Once she learned to hold the gun rock steady, he started having her shoot at a paper target tacked to a stump. She shot countless paper targets to pieces. Once she could reliably hit the bullseye, he brought out something she had seen him use a few times in the past when he practiced. It was a target contraption of some kind he had made himself out of parts from junkyards. The target machine had a heavy metal base with gears and a coil spring. A metal rod stuck up from that heavy base. At about eye level, there was a metal triangle welded to the end of the rod. When he wound it up with a key in the base, the rod would wobble and swing from side to side and back and forth over an area of several feet.
"There's a reason the target is a triangle," he told her. "Do you know the reason?"
Angela squinted up at him.
To make it harder to hit?
"In a way," he said. "A .22 can easily kill a man, even a big man. Remember when I told you that shot placement was important?"
Angela nodded. "I remember."
"Well, you see, if you hit a man with a .22 at the top of his forehead or off to the side, the bullet will likely glance off the hard bone of his skull without doing much harm. That won't stop him."
"So you need to aim for his heart?" He made a face as he considered.
"If you had a bigger caliber gun, certainly. But a .22 could glance off the rib cage and not get to his heart. If the guy is big and tough, a .22 going into his body without hitting something vital like his heart probably wouldn't stop him. With someone on drugs, they probably wouldn't even feel it. They might die in a few hours from internal injuries, they might even live for a few days, or they might even survive. But if they're coming to do you harm, and you shoot them somewhere non-vital, it isn't going to stop them fast enough. You might not get another chance. That means you will be dead, and your death may be horrific."
Angela looked down as she thought it over. She looked up.
Well, if you put a bullet in their brain, that would stop all brain function. That would stop them.
Her grandfather smiled.
"Exactly. But the human skull is extremely thick. A .22 will penetrate that hard bone if the bullet strikes it at a right angle. But if it isn't straight on, it's liable to ricochet off the guy's skull. You don't have much time to stop him. If the bullet ricochets off, you may not get a second chance to put him down."
He held his first 2 fingers in front of her eyes, one in front of each eye. He put his thumb on the tip of her nose.
"This area, this small triangle from eye to eye to the tip of the nose, is the most vulnerable part of the human skull. If you put a .22 into that triangle, the bullet will easily enter the skull. It's instant death. If a guy is coming at you and you put a bullet into that triangle, it will destroy his motor function so fast that even if he's pointing a gun at you, he won't be able to pull the trigger. The base of the skull is another vulnerable spot. Assassins often shoot a person at the base of the skull in the back. It destroys the medulla oblongata. It's lights out. But it's virtually impossible to shoot someone there if they're attacking you. The ear is another vulnerable spot, but neither of those spots do you much good if you're being attacked head-on. If some guy is attacking you and your life is in imminent danger, then you must put a bullet in that triangle. If you do, they die and you live. Simple as that."
Angela looked over at the target he'd made. So that's the reason for the triangle at the top of the rod.
That's right. It's the size of the kill zone in an average man's head. I made it so that it would move because when someone is intending to abduct you or murder you, they're moving as they come at you. If they see you have a gun, they might even bob and weave. So I made a moving target for practice. You'll know when you hit it because the bullet will make a sharp ping against the steel.
Angela let out a deep breath. I don't know if I can hit it when it's moving.
You have to, he said. You're going to practice every day until you can hit that wobbling triangle with every shot.
Every shot? She shook her head. I don't know, Grandpa, if I'll ever be able to do that.
If it's ever necessary, your life will depend on you making that kill shot first time, every time.
Angela nodded her determination. All right. I'll practice until I can hit it. Well, at least most of the time.
Every time,
he repeated with stern finality. Angela looked at him for a long moment. Every time, she said with resolve. Angela was determined not to quit. After a lot of practice, she could hit the triangle every once in a while, when it was still. But once he wound up the device and it started wobbling around, it seemed hopeless. She missed the triangle every time. It was frustrating trying to follow the target and fire off rounds. He urged her to settle down and not to fire until she was on target, but it was always gone before she could pull off the shot. She didn't see how she was ever going to get good enough to hit it, much less good enough to hit it reliably. It was several months and tens of thousands of rounds before she hit the wobbling triangle for the first time. When she heard the ping, it surprised her. She stood staring as the sound echoed back from the forest. She wasn't sure if it had been by chance or intent. Over the months that followed, she would shoot every day they were at the cabin, usually for hours at a time. There was little hiking or fishing, which she regretted, but the shooting had become important to her. It was a challenge, but also fed an inner yearning to do better. The effort of concentrating so hard often left her soaked in sweat at the end of a session. One autumn night, as her grandfather was taking a shower, Gabriella sat on the edge of the fold-out bed as Angela snuggled under the covers. The fire in the wood stove was low, and the wood smoke smelled good. "Can I ask you a serious question, Grandma?" "Of course. You know you can always talk to me." Angela turned her head, listening to the shower run through the closed bathroom door. She turned back. "Why is he doing this? This isn't just teaching me to shoot a gun. This is something different. I can feel it. There's something serious about this, but I don't know what it is." Her grandmother looked off in thought for a time. "We think that maybe you're different, Angela." Angela's brows drew together. "Different?" "Yes, piccolo." Piccolo meant little one in Italian. It was a term of endearment her grandmother used on occasion. "I don't understand." She finally looked down at Angela. "We have long suspected that you're different, special. You've shown it in 1,000 little ways that we can't really put our finger on or explain. But then, when you did what you did to that girl who hit you, we knew. It may seem like you simply defended yourself, and you did. But there was more to it. You're not like other girls, other people, Angela." "I know. I don't know how to explain it either, but I know I'm different. Sometimes it makes me afraid. Sometimes it makes me glad. I don't know what it is, but I know I'm different than other people." "We think you are. We think you're meant for something." "Something? Like what?" Her grandmother shrugged. "We don't know, but we think you have some purpose to your life.
When you put that girl down the way you did, we knew. It was the first sign we could point to. You're different. Your life will be different. We decided that your grandpa should start teaching you what you need to know for that life, for that person you will become."
Angela made a face. "I don't understand." Her grandmother smiled a sad smile.
"I know, child. But one day you will."
"What person will I become?"
"It's too early to say for sure. Have patience and keep being yourself, and you will grow into that person you're meant to be. Now get some sleep."
13. Then, one day the following spring, and over a half a year after starting, after thousands upon thousands of rounds fired, as she stood there in the woods, her gun in hand, her gun feeling like an extension of herself, Angela blinked as an unexpected feeling washed through her. It was as if a doorway had opened in the darkness, and she suddenly saw everything beyond in a new light. She had come upon those mental doorways before. With each one she passed through, she would discover that she understood the world in a new light. Things became clear to her. She had always thought of those doorways as simply part of growing up and learning new things, making connections she'd never made before, and maybe they were. But this doorway was distinctly different, and decidedly more significant. In that moment of insight, Angela was no longer aiming at a steel target. That was what she had been doing up until then, trying to hit a steel triangle as it wobbled and zigzagged. Throughout her practice, she had often thought of the steel triangle as the bad guy, but it was always her conscious mind imposing that thought on the target. It was her imagining it. This was similar, but at the same time somehow profoundly different. This was a visceral desire to kill those bad guys. It gave her goosebumps. She thought about Frankie and the kind of men who abducted and murdered women. In that moment of clarity, it was no longer a target. It had become a man coming for her, coming to hurt her, coming to end her life. A kind of primal fear welled up from inside. She could taste it in her mouth. This had morphed into life and death. This wasn't about shooting at a target anymore. This was a savage coming for her. This was about killing him before he could kill her. Some mysterious piece of a cosmic puzzle that had been looking for where it fit in her life finally snapped into place. She no longer felt frantic about trying to follow the triangle. Instead, she felt a sense of calm come over her. The random movements of the steel triangle didn't exist independently. They couldn't. A killer all alone didn't bob and weave. He became connected to his victim. She became a part of that connection. She no longer chased the target. Instead, it pulled her through that connection. It was no longer a metal triangle. It was the area between two eyes and the tip of the nose of a killer coming for her. It was the portal into his skull, a gateway for her bullet, the pathway to her salvation. Her one chance to live. That understanding gave her a sense of purpose and inner calm. At the same time, in that calm, she held on to a core of rage at a killer, letting that fire burn deep within her. It all came together in a heady rush. It gave her goosebumps and took her breath. The frustration was gone. It felt as if she had passed through a hidden doorway into a new kind of connection with the target. She was able to lock onto the target so solidly, so reliably, that no matter which way it jumped, the gun went with it. The bullet found it. She heard the salvation of ping, ping, ping with every round fired. Angela couldn't hear the birds anymore, the wind in the trees. The steel triangle wasn't wobbling every which way anymore. It was instead moving with her in slow motion. Time seemed somehow suspended. Time was hers. The target was hers. Whether she was shooting fast or slow, every round pinged the steel triangle. Sometimes she fired with a slow rhythm. Sometimes she fired as fast as she could pull the trigger. Each time the gun emptied and she dropped the magazine, she slammed home a new one, racked the slide, and in a flash she was back on target. When that magazine was empty, the next one went in and was emptied in a heartbeat. From months of practice, she could reload with a new magazine so fast that there was hardly any pause between one magazine and the next one, feeding bullets into the chamber as she fired. What mattered, what was important, was the connection she felt with that small area where the bullet had to go. The bullet went where she sent it, where she saw it going before she even pulled the trigger. It all seemed to fall into place so unexpectedly, so profoundly, that she had to stop for a moment as tears rolled down her cheeks. It was almost like magic. She felt that she had just mastered not a skill, but her life in a new way. She had a new kind of vision, a new sense. All her senses keyed into this singular purpose. Angela knew it was somehow connected to what her grandmother had told her about her being different. She didn't know how, but she knew there was a connection. This is what her grandparents had seen in her. She now saw it in herself. When she realized that she had used up all the ammunition for the day, she stood in the ringing silence for a long moment. She finally looked up at her grandfather. He was standing back, watching her with a strange, penetrating look. He finally smiled and nodded. In that moment, in that look, they shared a silent understanding.
This is the next step.
Her grandfather snapped his fingers as fast as he could.
To fire this fast and hit that moving target every time.
Angela had been immensely pleased with what she had just achieved. Now she was stunned at the impossible. "Grandpa, I can't think that fast." He smiled knowingly.
That's the part you need to learn next. To do it without thinking. Thinking slows you down. Once you learn not to think, your subconscious will take over and do it. Like riding a bicycle without thinking of how to balance. Your subconscious can fire and hit the target as fast as I can snap my fingers.
Angela nodded. "If you say I can do it, then I will." He put a hand on her shoulder.
How about some dinner?
She pulled off her hearing protectors and looked around. It was nearly dark. She had been able to hit the target every time, even as the light had faded and was almost gone. The cabin smelled wonderful. Her grandmother was in the kitchen, and Angela saw that she was making Angela's favorite meal, Italian bread torn up into chunks, soaked in scrambled eggs with basil, oregano, and some other spices, then fried up in olive oil in an iron skillet. "How did she do?" her grandmother asked as she turned the bread and eggs with a spatula as they cooked.
She's got it.
"Like you?" Gabriella asked, without looking up as she stirred the sizzling dinner.
Like me,
he said at last. Angela didn't know for sure what she had, but her grandmother lifted an eyebrow at the skillet. Angela sat at the table spread with a white tablecloth with red strawberries on it, her head still spinning from what she had done. It didn't seem real, and at the same time, it felt more real than anything else in the world. It felt as if a whole new world had opened up for her. As her grandmother leaned in and put a heaping pile of bread soaked in eggs on Angela's plate, she looked up at Vito. "In that case," her grandmother said, "then maybe it's time you showed her the basement." What? The basement? The basement door was always locked. She had never, ever been down in the basement. It wasn't even talked about. She had absolutely no idea what was down there. She had always been curious about it, but now she felt an unexpected sense of apprehension about going down there. Angela looked between her grandmother and grandfather as they shared a long look. In that moment, they looked like, to them, They were the only two people in the world. Her grandfather nodded slightly.
I think you're right.
Angela was still looking between them. What's in the basement? 14. Not long after that eventful day when a new doorway had opened to her, another closed. Her grandparents were found by the side of the road, both shot in the back of the head with a .22 caliber bullet. It was a sensational murder mystery on the local news for a few days, and then it was gradually forgotten. Angela didn't know if the police were looking hard for the killer, but it didn't really matter because even if they were, they never found him, and no one was charged with the murders. What mattered, though, was that her grandparents were dead, and even if they found their killer, that wouldn't bring them back. Angela was beyond devastated. She stayed in her room and cried for 2 days. She felt totally lost. She didn't want to eat, or for that matter, to live any longer. She wished she had been there with her grandparents, and that the killer had put a bullet in the back of her head first, so she wouldn't have to endure the agony of losing them. Sally took it mostly in stride. She spent the morning of the funeral smoking meth. She drove them to the funeral in her ratty old Pontiac GTO, a car that had been a fixture in the dilapidated trailer park since long before Angela had been born. Angela sat in the back seat crying. The sky cried, too, with a steady drizzle. Standing beside the open graves, rain plastering her hair to her head, Angela felt numb. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. All she wanted to do was to hold them and be with them. She didn't think she could go on without them. In their will, they left money to pay for their funeral and burial. They left their home in town to Sally, but they left the cabin to Angela, along with an endowment she would receive when she turned 21. Sally was angry about the cabin and the endowment going to Angela. She ranted and raved that her parents hadn't left everything to her. She was their only daughter, after all. She resented her parents for it. She hated them for it. She was consoled by the fact that the house in town was worth more than both the cabin and the endowment together. It didn't take her long to sell the house. It would have been better to move into the house and sell the trailer, but Sally didn't see it that way. Selling the house got her more money. Angela wished she could escape to the cabin, but it was way too far to walk there, and she wasn't yet old enough to drive. Once Sally had what she thought of as a fortune from selling the house in town, she started spending it on drugs. Angela knew that her grandparents would not have wanted their house to be turned into money for drugs, but she also knew that it was more important to them that the cabin go to Angela. In a way, Angela thought that giving the house to Sally, even though it would go for drugs, was a way to distract her from what they thought was more important, that Angela have the cabin. On many a night, the trailer became party central. Friends, neighbors, and strangers smoked, got drunk, and were rowdy late into the early morning hours. Some did lines of cocaine on a mirror on the coffee table in the living room. Most of them smoked, either cigarettes, meth, or pot. A few shot up heroin. Even when there wasn't a party, there were frequently tweakers hanging around to share the meth her mother scored, or to supply it. When Angela left her bedroom in the morning to go to school, there were often people asleep on the couch, in the chairs, or in their own vomit on the floor. She knew most of them, but it wasn't uncommon for strangers to be there in the house when she left for school. After Frankie had vanished, Sally had gradually become more and more involved with a new guy, Bosca. Bosca was some kind of shadowy supplier to dealers, so he had no problem satisfying Sally's needs. More often than not, he spent the night. Bosca was a big man, thick-boned and barrel-chested. He rode a Harley and had a scraggly beard. He hung out with other bikers and sometimes brought them to parties at the trailer. They were the scariest guys Angela had ever seen. But it was Bosca who made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Angela would shut herself in her bedroom when there was anyone other than her mother in the trailer. One night, Bosca broke the door so it wouldn't latch anymore. Then, when her mother was sleeping, he would come in, sit on her bed and ask her stupid questions, like how she was doing in school or what she wanted to be when she grew up. All the while, he leered at her. Bosca scared her down into her marrow. With her now ample supply of drugs, Sally was out of it much of the time. She would be up for days, strung out on meth. Then she'd smoke pot for hours to bring herself down so she could sleep. Those periods were less like sleep and more like a coma. It was during those periods of her mother's comatose sleep that Bosca came into her room, and the serious abuse began. Sally's continual quest for oblivion had earned her badges of scabs. The teeth she had left were rotten. Her eyes were bloodshot and ringed with red. Her once beautiful face looked like badly crinkled paper plastered down over a skull. Even though Sally was only in her mid-30s, she was used up. Angela, on the other hand, was maturing into a leggy young woman, blossoming with the femininity her mother had lost. Sally was an easy lay, but Bosca preferred Angela. Each encounter was accompanied by threats of what would happen to her if she didn't keep her mouth shut. Angela was so afraid of Bosca that she often lost her voice when he asked her questions. When he smacked her, she could only get out the words she knew he wanted to hear. In order to stay alive, she submitted to him. With no one to protect her and no way to escape her new hell, Angela learned to survive those encounters in her bedroom by letting her mind go to another place. What Bosca was doing to her dimmed into insignificance. She wasn't there. She was gone. While Bosca was on top of her and her mind was in another place, she was nearly as comatose as her mother. When Bosca was finished, the threats at knife point and, on occasion, gun point brought her back from that distant peace and scared her witless. She knew that if she angered him, he wouldn't hesitate to slash her face or cut her throat. He promised her a face full of acid if she ever crossed him. One time, when she did say something snotty to him as he was zipping up his pants, he said that if she ever smart-mouthed him again, he would give her as a gift to the motorcycle gang that sold drugs for him. She could see, in his eyes, that he was not making idle threats. After he left her room and then went to sleep with Sally, Angela would tremble for hours, unable to go to sleep, knowing that there was nothing she could do about it, no one who could help her, and that there would be more to come. Her fear of Bosca kept her from telling anyone at school about the things he did to her. She also knew that Mr. Erickson wouldn't be inclined to believe her, and would be even less inclined to help her. She was quite sure that Mr. Erickson would be pleased to hear that she was getting what was coming to her. She knew the police wouldn't help her. Bosca had been arrested dozens of times for all kinds of things, and he always got out. He was released for time served, the charges were dropped, the charges were reduced to a misdemeanor, or he received probation. He never went to jail for the things he did. He always got away with it. She knew that if she went to the police, Bosca would get out, and then, when he had her alone, she would pay the price for snitching. As far as Angela was concerned, the law was meaningless. It all left Angela feeling totally alone and helpless. Frankie had been once, but Bosca seemed perpetually aroused. He was an ever-present threat. At one point, she began to spend nights sleeping in hidden places in alleys or in bushes behind other trailers, shivering in the cold but glad to be alone. One day, when she came home from school, Bosca grabbed her hair in his big fist and warned her that if she didn't stay at home at night, he'd come looking for her, and she sure as hell wouldn't like what would happen to her when he found her. After that, Angela stayed at home, where he would have ready access to her. Her mother wouldn't help her, the school wouldn't help her, and the law wouldn't protect her. There was nothing she could do but endure it while her mind drifted away to distant places. She knew that the worst thing in the world would be to get pregnant, so she started on the pill. She got a supply each month from a women's health clinic in a run-down rented storefront. She had just turned 15, and they thought she was too young to have sex, so at first they turned her down. She asked them if they thought she was old enough to have a baby. They relented and let her start on the pill. Because they knew that some girls had difficult and even dangerous situations at home, it was their policy not to call the parents if the underage girl asked them not to. Angela asked them not to. She seriously doubted that her mother would care if she thought Angela was screwing boys, but Angela knew she would be blamed if she told her mother the truth. She knew it was all too likely to blow up into a screaming fit. Sally would say that Angela had asked for it, and then, when her mother was out of it, Bosca would do his worst to her for saying something. Angela wasn't sure she cared if he killed her, as long as it was quick, but she feared his threat of acid in her face. She was relieved when the women's clinic agreed to provide her with the pill and confidentiality. After the money from the sale of her grandparents' house ran out, Angela often became the unspoken source of payment for her mother's drugs, so she knew that her mother would have a vested interest in looking the other way. If the men got what they wanted, Sally got what she wanted. That was all there was to it. Oftentimes, Bosca was the gatekeeper for which men could have her in exchange for what Sally received. He told Angela that he was protecting her from the guys who had diseases. More days than she could count, Angela walked to school spitting out the taste of semen. As time went on, she slipped into a deep depression. She felt like a trapped animal. There was no escape from the situation, and no hope. She did as she was told, by men she dared not cross. She did as her mother told her as well, shopping for groceries and cooking, taking care of chores around the house, and in general doing her mother's bidding. She was the girl in the moon, passing silently through the gloomy trailer, at the beck and call of psychopaths. She knew that the only way the abuse would stop was if she were able to get totally out of her mother's place. If she had a car, she could drive to her grandparents' cabin, her cabin, and live there. But it would be nearly a year before she was old enough to get a driver's license. The fact that she had no money to get a car even then only left her feeling more hopeless. She lost all interest in everything. She didn't care about anything or anyone. She only did the minimum to pass her classes at school. Every person she knew used her for one thing or another. She wanted everyone to leave her alone. At 15 and a half, Angela started dyeing her hair different colors. In a way, it was the only thing she had any say over. She got piercings. With change she collected from the floor and couches in the trailer, she could buy clothes from the thrift store and put them together in a way that, in addition to her dyed hair and piercings, gave her a forbidding look. The kids at school were already leery of her. She was the girl who had messed up the face of a much older, popular girl. Now she, too, was older and bigger. She didn't take crap from anyone. On top of that, they thought she was a freak, and because of the standoffish way she acted, possibly crazy. She had no friends. All of that kept them all far away from her. As far as Angela was concerned, mission accomplished. She knew that no one was going to protect her. No one was going to help her. She was going to have to protect herself. In the back of her mind, she knew she had to get away from her mother in the trailer park. To do that, she would need to get older. When she turned 16, she could get her driver's license, but she would need a car. Realizing that a car was ultimately her only real salvation, getting money to buy a car became her central goal. She was able to get a job with a house cleaning service, working a few hours every day after school without being missed much at home. She saved every dime she earned toward a car. Once she could drive and had a car, she would be able to get away. Because she worked hard at the cleaning service, a manager at a clothing store offered her a job on weekends stocking shelves. Her savings continued to build. She gladly accepted tips she received from some of the people she cleaned house for. The only money she wouldn't take was the cash some of the men who abused her would push at her. It was their way of taking the crime out of what they did. If she was selling herself, then they weren't really raping her. She always refused the money they offered. If they left money in her room, she put it out on the coffee table. She was not about to absolve them of their crime. Her school had a driver education course, and when she turned 16, she got her license through the course. As soon as she had her license, she went to a car dealership she had visited a few times previously. With the money she saved, she bought the car she had been eyeing and could afford. It was a well-used silver Honda, but to her eyes, it was the most beautiful car in the world. Not because she cared about the car itself, but because it meant escape from the abuse. The day she picked up the car, she drove to the trailer park and packed up her things while her mother was sleeping off a party. There wasn't much she really cared about, and she didn't want Bosca to come home and catch her, so as soon as she had the basics together in a couple of black plastic bags, she left for the cabin. Before she left, she wrote a brief note, telling her mother that she was moving away and would not be back. Driving up to the cabin and seeing those two mountains, one to either side, felt like the warm embrace of her grandparents. She knew she was at last safe. The first thing she did when she got inside the cabin was to load the Walther P-22. If they figured out where she was and Bosca came to haul her back to the trailer, she intended to blow his brains out. Angela didn't worry about her mother coming to bring her home. She was a lot stronger than her mother, and besides, her mother was more likely to smoke some crack as her reaction to the situation than come get her. Drugs were her answer to everything. Once she put her things away in the bedroom, Angela sat down on the bed and cried with grief that her grandparents weren't there, and cried with joy that she had finally escaped the abuse at home. As it happened, there was no need to worry about Bosca. He was unexpectedly killed in a motorcycle accident. He ran a stop sign running from the police and was broadsided by a woman in a minivan. Karma was a bitch. 15. The next time one of those unexpected mental doorways opened was several years after she had moved to the cabin. She had made sure to keep her grades high enough that she was able to graduate high school. Being out of high school was a huge relief. Graduation was a joyful event because it meant formally leaving the misery of childhood behind. Angela had always thought of herself as an adult trapped in a child's body. At long last, her body and mind had reached parity. She was truly an adult, even if not legally until she was 21. Being done with school and on her own, she was finally able to work full-time. One of the houses she cleaned was for a couple who were both lawyers. Mr. and Mrs. Ballard appreciated the job Angela did at their house, so they asked her to clean their office as well. Since they were pleasant and treated her fairly, Angela was happy to do it. One day, as she was emptying wastebaskets, she overheard Mr. Ballard telling his wife that he needed to get some papers across town. They were debating how they would do it, since it was urgent they get some signatures, but neither could leave the office right then. Angela straightened. "I'll do it." They both looked up at her. "What?" Mr. Ballard asked. "I'd be happy to do it." When they stared at her for a moment, she added, "I have a courier service." She lied. "I can deliver the papers for you." They shared a why not look with each other. Mrs. Ballard slid the papers into an envelope, wrote a name and address on it, and handed the manila envelope to Angela. "Ask him to sign the papers. When he's done, please bring them right back here." "No problem," Angela said. After that, they gradually came to depend on her to deliver things like court documents on a regular basis. One day, when she brought a package to them, Mr. and Mrs. Ballard asked her to sit down.
You do know that you're charging half the going rate other courier services charge, don't you?
Angela shrugged. It's enough to cover my costs and make me some money. I appreciate the work and I'm satisfied with what I make doing it. It's an attractive enough price that you keep using me instead of anyone else. You're happy, I'm happy. Mr. Ballard leaned back in his leather chair and tapped a finger on the armrest as he studied her face.
You're more than you appear.
Angela frowned. Excuse me? He shrugged.
You look... well, you don't exactly look like the determined and meticulous young woman you really are.
Angela frowned. Are you unhappy with something I do?
No, he said. No, not at all. It's just that we've learned we can depend on you. You don't screw up. You get contracts and papers where they need to go, when they need to be there.
So what's the problem?
You don't have a business license, do you?
Well...
Insurance?
I have insurance.
I don't mean on your car. I mean, do you have a business license and business insurance? Are you insured and bonded? Did you post a bond to have a courier service?
Angela let out a sigh. She didn't have any of that. She imagined that the money she made with her new courier service was about to evaporate. No, she admitted. He appraised her for a time, considering something.
You do a good job, Angela, taking care of our house and the office, as well as the other places you clean, and you always get documents where they need to go on time, and get them back to us on time. But you need to have a business license if you are going to do this kind of service for us, and you need to be bonded to have a courier service. We're lawyers. We can't use you without everything being legal.
Angela could feel herself sinking into her chair. I see.
I'll tell you what. My wife and I can handle all the legal matters. You'll need to have an official business name and the money for the bond, but we can take care of the paperwork and filings for you so that you don't get into legal trouble.
Angela sat up straighter. You would do that for me? Sure, Mrs. Ballard said. You've helped us out of spots enough times. What would the bond cost?
Mr. Ballard smiled. We'll make you a deal. We'll handle all that, and in return, you just deliver documents for us for 2 months for no charge. That should cover the costs. After you're legal, then we can not only use you, we can recommend your courier service to other lawyers and people we know.
That would be great. Thank you both.
With that deal, Angela moved up from maid service to courier service. Once she had a business name that played on the meaning of her name and her license, she bought herself a plastic magnetic sign for the door of her car. Angela's Messenger Service. Give your package wings. Some of the clients the Ballards dealt with were people in a variety of legal trouble. Some were criminals. The people in legal trouble started to ask her to deliver documents for them as well. Besides the lawyers she handled, she became known among people in legal trouble as a trustworthy courier service. They liked that she made a point of her service being confidential. She never asked questions, and she never talked about her other clients. She discovered that the more confidential she kept everything, the more business she got. Not only from people in legal trouble, but even from places like the hospital, where the law required patient privacy. It was the end of one hot summer day, during one of those deliveries, that the new mental doorway opened for her. Mrs. Ballard had given her a package of legal documents to deliver to a seedy little bar at the edge of town called Barry's Place. The plain block building was rather dark inside. There were people at small tables and a few at the bar. A rotating ball in the ceiling projected sparkling light over everything. When she spotted a man behind the bar, she crossed the room, weaving her way among the patrons. He watched her, out of the corner of an eye, as he dried glasses. She leaned in over the bar to be heard over the rock music. "I'm looking for Barry."
I'm Barry. I own the place.
What can I do for you?
Angela handed him the envelope with legal papers. He looked at the return address of the law firm.
Ah, good. Thanks.
Angela turned to leave, but he told her to hold on. She turned back. He smiled, but not in a slimy way. Angela knew slimy smiles filled with meaning when she saw them. Barry's smile was pleasant and respectful.
I don't mean this in a sleazy way, he said, but you have some damn fine legs.
Angela was wearing low-rise shorts. She knew he had been looking at her legs when she walked across the room. Thanks, she said, cautiously, fearing a proposal.
Have you ever thought about tending bar?
That wasn't what she had been expecting. Angela made a bit of a face. No, I don't know anything about being a bartender.
It's not all that hard.
He gestured around.
This isn't a fancy place. I can teach you all you need to know. Besides, you have the most important part down pat already.
She frowned. The most important part? He gestured with the hand holding the rag.
Those legs of yours. I mean, damn. Legs like that bring in business, and they could earn you more in tips than you could ever make delivering packages.
Really?
How old are you?
20. Barry sighed.
Crap. You need to be 21. How long until you're legal age?
5 months. He made a face as he considered the obstacle.
You come back here on your birthday, and I can give you some part-time work. If it doesn't make you at least double what you make with your courier service, I'll make up the difference, but I guarantee you, it's not going to cost me a dime.
Angela thought about it briefly. She would certainly like to make more money. If she worked at the bar at night, she could get a better car and still have her courier service. She didn't want to give that up. My name is Angela. I'll see you on my birthday. Barry flipped the towel back to lay it across his shoulder.
Cut those shorts shorter when you come back, Angela, and you'll make triple what you make now.
Angela smiled. She always thought her legs were too long. If they could make her more money without having to wrap them around some scumbag, she thought that she might as well do it. Deal. I'll be back just as soon as I'm 21.
See you then.
Barry smiled, but in a friendly, non-threatening way, before picking up a few empty boxes and heading into the back room. When Angela turned around, she met the gaze of a man sitting close by at the bar. He was a bull of a man, at least 6'4" and 250 pounds. His sandy blonde hair had been pulled back in a ponytail. His hairline was just starting to recede, the way it sometimes did prematurely with men in their late 20s. He had on a sleeveless denim jacket that showed off not only his tangle of tattoos that colored both arms, but his muscles. All the tattoos were grim. There were skulls, snakes, reptilian monsters, and graves with ravens overhead. A snake tattoo coiled up from beneath his denim jacket to bare its fangs on the side of his neck. He had a diamond, or maybe a fake diamond, in each earlobe. Although, just his presence told her they had to be real. He was the kind of man who would not appreciate having it pointed out that he was wearing fake diamonds. For the first time in her life, and with absolute certainty, she realized that she was staring into the eyes of a killer. In that instant, she was sucked through that doorway, and her life changed irrevocably. Besides comprehension, fear also flashed through every fiber of her being. She was frozen in place. Sweat felt like ice on her skin. In that instant, gazing into the man's eyes, she had a vision. It was something that had never happened to her before. She saw this man straddling a girl with short red hair. They were in one of the old abandoned factories with broken windows. Angela knew that place. It was just getting dark in that vision. He pulled off the girl's jeans and panties so she was naked from the waist down. She was begging him not to hurt her. She promised not to tell anyone if he would let her go. She trembled in terror. Angela knew the feeling well. In her mind, she could see how excited he was becoming by her begging. It thrilled him. He got off on her fear. He ripped open her blouse. She screamed and begged. He suddenly stabbed her in each breast. It was a quick 1-2 jab. It wasn't deep enough to mortally wound her. He didn't want her to die yet. He wanted to terrify her. Her screams excited him even more than her begging. He started stabbing her, making her scream all the louder. He held the knife in both hands, lifting it over his head and then driving it down over and over as fast as he could. He continued stabbing her in a frenzied fury even after she had gone still. As she was gurgling her last few breaths, eyes wide open, he undid his pants and penetrated her. He didn't orgasm until she was long dead. He liked that. It gave him a sense of triumph to fuck her into death. When he finally pulled out of her, he went wild, slashing her face repeatedly until it was unrecognizable. He found a nearby piece of iron and used it to bash out her teeth. When he was done, he wrapped her in a piece of burlap that had been lying in a pile of rubble in a corner. He then carried her outside to an old cistern with a concrete lid. He was muscular and had no trouble lifting it aside. He threw the girl with red hair down into the lonely darkness and then replaced the lid. He doubted that anyone would ever find her before she rotted away to nothing. But if they did, with her skull crushed and without her teeth, he figured they would have a hard time of identifying her. He would later throw the pieces of teeth into the woods.
"Well, well,"
the man sitting there at the bar said, the man whose visions she'd just had.
"Aren't you just the prettiest little thing?"
Angela stood paralyzed by what she had just seen in her mind's eye, what she had seen this man do to an innocent girl with red hair. The whole thing had all come to her in a millisecond. It was as if she were recalling a vivid memory. His memory. She could even feel the shiver of his sexual gratification as he'd come in the freshly dead corpse. She didn't know how she knew the whole thing was true, but she knew it just as surely as if she had been there when he had done it.
"What's the matter?" he asked. "Pussy got your tongue?"
"Fuck off," she said to the guy, her gaze still locked on his. She knew saying that would bait the guy. She wanted, more than anything, to bait him. "Asshole," she added for good measure. Angela had no idea how she could have recognized a killer for what he was. She didn't have any idea how she could have had visions of him murdering the girl with short red hair. Angela knew, in that moment, that there was no going back through that doorway. Not ever. She knew that her life would never be the same. The only explanation that made any sense to her was that she truly was a freak of nature. Her mother's constant drug use, along with that of the tweaker who had fathered her, had left Angela to grow and develop in a toxic broth of what was flowing around in her mother's veins. Angela had been born broken. The only thing she knew for sure was that she had, for the first time ever in her life, come eye to eye with a killer. It terrified her. But more than that, it excited her. 16. For the next few days, Angela couldn't get the guy out of her head. She couldn't keep the horrifying details of what he had done out of her nightmares. She knew, with every fiber of her being, that it was true. She did her best to put him out of her mind as she went about delivering and picking up packages. All the while, she kept thinking about how much more money she could make tending bar. there weren't many good-paying jobs in Milford Falls. She decided that she would get some books on bartending so she would be prepared when she turned 21. But in the background, there was always the memory of the man in the bar and the haunting images she had seen in his eyes. As Angela went about her deliveries, she searched the people she saw, looking for him. She didn't know how she knew it, but she knew for certain that she had not seen the last of him. That thought made her queasy with fear. At the same time, it excited her in a way that nothing had ever excited her before. She dreaded the thought of ever seeing that monster again, and yet she felt intoxicated with the thought of encountering him. She finally decided that she was going to make herself crazy thinking about him, so she did her best to put him from her mind. She thought instead about the bartending job Barry had offered her. None of the people there were anywhere near as scary as the people who had hung around her mother's trailer, so she was sure she could do it. When she finished all her deliveries for the day, she stopped at a bookstore and picked up 2 books on bartending. She deliberately selected the simpler books, with basic drinks and lessons on the trade, rather than how to make fancier drinks. Barry's bar was decidedly not fancy. On the highway, before reaching the road that turned off to the north and eventually went past her cabin, she saw a blue muscle car parked off the side of the road. She remembered seeing a car like that in the parking lot of the bar. Angela did not believe in coincidences. It would be a long walk to her place from where the car was parked, but on the other hand, the distance served to diminish suspicion. When she reached the drive up to her cabin, she scanned the bushes and trees beyond the meadow as she lowered the cable. When she put the cable back up after entering, she looked around but didn't see any footprints in the dirt. Of course, someone could have walked in from a different direction to avoid leaving footprints. When she parked and then went into the dark cabin, she knew he was in there, somewhere. She could feel him. Her gaze searched every dark corner, but she saw no sign. Heart hammering, she unlocked the basement door, then returned to the living room and turned on a single light. After turning on the light in the living room, she deliberately calmed her thoughts. Once she set aside the mental distractions, she began to feel his presence radiating from her bedroom. She found that as she focused on him, she could feel him crouching there in the bedroom, waiting for her. She did not intend to play into his plan of walking into her bedroom so he could jump her. Instead, she flopped down in the chair at the dark end of the living room. She yawned and made some noise, pulling the footstool closer and plunking her feet down on it. Then she waited. He was waiting too. For nearly an hour he waited, until his lust for her got the better of him. She could feel his hatred of her raw femininity, and the way it taunted him. She could feel his rage building to the point where he had to do something about it. He stepped quietly into the living room. It wasn't a big house. The hall from the bedroom entered right into the center of the living room, so he wasn't far away from her. In his mind, he measured the few strides and big lunge it would take for him to be on her. Because of the isolation of her cabin and with him being so much bigger than her, he felt safe and in complete control. He knew he had her where he wanted her. His mind was already filled with visions of the things he intended to do to her. Those thoughts petrified her. When he took another step into the living room, he saw her arm resting on her leg. He froze when he saw the gun in her hand that she had leveled at him. When he took a closer look and saw that it was a .22, he grinned and put his hands half up in fake surrender.
"Whoa there, pretty lady. You aren't going to blast away at me with that little pea shooter, are you?"
His grin reflected the sinister thoughts filling his head, but revealed absolutely no fear. "Could be," she said. "We'll have to see how it goes." He lowered his hands.
I don't think a pretty little thing like you would have the nerve to shoot someone, especially someone who only means to get to know you a little better.
She calmly stared, gun still pointing at him.
Besides, even if you did have the nerve to shoot at me,
he said as he gestured at her gun,
and even if you could manage to hit me, that little thing wouldn't do me much harm before I got over there and took it away from you.
It would do enough harm if I shot you between the eyes. Her gun barrel followed every slight movement he made. He glared for a moment before his grin returned.
I don't think you're that good of a shot, especially in the dark. How about I take that thing away from you and shove it up your pretty little ass?
How about I shoot those diamonds out of your earlobes just to show you how good a shot I am? She cocked her head. You know, most guys with an earring only wear one. He reflexively touched one of his ears before letting his hand drop.
Yeah. Well, I'm twice what most guys are.
His expression turned murderous. He suddenly started to take a lunging stride toward her. Angela had the gun up in both hands and pulled off 2 shots before he'd finished the stride. She could see the splash of blood as his earlobes, along with their diamonds, were blown off. He lurched to a stop as he put his hands to each ear.
God damn it!
He screamed.
You motherfucking little cunt!
His right foot started forward. Angela fired before his left foot could leave the ground. The round blew apart his left kneecap like a clay pigeon. He crumpled to the ground, clamping both hands over his knee as he screamed and rolled and cursed. Angela, still sitting in the chair, her feet propped up on the footrest, hadn't moved yet, except to fire her gun those 3 times.
You goddamn little bitch! I'm going to break your arms off and stuff them up your fucking cunt!
He managed to pull himself up, hopping on his good leg to get his balance. He yanked a knife from a sheath at his belt under his vest. When he lifted it over his head, Angela put a round through the joint in his wrist, shattering the bones. The round left a splatter of blood as it went through the wall behind him. The knife clattered across the floor.
Fuck!
He screamed.
What the fuck's wrong with you? You got no fucking right to do this!
Angela didn't answer. She got up and walked around him toward the hallway between the kitchen and bedroom. He was cradling his injured wrist. On her way past, without a word, she fired around into his other knee, shattering the patella. He fell over on his side, clamping his good hand over the freshly wounded knee. Angela opened the basement door. She gestured with her gun. This way. Move.
Move? Are you fucking crazy? I can't stand up!
I didn't tell you to stand up. I told you to move. You've still got a good hand. Use it to drag yourself in here. She saw him look toward the knife on the floor. She walked around him, just out of reach of his good hand, her gun pointed at his face the whole time, and picked up his knife. I think by now you ought to know that I don't miss. Now drag your sorry ass over to that doorway. I'm not going to tell you again. Panting, as the pain was beginning to bear down on him in earnest, he finally did as she ordered and propped himself up on one elbow and his good hand to drag himself across the wooden floor. He grunted with each pull, leaving a smeared blood trail behind. He reminded her of a wounded seal. He stopped, propped up on his one good arm, halfway into the dark doorway. Keep going, she said. He looked back over his shoulder.
I can't see. It's pitch black. How the fuck do you expect?
Angela slammed her boot solidly into his back between his shoulder blades. It was enough to topple him in and down the stairway. She could hear him thudding and thumping as he tumbled down the steep steps. When he finally smacked onto the floor at the bottom and came to a stop, he let out a groan. Angela flipped on the lights and saw him crumpled at the bottom of the steps, only partially conscious. Without wasting a moment, while he was dazed and out of it, she raced down the steps, and before he regained his senses, pulled a law enforcement-grade zip-tie restraint from a box of them she had on a shelf. She twisted one arm behind his back and pressed her knee on it to hold him down, while she collected his other arm and twisted it back behind him. She used the zip-tie cuffs to secure his wrists. He howled in pain when she grabbed his bleeding wrist and yanked the plastic strap tight. For good measure, she put another pair of the zip-tie cuffs on his ankles. With his blown-out knees, she didn't think he would be able to do anything, even without the handcuffs. And she could always put a bullet in his brain if things got out of hand. But she wanted to make sure he was immobile for what she had planned. She also wanted him to feel completely helpless, the way the red-haired girl had felt. It was frightening to be in the presence of such a brutal killer, but at the same time, she felt more alive than any time since she had been with her grandparents. Angela rolled him over and waited patiently until he regained consciousness. Once he did, he turned his head, looking around. He twisted and flopped around trying to get free, looking like a fish out of water. He was strong, but not strong enough, especially with his injuries.
"God damn you!"
he screamed at her.
"Why the fuck are you doing this?"
Angela lifted an eyebrow at him. "You broke into my house and hid in my bedroom waiting to jump me while all kinds of nasty thoughts danced through your head. And you ask why I'm doing this?"
"I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't going to hurt you."
"Yeah, right."
"You can't just shoot someone like this. It's illegal. I'm going to call the police on you. I'm going to sue your fucking ass for everything you've got."
Ignoring his threats, Angela went to one knee beside him, the wrist of her gun hand resting over her other knee. "I'm bursting with questions," she said. "I'd like you to give me answers."
"Fuck you!"
he yelled. He was so angry he was drooling spittle.
"I'm not telling you a fucking thing."
"Really?" Angela got up and went to a shelf, where she retrieved a handheld propane blowtorch and a flint igniter that had belonged to her grandfather. She opened the valve on the propane tank, put the steel cup of the igniter up by the tip of the blowtorch, and squeezed the spring steel handles to strike the flint. After the blowtorch lit, she adjusted the flame and then carried it over to her houseguest. Angela again went to one knee beside him and plunked the blowtorch down beside him where he could see it. "Like I said, I'm just full of questions." He screamed and flopped, trying to get away.
"Fuck you! I'm not telling you anything!"
Angela picked up the torch. "Oh, I think you are."
"If you know what's good for you, you'll let me go!"
"Tell me about the girl with red hair." He froze, his panicked eyes turning up at her.
"What?"
"The girl with red hair. I want you to tell me everything you did to her."
"I don't know any girl with red hair."
Angela swiped the flame across his face. His flesh blackened. He screamed and shook his head to get it away from the torch, so she put the tip of the flame to his upper arm. The fat beneath the flesh bubbled and the skin crackled. The whole room smelled like cooking meat. He panted and squealed. It was exhilarating. "Every detail," she repeated as she held the flame up before his eyes. His gaze went between the hissing flame and her eyes.
"I didn't mean anything by it. It was an accident. It was just rough sex, that's all."
Angela shoved the tip of the flame toward his left eye. It burned his eyelashes off. He howled with a blood-curdling scream as he jerked his head violently from side to side. She planted a boot on his jaw to keep his face still. In order to find out if her vision was accurate, if it had really happened the way she saw it, she needed him to tell her the details of what he had done. She knew without doubt that he was a killer, and yet she still had a hard time believing that she could actually have visions of such things. She had to know for sure if he really did everything to the red-haired girl that she saw in that vision, or if she had only imagined it. With her boot on his jaw and using all her weight to hold his head still, she burned out his left eye. She took her boot away and let him scream and flop for a while. As he shook in pain, Angela leaned in closer. Every detail. Start at the beginning. He looked again at the flame with his good eye. His jaw trembled uncontrollably. She saw him not as a man, but as what he really was, a monster who murdered women. He might as well have been a rabid dog that needed to be put down. What he once might have been, he no longer was. He was now a killer who would kill again, given the chance. In fact, he had intended to murder her this night and have sex with her corpse.
I took her to an abandoned building. I told you. We had rough sex, that's all.
Angela lifted the torch. The next time you lie to me, I'm going to burn out your other eye, and that will only be the beginning. I want every detail, beginning to end. The time has come for a full confession. Don't leave out anything. She thumped the propane torch on the floor to make her point. Start talking. With the blowtorch sitting close, he finally abandoned all resistance and began spilling out everything he had done. He almost seemed relieved to confess his sins. Every detail matched exactly the vision she'd had that first instant she saw him in the bar and knew that he was a killer. It felt somehow amazing, but at the same time it sickened her to be in the mind of a killer, to see what he saw, what he had done, to be there and witness the terrifying, lonely helplessness of his victim. Angela was now that young red-haired girl's only advocate. It had been his first kill. It had been an orgy of rage that unlocked all his pent-up hatred and urges. It was his initiation to becoming a killer. Angela had put an end to it. She still wasn't sure how she was able to do such a thing, but that melted away into insignificance once she had confirmed that she had gotten every detail right. All that mattered now was that she could do it. That night, something snapped in her, the same way it had snapped when that bigger girl had punched her. She had passed through that mental doorway to become something she had never been before. She felt a new purpose in life. She had a new reason to live. There were killers, and then there was her. She was chaos among them. She was a disruptor. She was the unexpected, the unanticipated, the fly in their ointment. She was imbalance in their perfect equation of evil. Angela had found purpose. She spent the next 3 days down in the basement with the killer. He spent the next 3 days in hell on earth. She had wanted it to never end. 17. Raphael stood watching through the window in the small office as the team out on the dock loaded the metal cylinders into containment chests. It was exciting that after all the decades of planning and hard work, the mission was finally getting underway. He glanced to the clock and saw that they were behind schedule. There were long overland drives ahead of them, and then a journey aboard a freighter that would make several stops before reaching South America. Many other members of their team were already on their way. They would infiltrate in separate groups. He and his team had been training for this mission nearly their entire lives. It seemed surreal that the real thing was finally happening. He looked up and saw a cylinder slip from José's arms when he turned to tell a joke to some of the other men. The cylinder bounced twice and then rolled across the floor of the loading dock. José ran after it, tripping over his own feet along the way. When he stumbled, his foot hit the cylinder and sent it racing away even faster. Fortunately, Ronaldo planted his boot on the cylinder to stop it as it rolled past. Those cylinders were quite strong, but if they were mishandled, who knew what might happen? Jose, laughing, thanked Ronaldo, and then hoisted the cylinder up onto his shoulder as if it weren't the least bit dangerous, to carry it back to the crate.
Idiota,
Raphael muttered under his breath. Raphael couldn't hear through the window what Jose said to the other men when he brought the canister back, but some of them returned a weak laugh. Others shook their heads. Jose was the joker of the group. But this was hardly the time or place. Alejandro, Raphael's second-in-command, glanced up and gave Raphael a look as if to say he'd about had it with Jose. Raphael's jaw clenched tight. Like Alejandro and many of the others, he was sick and tired of Jose's antics. This was the mission of their lives, the mission they had trained for since early childhood. Now that the most critical parts of the plan were finally in motion, he didn't know how they could any longer afford to have such a fool involved in the operation. He wished they had cut Jose from the team years ago, but even then it would have been far too late to bring anyone else in. Even if there was no one to replace Jose, Jose was far more of a liability than an asset. Jose put everything at risk. Raphael turned when he heard the door. Hassan stormed into the room. His face was red. His thobe swirled around his legs when he came to a halt. He raised his shoulders and then lowered them to make slack to pull his bisht together in front. The rich brown cloak, edged in gold, was distinguished-looking, as it should be for someone of Hassan's importance.
¿Qué te trae aquí hoy?
Raphael asked. Hassan waved a hand.
Farsi, please. You know I don't speak Spanish.
Sorry, I forget. I asked what brings you here today.
I wanted to let you know that everything should be ready for final assembly by the time you get there.
Raphael folded his arms.
How are you getting the exploding bridge wire there so the team on site can continue the build without any delays?
The exploding bridge wire was of concern to Raphael because it was a vital component that had to be sent on ahead of them, and if it was intercepted or lost, it would jeopardize the entire mission. Like many of the critical parts, exploding bridge wire was usually illegal to possess in America and closely tracked.
Couriers,
Hassan said.
We have MOIS intelligence officers in foreign missions and embassies in most of the countries we need to send it through. They're waiting to hand off the package with the EBW from one of our trusted agents to another.
That makes sense, Raphael said.
But what about in America? That is the most dangerous link in that chain. Do you have trusted agents who can make the final delivery?
We can't risk using any of our agents to deliver the package because it's possible they are known to American intelligence and under surveillance. The Americans have electronic communication techniques we don't always know about. Using our people for this delivery would risk everything. This is the operation that will make history. We can't afford to let it be compromised. To eliminate suspicion, we won't use our people or even sympathizers. We will instead use small, commercial couriers. They will hand the package in a chain from one to another. None of them know the contents or the destination. Each courier has only sequential instructions to deliver the package to another courier. In this way, only the final courier will open the instructions with the final destination. Your team there, run by Miguel.
But that final courier knows where the package is going, Raphael said. He has to deliver it there. That knowledge is a threat to us.
Hassan smiled.
You and I think alike, Raphael. That is why I had instructions placed in the box along with the EBW. The instructions order them to kill the courier and make the body vanish. No one will know what happened to that last courier, so there will be no connection to our team. In that way, the link is broken. I used your name on the orders. Those are your men, so they will not hesitate to carry out the instructions."
Raphael nodded as he sighed with relief.
"Good. What about you? You are behind schedule." "We have the most dangerous part done, and we will soon have the rest of the components loaded. All that is left is to load the power unit. We are close to having the shipment on its way. I have calculated that if we push, we can be back on schedule by the time we reach Brazil. Our people are keeping a watchful eye over the route until we arrive at each transfer point."
Hassan nodded. Raphael thought he looked distracted.
"Is there some problem?"
Hassan swiped a hand across his mouth and then smoothed down his black beard.
"You remember me telling you that we sent Wahib into Jerusalem?"
Raphael cast about in his memory for a moment.
"Wahib, the assassin? Is that who you mean?"
Hassan nodded.
"He was recognized."
Raphael leaned in with a frown.
"Recognized? How could he be recognized? As far as anyone knows, the enemy did not know of him. That is why he is so valuable. He was unknown to them, invisible, a ghost among the infidels."
Hassan glanced about as if the walls might have ears.
"You recall me mentioning my suspicion?"
Raphael tapped his thumb on his leg as he thought a moment.
"You mean that the Mossad have people who can tell if someone they see has killed before?"
Hassan nodded again.
"From our intelligence reports, it sounds like that may have been what happened. Our people say that they saw two men together. One of them must have made a sign of some kind when Wahib turned his face in the man's direction, because soldiers and men in plain clothes immediately swooped in out of nowhere and seized him."
Raphael found it a troubling notion.
"You are certain of this? I mean, certain that he was recognized as having killed the enemy before, simply by this man looking at his face?" "Not his face. His eyes."
Raphael's expression twisted.
"It's hard to believe that such a thing is actually possible." "I believe it is."
Hassan gave him a troubled look.
"Wahib was a valuable man. No one there ever knew who he was. We are certain of that much." "Where did you come up with this idea about people who can recognize in someone's eyes that they have killed before?"
Hassan smoothed his beard again.
"Wahib told me that when he was once on his way to an assignment, he encountered an old woman, one of our women, carrying home a jug of cooking oil so she could prepare a nightly meal for her family. As Wahib was making his way down the crowded alleyway, when she looked up into his eyes, she gasped."
Hassan held up a finger to make the point.
"The old woman recognized he was a killer. He said that this had happened to him once before, and that he, in turn, was able to recognize in her eyes that she was one of those very rare people who just by his eyes knew that he had killed before. He said that both he and the old woman possessed a rare ability, each the counterpart of the other, and that was how she recognized him as a killer."
Raphael was dubious.
"Just by looking at him?"
"By looking into his eyes," Hassan corrected, holding up the finger again to make his point.
Fortunately, he was able to calm her and assure her that he only killed Jews. She was very relieved and happy to hear this and went on her way, wishing him success and many more kills. Wahib said, though, that he had heard talk that the Mossad used people like this, people who were able to recognize killers. He believed that it was an ability like this old woman had. I am worried that there may be truth to what Wahib said."
Raphael lifted an eyebrow.
"So, Then you think that one of these people recognized him in this way, and that was how he was captured?
Hassan let out a heavy sigh.
I believe so.
He adjusted his robe again.
Because of how serious this situation is, it is a high priority that this person working with the Mossad be eliminated. There is no telling what harm he could do to us, or what plans this enemy snake could ruin.
He gestured out the window to the dock.
Who knows? Even plans such as this. We cannot afford the risk. We need to eliminate this person. How in the world could we find this Jew with such vision?
Hassan regarded him with a sideways look.
That's the problem. You or I would not recognize a person with such special ability. It takes a very high-level killer to recognize them. A killer like Wahib. In order for them to tip their hand, it needs to be someone this Jewish devil would recognize as a killer. An ordinary assassin might not be aware they had been identified for what they are. We need a man who can recognize in their eyes that they can identify killers. That means we need someone like Wahib, but unfortunately he is now in the hands of the enemy. So, it would have to be someone who has killed before, but also a high-level killer, a special man, who could recognize this ability in the eyes of the enemy.
That is it exactly.
Allah willing, how in the world are you ever going to be able to find a man like that?
Hassan met Raphael's gaze.
We have a man, Cassiel, that I believe to have this ability to identify such an enemy. What makes you think so? This man, Cassiel, is a wolf in a thobe. He is a ruthless killer. Highly intelligent, clever, cunning. He speaks 5 languages fluently and several more well enough. He is one of our men? No. He is a murderer captured by the SSF. Why would the state security forces be involved with a murder case? They usually only handle internal security. They became involved because this was a special case, and in a way it did involve internal security. This man was preying on women, mostly, but also some men, slaughtering them for no reason or pattern we could understand. One of his most recent targets was an imam and his relatives. He killed the relatives as he worked toward the imam. And the imam?
Hassan pulled a finger across his throat.
The Ministry of Intelligence and Security isn't sure where he was born, but they learned that for many years he has moved about from country to country. We know he has killed people from Italy to Tajikistan. I'm sure there are more victims. For some reason, he sometimes slaughters entire families. He is an international serial killer.
Hassan tilted his head closer.
I believe the seeming random nature of his victims means that they must have something in common. I suspect he was hunting those rare people who could recognize a killer, recognize him as a killer. He was eliminating possible threats to himself? In a way.
Hassan arched an eyebrow.
No wolf likes the sheepdog watching him hunt. I think that this man, Cassiel, was hunting sheepdogs. That's a disturbing thought. Anyway, he was to be executed shortly after he was captured. I went to him and made him an offer. I told him that we would release him on the condition that he worked exclusively for us, killed for us, going after people we selected, rather than going after victims of his choosing. We told him that he could kill them in any way he wished, as long as he killed them. The man is an animal, though. He is dangerous. I told him that if he killed any but the enemy we selected, we have agents everywhere, eyes everywhere, and we would put him down as we would any rabid dog. He liked the idea of not being put to death, and even more the idea that we would let him continue to kill, even if it is those on our target list. So he agreed to the terms. I believe he has the ability to spot that person we are looking for, the man who recognized Wahib as an assassin. So then you will send him after the Jewish snake who identified Wahib? Yes, but it is not that easy, Hassan said. From what our informants tell us, the Israelis always have this special man under heavy guard. With the Mossad handling him, it will not be easy to get close to him, but he must be eliminated. He puts too much at risk. He gestured out the window again. Even this. How do you intend to do it, then? Raphael was beginning to wonder why Hassan was bringing him into his confidence about the whole affair. After all, it was not Raphael's area of responsibility, and besides, he had critically important work ahead of him with his own team. They soon needed to be leaving on their mission. Hassan clasped his hands in front as he rocked back on his heels for a moment. For Cassiel to get close to the target and eliminate it, we will need to use a distraction. What sort of distraction? A martyr. Someone who wants to serve Allah by carrying a bomb that will kill as many Jews as possible. We need someone who wants to be a martyr and bring honor to themselves. Someone who has never killed anyone yet, so they can't be recognized in the same way Wahib was recognized. That bomb will be the distraction Cassiel will need. Raphael suddenly looked out the window to the people loading canisters. Jose was making stupid faces for the other men to see as he was screwing on the inner lid. He wasn't watching what he was doing and cross-threaded it. Once he saw what he'd done, he cursed at the lid as if it were to blame. I think I have just the man for such an important mission. Hassan saw where Raphael was looking. Those are incredibly valuable men, Hassan said. We have trained all of you since you were babies just for this mission. We have much invested in all of you, and much hope lies with all of you. It didn't sound like Hassan was objecting so much as he was testing the strength of Raphael's suggestion. It is because we have so much invested in this plan that I believe this one must be called. He makes too many mistakes. Our leaders, of course, had no way of knowing when we were still young children, but he isn't very intelligent. I fear that because he is so clumsy and ignorant, he could accidentally put the entire effort in jeopardy, without even intending to. As valuable as each of those men are, I think it would be better to select this one as the martyr you need. It would solve two problems at once. Staring out the window, Hassan considered Raphael's suggestion. At last, he smiled. Bring him in, and I will let him know that, because we have so much faith in him, he has been selected for a very special honor. He is to become a martyr far earlier than he had anticipated. Raphael finally smiled himself. He will be in awe that you have personally selected him for this mission. 18. After she finished cleaning the truck of Owen's blood and fingerprints, Angela went inside the cabin and unlocked the door to the basement. Her grandparents had always kept the door locked. Angela did as well. She flicked on the light and then descended the steep wooden stairs. The basement had a low ceiling and was only about half the length of the house. Granite ledges, sloping down from both ends, formed a shallow V under the house. The floor of the house spanned that V, resting on the rock ledge at either end. The teak floorboards of the basement were spaced about a 1/4 inch apart so that the floor could be washed down with the hose stored on the wall at one end.
Water would run through the spaces and down the sloping stone underneath, and then into the chasm under the far side of the basement. That chasm was carefully concealed with a good-size hatch. Her grandfather called that chasm the hellhole. She suspected that it had been created by a split in the gigantic granite formations of the mountains to either side, as if the mountains had pulled apart and the ground had cracked open, leaving a fissure that went down into the bowels of the earth. Her grandfather had put the geological oddity to use. Angela suspected he had chosen to build the cabin on that particular spot specifically because of that rift in the earth. After clearing away the trees, accumulated deadfall, and brush that had originally covered and concealed the opening, he built his place resting right over that abyss. Angela liked to think of the two mountains, one to each side, as her grandparents watching over her. Grandmother Mountain to the left and Grandfather Mountain to the right. Their spirits always there, stoically sheltering her. Angela knew that there had to be a bottom to the hellhole under the basement floor, but everything she'd tried to measure the depth had been unsuccessful. She once bought rolls of string, tied a big bolt to the end of one, and then fed the string down the hole, tying on the end of new rolls when one ran out, until she ran out of rolls. It surprised her that she hadn't hit bottom. In all, the string she had used had been over 500 feet long. The metal bolt at the end of the string had swung around near the top, bouncing off wide walls as it descended, but lower down, it hit nothing. So she knew the abyss wasn't constricted. She was even more surprised when she let the string go and watched the end flutter away down into the darkness. She counted the seconds until it hit bottom. She never heard a sound. As far as Angela knew, it might as well still be falling. When she'd aimed a powerful light down into the hellhole, the light revealed smooth granite walls that sloped inward a bit, then widened again, then got crooked for a bit, and then opened wider yet as they descended until the light simply evaporated in the darkness. Her grandfather had told her to be careful around the hellhole, because if she ever fell in, she would never be seen again. There were no shelves of rock, stone spurs, or roots to grab hold of if you fell in, no corners to wedge a foot, nowhere to get a grip to climb back out. Greasy layers of moss grew in places and covered the flat stone where moisture seeped through fine cracks. It was nothing but basically a slippery, smooth, and somewhat crooked granite shaft down into a great abyss. She knew that her grandfather was right. If you fell in, there was nothing to stop you. No one would ever hear you screaming for help on the way down, and you would not survive the fall. Even if you somehow did, you would never be able to climb out. You would die in the cold blackness. Angela suspected that over the thousands of years before her grandfather had built the cabin, all sorts of animals had probably slipped on the sloping ledge and fallen to their death. She imagined that there were prehistoric predators down at the bottom of the abyss. Sometimes she wondered if there might even be a saber-toothed tiger down there. Angela had once tossed a flare down into the bottomless pit. She watched it fall until the shrinking dot of flickering reddish light had gradually vanished into nothingness. Another time, she had held several smoking pieces of incense over the hole to see if air was moving up or down through the opening, which would indicate another entrance somewhere down in the hole, a side shaft. But the smoke revealed absolutely no air movement. The hole was not the entrance into a subterranean cave system. It was just a hole. A very deep hole, but just a hole. When her grandfather had shown her the hell hole, she had asked him if Frankie was down in that hole. He said only that men like Frankie belonged in hell. As far as Angela was concerned, that told her everything she needed to know. Frankie was no longer alone in the hell hole. That first man Angela had recognized as a killer had joined him after his 3-day introduction to hell. Other men had followed, all killers she had recognized by what she had seen in their eyes. They were killers who would never again harm anyone. Their remains would never be found. They would be down there forever with the other ancient predators. Owen would have joined them, except that it was more important to Angela that she find out where he had left the body of Carrie Stratton, the last woman he had murdered. Her family needed to know. Owen's corpse would reveal her location. Angela pulled the sheath with the knife out of her boot. She tossed the knife, in its sheath, down the hellhole. She heard it skip against the stone walls a few times on its way down, and then there was nothing but silence as it descended. Next, she sat on the metal chair off to the other side of the basement and removed her boots and socks. She tossed them down the gaping black hole. Next, she shed her shorts, underpants, and top, dropping them down into the darkness. Everything she'd had on went down into the abyss. She didn't want to have to worry about some forensic scientist finding blood in a seam of her boots or a speck in the fabric of her shorts or top. Part of the way she kept anyone from finding any evidence was to get rid of it in a way that it would never be found. That included the knife. Owen's blood was all over that knife. For all she knew, there were seams in the knife's construction that held blood evidence. The only way she could be sure the authorities never found any evidence was if they never found any evidence. Simple as that. The only way she could do that and be safe was if everything always went down the hellhole. She never made exceptions. It wasn't worth the risk. From one of the cabinets, Angela retrieved a new knife in a new sheath. It was just like the one she'd used on Owen. There were 12 more of them, all the same, all razor-sharp, lined up in a row in the cabinet. Completely naked, with the new knife, she went back upstairs to shower and get some clothes. She wished the experience of killing Owen could have lasted longer. She would have loved to have given him more of what he deserved. At least he was dead now, and couldn't ever hurt anyone again. But already, that glorious, intoxicating high was fading. After she showered and put on some clean clothes, she checked her phone on the nightstand. There was a missed call from hospice. She could have called them back. There was always someone available. Instead, she sent a text. "Sorry, I missed your call. I had to work." She deliberately didn't provide any other information or say when she would have time. She tossed the phone back on the nightstand and retrieved her Walther P22 and the Gemtech suppressor. Most people called them silencers, but her grandfather had told her that they were suppressors because they suppressed sound. They didn't completely silence it. She pulled out a couple of boxes of subsonic ammunition and loaded 10 magazines. She liked using the suppressor when she practiced, especially at night. Night and fog seemed to carry sound for miles. She didn't like to unnecessarily attract attention, especially attention from gunshots. Gunshots drew sheriff's deputies and game wardens. She'd found that out a long time ago and decided that she didn't want to repeat it. There was nothing illegal about shooting on her own property, but they still had come to investigate the reports of gunfire. Also, when using a suppressor, she didn't need to use hearing protection, which allowed her to be more alert for anything out of the ordinary, like someone sneaking up on her. Suppressors required federal licenses to be legal, the same as fully automatic weapons. She didn't want a machine gun, but she wanted suppressors. And she didn't want to go through the long and arduous process of getting a federal license for them. That process would surely raise suspicions and put a red flag by her name. One good thing about knowing drug dealers and their friends was that they could usually get you just about anything illegal you wanted if you had the cash. Angela had the cash and bought a large number of suppressors, no questions asked. No ID, no background check, no paperwork, no waiting. Even with a suppressor, Gunshots emitted a loud crack when the bullet went supersonic. The subsonic rounds avoided the ballistic crack, so with those subsonic rounds and a suppressor, the gun was virtually silent. Most of the sound was the slide cycling as it ejected the spent round and loaded a live one. Even though those subsonic rounds were slower, they were still lethal. A bullet needed to be traveling at only 200 feet per second to penetrate the human skull, providing it hit relatively squarely. If it hit that deadly triangle, it was guaranteed to kill. Outside, Angela wound up her grandfather's triangular target. She practiced nearly every day. She practiced so much that she could just about hit the target with her eyes closed. Practice was also a form of focused violence, which helped extend the high of dispatching Owen. Angela took shooting practice seriously. That very first man she had recognized as a killer opened her eyes to her strange ability. He would have added her to his kill tally when he snuck into her cabin, had she not been such a good shot. Her grandfather had taught her well. She missed her grandparents. Some killer had put a bullet in the back of their heads. Some killer that she knew she could now recognize by looking into his eyes. He had better pray to God that Angela never found out who he was. 19. Jack Raines watched as Ehud worked his way through the people moving along the pedestrian mall near a corner cafe. Police in light blue shirts and dark blue flak jackets watched over everyone as they walked in pairs along the street. Soldiers in the distance kept watch from their posts. Jack paused to wait as Ehud, the Mossad team leader in plain clothes, approached. Ehud stepped back out of the way momentarily for a gaggle of older women in a tour group, chatting and laughing among themselves as they moved up the street, all of them loaded down with bags from recent purchases. They were all in a cheerful mood, giving little thought to any danger that might be among them. That was human nature. It was the job of Jack and those watching with him to think of little else. There were tourists of every variety and speaking a variety of different languages visiting the pedestrian malls in the Jerusalem Triangle. Shops along the stone streets were busy selling artwork, clothes, shoes, religious souvenirs, fresh fruit, housewares, and baked goods. Once the tight knot of tourists had passed, Jack signaled with a tilt of his head for the man to come closer.
"We have everyone in position,"
Ehud said as he joined Jack.
"We're ready to begin again."
Jack nodded.
"I'll get Uziel and start a sweep. Stay close. He's already nervous. I don't want anything spooking him, and I certainly don't want him getting hurt. He's too valuable."
Jack scanned the people all up and down the street. The triangle seemed unusually crowded. Maybe it was just his anxiety playing mind tricks. The plan was to go up Ben Yehuda Street, past the colorful shops, sidewalk cafes, and food stands where the heaviest concentration of tourists visited. Crowds drew threat. Jack and his team were hunting threats.
"Don't worry. We will keep in constant contact with both of you,"
Ehud said.
"Be ready for my signal if Uziel spots anyone."
Jack watched for anything out of the ordinary as the light rail cars swept by, carrying a whirling rush of sound with them. Once they were past, the sound of shuffling shoes and conversation seeped back into the sunny day. Jack could hear music in the distance, and closer in, some bubbly laughter. In the street beyond, 3 green buses lined up at the curb to let people out for the Triangle area. Squadrons of white taxis prowled the surrounding streets, waiting for fares or to drop people off. Soldiers, police, and men and women in plain clothes watched over everyone, hoping that the visitors had a pleasant, uneventful day in the Triangle. Not long ago, Uziel's rare vision had been spot on, and they had captured an assassin before he could do any harm. They didn't know where he was from or what his target had been, but they knew by the way he kept his mouth shut that he was well trained. Jack thought that it would be quite a while before they got much of anything out of him. It took time with men like that. The Mossad would have to find an angle, a crack they could exploit to open him up. Jack knew that they would eventually succeed, at least to some extent, but it would take time. For now, what was important was that he was off the streets. With the heavy crowds in the area, the difficulty of identifying threats was increased. The more people there were, the easier it was for a terrorist to hide among them. But that was why they were using Uziel. He could see what none of them ever could. "Keep your eyes open," Jack said. "I'll go get him." Ehud melted into the people, perusing the rows of bread on display in a shop window next door. He and his team would be close by at all times. Inside the cafe, Jack saw Uziel standing off to the side, next to a tall wrought-iron table where a couple of Americans were talking. The tabletop was only big enough for a few people to rest their drinks. Uziel, one forearm resting on the table, idly turned a cup of coffee round and round as his gaze darted about, looking at everyone. He was nervous, and with good reason. Those very rare individuals with his ability to recognize killers were often the targets of rare predators who could recognize them for that ability. Human predators, just like the four-legged kind, didn't like any interference with their hunting. If spotted, the four-legged kind would usually move on and come back to hunt another time. The human predators, on the other hand, sought to eliminate anyone who could recognize them, to give themselves free rein to hunt as they pleased. More than that, though, Jack knew that Uziel was tense for another reason. His young wife had recently died of a brain tumor. They had been married for only 2 months when the tumor had been discovered. Her health went downhill rapidly from there. 3 months after the tumor had been discovered, she was dead. Uziel was left dazed by the trauma and feeling lost. That was when Jack discovered him. He had been shopping for dinner and saw Uziel doing the same. Jack couldn't tell if someone was a killer by looking at their eyes, the way Uziel could, but he had the singular ability to recognize those who could. He struck up a conversation with the young man, and eventually Jack filled a void in Uziel's life, giving him a purpose. To an extent, Jack understood Uziel's pain. A woman he had once been fond of had that same special ability as Uziel. Jack had tried to convince her of the danger she was in, but she wanted nothing to do with Jack's help. At least, not until it was too late. One of those predators had recognized her for her ability and murdered her. That experience had made him realize that in his calling he couldn't afford the risk of emotional entanglement. But that was before he had met Kate. Kate was different. She had, of course, been confused and skeptical at first, but she quickly came to grasp everything Jack had told her. He had helped teach her how to survive. Together, they worked to stop a highly unusual nest of predators bent on hunting and killing those with her ability. Over time, Kate had come to mean more to him than he thought anyone ever could. Every line of her face, her mannerisms, the sound of her voice, were now stitched into his soul. Her ability far outstripped that of anyone he had ever found before. Not only was she able to recognize killers, but she had vague visions of what those killers had done. This was the ultimate type of person Jack searched for. From years of research, he was sure they had to exist, but Kate was the only one he'd ever found with that higher-level ability. Unfortunately, in a battle with that nest of murderers, Jack had been gravely wounded. He had died for a time, even as a team of Mossad combat medics worked on him. No one thought he would make it. He didn't remember anything after that hail of bullets, except the fading vision of Kate's horror-stricken face. That memory still haunted him. He never regained consciousness before being flown to Israel to see if there was anything the doctors there could do to keep him alive. To save Kate the trauma of what they believed would be his inevitable death, and at best a vegetative state even if they were able to save his life, they told her that he had died. Everyone thought it best. After he'd eventually come out of the coma, Jack had spent 7 months in the hospital recovering from his injuries, and then there were more months of physical therapy. By the time he had been aware enough to do anything, Kate had vanished. She was highly intelligent, as those at her level of ability were. She had come to understand both what her ability meant and the danger it put her in. She had done what Jack had taught her to do, what he'd told her she would need to do. She had gone off the grid and disappeared. Not even his friends in the Mossad could locate her. For people like Kate, who could recognize killers, the safest thing to do was to be invisible. Their kind were always hunted by rare super predators. Since the ability ran in families, that kind of killer often murdered the entire family to make sure that none with the ability survived. Jack circled an arm around Uziel's shoulders. "How are you doing?" Uziel forced a smile. "I'm fine." He didn't look fine. He chewed gum with his mouth open as if his life depended on it, while his gaze darted around at the people outside on the street. "Let's not draw attention, all right?" Jack put a finger under the young man's chin to close his mouth. Uziel smiled self-consciously and spit the gum into his empty coffee cup. "How about we get going?" Jack said. "You did good before, spotting that last killer. Just remember what I told you. Don't fixate. Scan and take in as many different pairs of eyes as you can." Uziel swiped a lock of straight brown hair back off his forehead. He leaned a little closer. "I'm fine, Jack. Really." He let out a deep breath to calm himself. "I want to do this. I want to stop anyone else from losing a loved one." Jack pressed his earpiece, listening to his team calling out their location, before leading Uziel out of the cafe. The streets in this area of Jerusalem, known as the Triangle, had long been closed to automobile traffic and turned into an open-air pedestrian mall. It was a beautiful area, with trees and planters down the center of some of the streets, and a wide variety of shopping along with a vibrant nightlife. The nightlife also drew crowds, which were also a target for terrorists. But with Uziel's talent, it was easier to spot killers in the daytime. Uziel needed to be able to see their eyes. Darkness provided cover. Of course, so did sunglasses. 20. Jack kept Uziel moving at a leisurely pace. They paused at shops along the way to give him a chance to scan the crowds. It also helped the two of them to look like nothing more than a couple of tourists or shoppers. He didn't want to look obvious to any potential threat seeking an easy terrorist target. They made their way through some of the narrow, connecting streets, packed tightly with vendors or shops, with their wares on display outside. Uziel occasionally glanced at the racks with hanging scarves, necklaces, and rosaries, or tables of fruits, pastries, and tourist trinkets, trying to look like an ordinary shopper as he watched the faces that continually streamed past him, going in the opposite direction. Uziel suddenly stiffened to a stop. "What?" Jack asked, looking up. "Faded green t-shirt," Uziel said, with a nod of his head, indicating someone across the street. Jack looked over and saw the older, heavy-set man in the faded t-shirt. The faded t-shirt had what looked like a lifetime of stains. The man's heavy jowls and hanging double chins were unshaven. He looked to be in a daze. Jack just couldn't picture the guy as a murderer, but then, he didn't have Uziel's ability, and murderers were often quite unremarkable looking. Heavy, older man, faded green shirt, walking past the Jamin jewelry store, he said into the microphone under the collar of his shirt. 2 men in plain clothes emerged from the crowds, each grabbing an arm of the older man, bringing him to a halt. 2 police officers immediately swept in and took over. The man twisted his head around, looking at the 2 policemen as he protested in Hebrew. He was still protesting as he was rushed away. People in the nearby crowd stared at the apprehension. All the people in Jack's team melted back into the crowds as people watched the police taking the man away. The whiff of danger in the air was palpable as people switched from a fun day to murmuring about the possibility of danger. It became clear rather quickly that it was a criminal arrest and not a threat of terrorism. Within a few minutes of the man being taken away to jail, people returned to enjoying their day out. They would have a story for the dinner table. Uziel and Jack returned to their reason for being in the triangle and were soon back to searching the crowds for trouble. With the sun high in the sky, it was becoming a hot day. Uziel and Jack stopped at a shop to buy a couple of bottles of water. For a time, they sat on a bench, drinking water, engaged in the very ordinary act of people-watching. Except their form of people-watching was quite out of the ordinary. In the early afternoon, Ehud came on over the radio.
"The man we arrested is a murderer," he said into Jack's earpiece. "The police have been looking for him. He murdered his wife last night. Apparently, he has been wandering the streets since then."
"Okay, thanks," Jack said quietly toward the microphone. "Well," he told Uziel, "you were right. The guy you pointed out killed his wife." Uziel shook his head as he took in the news. "Doesn't seem fair." Jack frowned. "Fair?" Uziel tossed his empty water bottle in a trash can. "To have a wife you love taken from you, while someone else blessed with life doesn't appreciate what they have." "I see what you mean," Jack said. "Anyway, the guy wasn't the kind of threat we're hunting, so let's get back to it." They walked on down the street to an area overlooking a plaza of sorts where several streets intersected. The area was filled with people going in all directions. They slowed as Uziel gazed out over the crowds below them. As they stood in the river of people slowly drifting up the street, they suddenly heard screaming. It was a soldier, pointing as he yelled, "Bomb! Bomb! Bomb!" Soldiers suddenly ran in from every direction, guns at the ready. They screamed orders for people to get back. Jack stretched up to see over the heads of the crowd. He saw a man in the street, not too far away, shirt thrown open, frantically jabbing a finger at what was clearly a bomb vest, trying to detonate it. The word bomb had flashed through the crowd like wildfire. Almost instantly, all the people in the streets started stampeding. What had been a quiet shopping afternoon turned into loud, screaming panic. All at once, thousands of people began to flee the danger. Uziel and Jack, standing at the end of a table in front of a shop that sold sunglasses, were sheltered from the crush of people racing past them, trying to escape the danger. The mood of the shoppers had instantly switched from convivial shopping to mass hysteria. Through gaps in the mob of people bolting past, Jack saw 2 soldiers dive in and grab the suicide bomber by his arms. They took him to the ground while preventing him from detonating his bomb. More soldiers rushed in to help. Jack stepped behind Uziel, getting ready to shepherd him into the flood of people rushing past to get him away from the danger. Jack just caught a glimpse of a cowboy hat beyond Uziel abruptly pause. Uziel gasped in recognition. Jack flicked open the blade of the knife in his right hand as he swept his left arm around Uziel's waist to pull him back. In the next instant, as Jack was beginning to yank Uziel back away from danger, the man slammed a knife into the center of Uziel's chest so hard it toppled Uziel back on top of Jack. In that fleeting instant, Jack saw the back of the killer disappearing into the mad dash of panicked people. All Jack could tell was that the man had short black hair and a beard. He never saw the attacker's face. Before Uziel and Jack both hit the ground, the assassin was already gone. Jack caught sight of the cowboy hat on the ground, being trampled by the stampede of panicked people.
"Medic!"
Jack yelled into the microphone.
"We need a medic!"
In the mad scene, 3 of his team in plain clothes were already there, protecting Uziel down on the ground. When Jack saw the wound in the center of Uziel's chest and the amount of blood, he knew that the young man was beyond help. 2 army medics rushed up, going to a knee on either side of Uziel, but Jack knew it was no use. The assassin had only needed to strike once. Jack knew that Uziel's heart had been torn apart by that knife. Uziel had been dead before he hit the ground. Jack wanted to scream in rage. He wanted to get the man who had been wearing the cowboy hat, but he was long gone. Jack knew he wouldn't even be able to recognize him. He had barely caught a glimpse of the hat and a beard. Uziel, though, had recognized the man as a killer, if only an instant before the man had murdered him. The assassin had obviously recognized Uziel for his rare ability. Jack wanted to tell Uziel how sorry he was that he hadn't protected him. He had promised that he would do his best to keep Uziel out of danger. He gritted his teeth in rage at himself for failing to stop the attack. The medics had not given up, but Jack had seen enough killings to know that the man was beyond help. There was a lot of blood, but it was no longer spurting from the gaping wound. That was because the heart was too damaged to continue pumping. Ehud rushed up, breathless. He stopped in his tracks when he saw Uziel on the ground in a spreading pool of blood, medics to either side. One started an IV as the other was doing CPR.
"What happened?"
Ehud asked.
"That suicide bomber was meant to be a diversion," Jack said. "The real target was Uziel." "How do you know?" "As soon as someone yelled bomb, the crowd started running. The killer was apparently in that crowd, using it as cover. He recognized Uziel for his ability before Uziel saw him. When he did, it was too late. I wish I would have gotten a look at his face, but I only caught a glimpse of a cowboy hat. I was under Uziel's dead weight as he went down and tried to snatch a quick look, but the killer had vanished into the panicked crowd. I never got a look at his face."
Ehud ran his fingers back through his wavy hair as he looked around, clearly frustrated and angered at the same time. One of the plainclothes members of the team rushed in close.
"We got the bomber before he could detonate his bomb vest," he said to Ehud.
Of course, they knew that because there was no explosion. People still rushing away from the scene gave a wide berth to the dead man in the pool of blood and the soldiers around him. Police officers had appeared and were already pushing the crowds back. Jack stayed with Uziel as the medics worked on him. He could hear an ambulance in the distance. He felt useless. He felt sick. These people had saved Jack's life when he had been shot and was, for all practical purposes, dead. But he knew that Uziel's wound was different. He was beyond the same kind of help. The assassin had known what he was doing, and he had not failed. Jack stood back when the ambulance arrived, letting the medical people do their job. Once Uziel was on a gurney and loaded into the ambulance, Jack turned to Ehud.
"I'm going with him."
He could tell that Ehud wanted to object, but in the end, he only nodded.
"It's not your fault, Jack."
"I'm the one who recognized his ability," Jack said as he hopped up into the ambulance.
"I recruited him."
It was a somber ride to the hospital in the wailing ambulance. Jack thought that he must have once looked as hopeless as Uziel did now, when he had been the one riding in an ambulance. He wished that Uziel could have the same chance at life that had been given to Jack by the Israeli doctors. He held on to a thread of hope, even though he knew better. When they raced into the ambulance bay at the hospital, there was already a team of doctors and nurses waiting. Uziel's lifeless body was rolled in through double doors, surrounded by a medical team running beside the gurney. Jack hoped against hope they could perform a miracle, the same as they had done for him. He waited all alone on a bench in a hallway, wishing he had never found Uziel. Wishing he had never told him that he might be able to save lives. Uziel had wanted to do it, though. Jack wished he had said no and left Uziel to live his life. But finding those rare people with Uziel's vision was Jack's calling in life. It was what he could do that none other could. It was late that night when the doctor came out to see Jack. As he expected, there was no saving the young man. Jack nodded and thanked the doctor. With no sense of urgency, the doctor went back in through double doors, leaving Jack all alone on the bench. People rushed up and down the hall, past the green-painted walls, past Jack, sitting on the lonely bench. He didn't know what he was going to do. He felt lost. He missed Kate, and at the same time hoped that she had vanished off the grid and that a killer hadn't found her as well. Sometime in the night, as he was sitting on the bench, mourning Uziel, lost in his own thoughts, Ehud arrived. He sat down on the bench beside Jack.
"Any word?"
Jack stared at the floor. He didn't make it. The doctor said there was nothing they could do. Ehud nodded.
"I'm really sorry, Jack."
It was planned out, you know? That suicide bomber was a distraction. Uziel had been the real target. At least no one was killed by that bomb. We're lucky it was defective.
"It wasn't defective,"
Ehud said. Jack frowned. What do you mean it wasn't defective? I saw the guy pushing the detonator over and over. Ehud arched an eyebrow as he leaned in.
"That wasn't the detonator he was pushing. It was the arming switch. He kept hitting the arming switch over and over, thinking it was the detonator. The bomb was live. If he would have instead hit the detonator, it would have gone off. He would have been a martyr."
Jack leaned back and folded his arms. "You've got to be kidding me."
"Nope. The guy was probably panicked that he was about to die. Panicked that the bomb strapped around his body was about to blow him apart. In the confusion of that wild emotional state, he kept hitting the arming button instead of the detonator."
"Do you really think so? That seems pretty odd. That kind usually want to die."
"Yeah, but right at the last instant, it has to be traumatic. I imagine the human mind doesn't think clearly in that last moment when it knows it is about to die."
"I suppose. What did the guy have to say for himself?"
"That's the weird part,"
Ehud said. "What's the weird part?" Ehud glanced up and down the hall, making sure no one was standing within earshot.
"The weird part is that he doesn't speak Arabic, Farsi, or Hebrew, or any other Middle Eastern language or dialect."
Jack made a face.
"What does he speak, then?" "Spanish."
Jack leaned in a little more.
"Spanish?
He's from the ETA?" Ehud shook his head.
"No. He's not part of the Basque separatist movement. He'd never heard of them."
"Who then?"
"The only thing we could get out of him is that he's from Santiago de Querétaro in Mexico."
"Mexico?" Jack looked up to make sure no one nearby had heard him. "He's from Mexico?" he asked in a lower voice.
"That was about all we could get out of him. He's here from Santiago de Querétaro in Mexico."
Jack heaved a sigh. "So he's a Mexican suicide bomber?"
"It appears so."
"Did you find out anything else?"
"Just that his name is Jose."
"Jose. Why was Jose from Santiago de Querétaro in Mexico trying to blow himself up all the way over here in Jerusalem?" Ehud shrugged. All he would say was that he wanted to martyr himself for God. But I've got to tell you, Jack, the guy is dumb as a rock. He tapped his temple. I don't think he's all there. It suddenly made sense. Terrorists often recruited the mentally handicapped and convinced them that it was the right thing to do, that it was the right thing to do for God. Jack rubbed his aching knees. Do you think that maybe he was recruited because he's easily persuaded? Possibly. Jack sat back against the wall and folded his arms again. A Mexican suicide bomber. I don't get it. I don't either, Ehud admitted as he stood. How about I give you a lift home? Jack stood and went with Ehud. A Mexican suicide bomber, he muttered to himself as he walked down the hallway. 21. It was a warm day for autumn, so Angela was wearing the same low-rise cut-off shorts she intended to wear to her bartender job later. She had delivered a half-dozen courier drop-offs for lawyers and was about to head to Barry's place to work until they closed, when she got a call from Mike's mail service. Mike handled a variety of mail-related services for people, including collecting drop-offs for UPS and FedEx. When people occasionally brought him something that needed to be delivered locally by courier, he would call Angela. It wasn't often, but it all added up to make ends meet. When she walked into Mike's place, he was making out UPS shipping labels. "What's up?" she asked. Mike came to the counter. "A courier came in from Syracuse. He's never been down here and doesn't know the area. He couldn't locate the address for his package. He said he's a small courier service and he's really outside his element down here. He needed to get back and asked me if I could have a local courier finish the delivery. He left some cash with the package." Angela shrugged. "Sure, no problem." Mike pulled the box from under the counter. It was long and light. She thought it might be long-stemmed roses. When she saw the address, she immediately understood why the courier couldn't find the place. It was in the industrial area where most of the abandoned factories were located. The area was a maze of streets, alleys, vast concrete expanses, buildings, loading docks, and train tracks with sidings beside old factories, as well as fenced areas guarding corroded, outdated factory equipment and heavy machinery parts slowly rusting away. Many of the buildings had collapsed roofs, leaving only standing walls. Several of the buildings were still in good enough shape to be used for things like equipment storage. A few offered small office or business space. Those office areas were dingy and crude, but they were cheap, and used only occasionally by the people who stored equipment there long-term. Even though a few of the buildings were occasionally still used, Angela had never seen anyone in the area. Because the old industrial tract was a labyrinth of derelict buildings, the addresses were confusing and, for the most part, missing. None of it was accurately located on any GPS. You just about had to be familiar with the abandoned area to find anything. The city didn't care to spend money maintaining what was, in essence, a ghost town, so street signs were rare. She suspected they were stolen for souvenirs or for decorations in teenagers' bedrooms. Her grandparents had often taken Angela with them on a Sunday drive. Usually, those rides went through the countryside, to be followed with getting an ice cream cone. But on occasion, her grandfather would take them through the old industrial area, pointing out factories he had helped build. More than once, Angela had listened to his stories of where a man had once died, hit by a girder swinging past him, and where another man had a heart attack and fell into freshly poured concrete footings, and where a fight had broken out over a dice game and one of the men had been stabbed to death. "The guy left this as well," Mike said. He laid 2 20s and a 10 on top of the long package. "He said this should cover it for finishing the delivery. He was insistent that it was supposed to be delivered quickly.
He said he was a small one-man service, and his income depended on his reputation remaining good. I told him I had the right courier.
Angela was much the same way. Her courier business was built on good word of mouth. She gave the 10 to Mike for handling the job. Paying him a commission kept him using her messenger service when he needed one. "Thanks, Mike. Catch you the next time." Once in her truck with the package, Angela pulled out an old map of Milford Falls that her grandfather had given her. She studied the map, trying to figure out where the address for Heartland Irrigation would be. She had a pretty good idea, and the map confirmed her initial thought. When she reached the old industrial area, rolling along among the abandoned factory buildings, she didn't see any people or cars. There weren't any new businesses in Milford Falls looking for factory space, so there was nothing keeping the industrial area from continuing its slow decay. She recognized one of the businesses she passed. The space was rented by an old guy who welded together pieces of junk steel he scavenged from the abandoned buildings. He created fanciful animals out of the junk and sold the pieces at art fairs. The building he was in was perfect for that sort of thing: concrete, steel, and brick. Nothing to burn down with his torch, and no one to interrupt him as he worked. But he was getting old and in ill health, so he was rarely there anymore. Angela passed a building with rows of high windows divided up into small squares. Most of the glass had long ago been broken out. She recognized the place. When she had first encountered the man who killed the red-haired girl, she had seen that particular building in the vision she'd had. That was the first time she had recognized that a man was a killer by looking into his eyes. He was also the first man she had killed. She had sent that killer down the hellhole after she'd made him confess every detail of what he'd done in order to confirm her vision. As she drove past, she saw the cistern where that killer had put the body. It was sad to see such a place, and to know that the body of an innocent victim had surely rotted away down in the lonely, dark, wet hole long before Angela had encountered her killer. Angela drove on among the buildings, looking for Heartland Irrigation. She didn't see signs for it anywhere. That was hardly unusual. The place being so isolated and desolate was also probably why the sender didn't mail the package or send it by UPS, and instead sent it by courier. Many of the buildings were covered with graffiti. Taggers, like the rats, came out at night. It was a sketchy area. Fortunately, she always carried a gun in the center console of her truck. But the graffiti was old. There was no one to see their work, so the taggers had moved back to bridges, walls, and businesses in town. She at last spotted the address painted on a lonely, dented tan steel door. There were no windows, and there was no name to go with the address. There was an older, beige, 4-door Toyota Camry parked by the door. Out of habit, when she delivered packages in rough areas, she committed the license plate number to memory. The black paint of the address did look somewhat fresh compared to all the other peeling paint. She parked next to the Camry and hopped out of her truck. When she pounded on the metal door, she heard someone inside yell to come in. The door scraped on buckled concrete when she pulled it open. Inside was a small room without a ceiling or furniture, lit only by the high skylights and windows in the open area beyond. Long chains on geared rollers hung down to tilt the windows open at the top. No one was in the small room. Voices echoed from out back. Angela went through the opening in the front room into the vast area of the old factory floor. Gray metal shelves stood to the right, sectioning off a smaller area from the open factory building beyond. To the left was another room. There were several stained folding tables in front of the shelves. Old, dirty blankets covered lumpy shapes on the tables. She noticed that items on the shelves were also covered in ratty old blankets or greasy moving pads. Other than a few small work lights clamped to the tables, most of the light came from the high windows on the far wall. Dilapidated wooden rolling chairs were pushed up to the tables with the lights. It was a dingy work area for whatever Heartland Irrigation did. Not far beyond the shelves, there were several types of milling machines and a pair of red gas-powered generators to run them and the minimal lighting. "Hello?" Angela called into the empty factory. "I have a delivery." Her voice echoed back from the darkness. A man in work overalls rushed out from the room to the left, wiping his hands with a filthy rag. Angela recognized him. 3 other men followed him out of the room. She recognized all 4 men. They were the 4 Hispanic men she had waited on at the bar the night Owen had come in.
"A delivery. Yes. Thank you. Come in,"
one of them said in a heavy accent. He gestured with a hand, inviting her in closer. As the other 3 came forward, she got a good look at their eyes for the first time. It had been dark in the bar, and the rotating ceiling light made it difficult to see anyone's eyes unless they were close, the way Owen had been. After Angela learned that she could recognize killers by looking at their eyes, she came to learn to recognize a range of threat in the eyes of people who hadn't yet committed murder. Frankie's eyes had been like that, not a killer's, but something close. Bosca's eyes had been even worse. They were the eyes of someone extremely dangerous, someone with a violent temper, someone who would hurt you, even though he had not yet killed anyone. Both Frankie and Bosca had the eyes of men who could at some point easily cross that line into murder. The eyes of these 4 men were like that. Cunning, calculating, cruel. Bosca had a certain cast to his eyes when he wanted her, a look of focused lust, a look of commitment to getting what he wanted. It was a look that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end and paralyzed her with fear. These 4 men had that look in their eyes. Moleface moved off behind her and into the front room. She heard the deadbolt on the front door click home. Angela was a rabbit in the center of a pack of rabid dogs. 22. The man with the rag finished wiping his hands and tossed it on a table.
"You have something for us, no? Something for Heartland Irrigation?"
"That's right," Angela said, trying to sound official. She wanted to give them the package and be gone. He put his fingers to his chest.
"I am Emilio. Here, come, put your package on the table."
He held his hand out toward the table beside him. Angela couldn't imagine anyone sending long-stemmed roses to these men, so she knew the package had to contain something else. At the moment, that was the least of her concerns. She tossed the long package on the table. "There you go." She backed away. "Thank you."
No,
Emilio said, waving a hand back and forth.
"Wait for us to see if everything is...
He turned to one of the other 2.
¿Qué es la palabra?"
"No damaged," one of them said.
"Yes, that is the words."
Emilio turned back to her with a smile.
"No damaged. We will see first if the things inside is no damaged."
"I'm running late," Angela said as she continued backing away. She gestured to the package. "There is no damage to the outside of the box. I'm not responsible for what's inside or how it was packed. If there is any damage inside, you will have to notify the shipper."
"The shipper?"
Emilio said, looking at the others briefly. His gaze returned to glide down her bare legs. When his eyes turned up, he gave her a sly smile.
"But they are very, very far away. So let us first see that there is no damage inside."
She could sense Moleface up close behind her, making sure that she didn't try to leave. She could smell him, a combination of some chemical smell and stale body odor. She didn't let herself turn to look at him. She wanted to break and run for the door, but she knew that he was waiting for her to try that. She also knew that he had locked the door, so it would take her precious seconds to unlatch the deadbolt. Emilio pulled a big combat knife from a sheath under his waistband and slowly ran the blade down the length of the box. He returned the knife to its sheath and lifted the flaps of the box to look inside. He pulled out a folded piece of paper along with a long plastic tube, hardly thicker than his thumb. Inside the tube was what looked to be a long, folded, very thin wire with a red cap at one end. After inspecting it, he put it back in the box with the others and then set the box on the table. He then unfolded a piece of paper and read it in silence, his smile widening as he reached the end. He showed it to the men to either side, pointing out something.
"Miguel, I think you shall see this," he said to Moleface, standing behind her. "These are orders from Rafael."
Emilio stepped forward to give Miguel the paper. It gave him the chance to move in close in front of her, closer than she liked. She was sandwiched between the two men. Angela glanced around, looking for another way out. The front door wasn't a good option because it was locked with a deadbolt. She didn't like the odds of 4 against 1, and decided that if it came down to it, her best option would be to make a break for the empty factory floor. She was sure that out in the open she could run faster than these men, giving her time to try to find another way out. She was acutely aware that her gun was out in the truck. A gun would even the odds, but carrying a concealed weapon was illegal, so she always had to leave it in her truck. A lot of good it did her there. With the door bolted and these 4 close to her, there was not going to be any way for her to get to the gun if she ended up needing it. A sickening sense of dread washed through her. Her knees felt weak. A voice in her head screamed for her to break and run, but she knew that predators were driven to chase prey when it ran. If she ran and didn't find a way out, she would be trapped. Still, against 4 men, running was her best option. With no time to waste, Angela suddenly bolted for the space between the men. She elbowed one of them aside as she made a mad dash toward the opening between the standing shelves. Moleface yelled to the others, "Agarrala! Agarrala!" Everything seemed to move in slow motion, her legs feeling as if they were mired in molasses. As Angela knocked one man aside, 2 of the other men blocked her escape route. They each seized an arm before she could go for her knife as a third man, the one she had elbowed out of the way, swept an arm in around her waist from behind. With 3 men holding her, there was no way for her to run or fight. She tried, but couldn't break their hold on her arms. The man with his arm around her waist snatched her hair in his other fist. Panting, in fury, she tried to twist out of his grip around her, but he was too strong. She kicked at them, trying to get them to let go. They danced around with her, avoiding her heels as she kicked. She squirmed and fought as they all tightened their grips on her, controlling her arms. As Miguel put his hands around her throat, she tried to use her head to smash his face, but the one holding her hair pulled her head back, preventing her from striking. When one of them adjusted his grip on her arms, she landed a kick in the kidneys of the man to the other side. He immediately punched her in the gut to take some of the fight out of her. It worked. Besides struggling to get away, she now had to struggle to get her breath. Angela didn't know if they had a plan to begin with, but when they saw her, recognized her from the bar, and realized she was alone and vulnerable, they saw their opportunity to take something they all wanted.
"Hold her tight!"
Miguel shouted as he went to a shelf and pulled down a grease-covered moving pad. He threw it on the floor. He came up in front of her and put his face close to hers. He grinned.
"I felt your leg before. Remember? In the bar? I liked what I felt. I told my friends how good it felt. Now, I am going to feel much more."
Angela's fear at what these men were going to do to her made her struggle frantically to get away. She tried with all her strength to break their hold on her arms. Not having the use of her arms only increased her sense of helplessness. She tried to kick Miguel. The men to each side locked a leg around one of hers, preventing her from kicking. Miguel slapped her hard across the face. The three men holding her had her completely locked down and unable to fight back. Miguel sneered as he hit her again, as if out of some deep-seated contempt. He leaned in to whisper in her ear,
"You are all the same. American women think they should have a say, but in the eyes of God, you are all Satan's whores. Women are dirt in his eyes, and the eyes of all devout men."
Angela wasn't sure what he was talking about, but it fit her first impression of these men when she had seen them in the bar. By the look in their eyes now, she could see that they all shared some sort of fundamental disapproval of her way of life. They were all somehow viscerally offended by her, and yet they were also sexually aroused by her. Miguel unbuttoned her shorts, and then slowly unzipped them. He sank down before her, pulling her shorts and panties down her legs as he went. Angela gritted her teeth as she growled in rage. With the way the others were holding her, there was nothing she could do to stop him. He pulled her shorts and underwear off over one boot, then did the same to get them off her other leg. He threw her shorts and panties to the side. Angela could feel her face going red with rage as well as humiliation. Moleface, still down on his knees, leaned in and kissed her belly.
"It would be good for you to be with my baby, but you will not live long enough for that to happen."
He reached up and pushed her top up over her breasts.
"Yes, you could be a good mother to feed my baby."
He squeezed a breast.
"One day, all American whores will have our babies to man our great armies."
Angela strained and twisted, trying to get away, but it was hopeless. Even one of these men was stronger than she was. 4 were easily able to control her. She was furious at her own helplessness, at her own inability to do anything to defend herself. Even though she intellectually realized she would not be able to stop these men or get away from them, her fear and panic kept her struggling as hard as possible. She'd had enough visions from killers to know how this was going to end. Miguel slid his hand up between her legs as he stood. He let out a moan of satisfaction at what he felt. Angela gritted her teeth. "You are all going to die." Miguel, with his finger up inside her, smiled.
"Really? And how are we going to die?"
"I'm going to kill every fucking one of you, that's how. You have my word on that."
"I think we are the ones to do the fucking, no?"
The other 3 laughed. Miguel punched her in the stomach for her insolence. It bent her face down. His fist came up into her face. He called her an American whore and hit her in the middle again for good measure. It knocked the wind out of her. The pain was staggering. She gasped, trying to get her breath. She thought she might vomit. He pointed at the moving pad on the floor.
"Put her there," he told the others. "Hold her legs. We will show her a woman's proper place as a servant for men."
When they got her down on the ground, 2 of the men pulled her legs apart, while a third held her arms up over her head, with her wrists held tightly together. The man holding her wrists punched her in the face, apparently to make her stop struggling. When she twisted again, he hit her again, but harder. It made her vision start to go dark. He grew angry and kept hitting her face as hard as he could, grunting with the effort. Angela drifted in and out of consciousness, at times hardly feeling the blows. Miguel stood between her open legs as he unbuttoned his work overalls. He wasn't smiling anymore. His expression was an odd mix of lust laced with loathing. He pulled his arms out of his overalls and then pushed them down enough to free his erection. In a daze, from being hit so many times, Angela struggled weakly, more out of a frenzied sense of helpless fright than any belief that she could escape. Miguel knelt between her legs, leaned in, and punched down into the gut a few more times. Her screams turned to tears of choking agony. He lay down on top of her. If she had learned anything from the visions of the killers she had found, this was more about hatred, humiliation, and control than sex. But they still wanted the sex. Angela struggled to breathe with the weight of him on top of her. He made no effort to hold his weight off her to give her enough space to breathe. She gritted her teeth as tears streamed from her eyes. She had to swallow the blood in her mouth to keep from choking on it. She had been down this road enough times before and seen enough visions of men like these to know what she was in for. In that moment, she became a young girl again. It became Frankie and Bosca again. It became the same terrifying ordeal all over again, the same ordeal she could never escape. It again simply became the way her life was going to be. Her instinct was to beg them to stop, but she knew that never did any good. If anything, it only excited men like this and made them feel more powerful. Screams were a reward to men like this. She vowed not to reward them with screams. But then she did. And then, in that moment, as she became that young girl again, she felt as if she left her body. She could see herself, there on the floor, her legs being held open. While one monster was on top of her, the others held her, pawing her breasts, eager for their turn. Her mind drifted away, and she was gone, to another place. What was happening to her there in that filthy factory didn't matter. It couldn't really touch her, touch who she was. She was outdoors with the peaceful woods all around. It was her grandparents' place, near the cabin, on a rock ledge where she often went to sit because it was so achingly beautiful. It was night. The moon was out, watching over her. As she cried, somewhere back in another world, the moonlight took her away. 23. When Miguel was finished, he traded places with one of the men holding her legs. When he punched her again as he got up, it brought her back in a rush from that distant place. It was an unwelcome return. She struggled, teeth gritted, still trying without success not to give in as each man took his turn. She knew that struggling was useless, but she couldn't stop herself. She didn't want them to remotely think that she had given in, or worse, that she was willing. She wanted to kill them. She promised herself that one day she would kill every one of them, kill them dead. It was different this time than with Bosca. She had never fought against Bosca. He would have hurt her bad and hurt her mother to further punish Angela. He was the ever-present brute. She knew he would always be around. As long as she lived at home, he could always come into her room. If she didn't come home, he would always come and find her. Fear of Bosca paralyzed her. But she always knew that if she gave in to him, he would eventually finish and let her go. She knew that these men had no intention of letting her go. She was a woman now, not that helpless little girl. While there was still fear, the emotion that overrode everything now was rage. She fully expected that these men were going to do something horrific to her. Her visions when looking into the eyes of killers had shown her what sorts of things men like this liked to do to women to show their power over them. Those visions from killers had opened her eyes to a world of degradation, pain, and horrifying death. She was now in the hands of men like that. She could see in the eyes of these men that they were not yet killers. She knew by what she saw, though, that they were on the cusp, and this was the night they fully intended to cross that line. For some reason, their murderous desires had been building, but they had lived lives of restraint. Now, those restraints were off, and they felt they had license to do whatever they wanted. She could tell by the way they hit her that they were finally free to live out long-held urges. By the time the last man was done, Miguel had recovered his erection and was lusting for another turn. He pulled her up by her hair and then punched her in the gut a few times, fast and hard. It doubled her over, leaving her limp. He lifted her like a rag doll and threw her face down over a table so he could take her from behind. He grabbed her hair in his fist and pressed her face down against the table while he was violating her. Lying there, helpless, as he grunted and slammed into her from behind, she could see blood. Lots of blood, her blood, smeared on the table. Her face throbbed from the blows. She could also see under the edge of the blanket that covered the things on that table. As if in a dream, she saw the oddest whitish-yellow geometric-shaped objects, several inches thick. There were a half-dozen cell phones under the blanket as well. It didn't make any sense to her. When Miguel finished and pulled out of her, one of the other men took his place. He held her head down on the table the same way. Blood ran out of her mouth onto the table. As he was going at her, Miguel used a blanket to scoop up the things on the table and then carried them out. She could hear the door scrape open. A few moments later, she heard the trunk of the car slam shut. When the last man had finished, he wrenched her up by her hair and threw her down on the floor. She didn't have the strength to try to break her fall. He kicked her in the face, his heavy boots stunning her. Instinctively, she curled into a ball, arms around her knees, hands covering her head as she shivered. She held her breath against the blows as the men kicked her. Angela knew that after the raping would come the killing. She heard an odd sound. She realized after a moment that it was the sound of her teeth chattering. The last man stood over her, watching her, gloating with his power over her, satisfied they had put her in her place. As he watched her, he pulled up his overalls, stuffed his arms through the sleeves, and buttoned it back up. Angela stared ahead at their feet. Defeated, she couldn't bear to look up at any of them. She heard the front door slam as Miguel came back in. He stood over her a moment, and then went to one knee beside her. He leaned down, putting his mole-covered face close to hers. She didn't want to look into his terrible eyes, but she did. He had the paper that had been in the box she had delivered. He waved it in her face.
"Do you know what this paper tells us?"
Angela looked away from his eyes toward the paper, but it was in Spanish, so she couldn't understand it. When she didn't answer, he told her anyway.
"These are our orders from Rafael, our team leader. We are getting close to the day we will finally destroy the great Satan. These orders tell us that when the courier delivers these parts we need for that glorious day, we must kill the courier. That is you."
He flicked a hand against the paper.
"You are this courier. It says we should kill you so that no one knows where you took this package or who was here to take it from you. Dead people can't talk, no? Americans are stupid. You make it easy for us. You are all easy to fool. So, you see, you were dead the moment you picked up this package. You should be happy that we are merciful and let you have one last fuck to enjoy."
The others chuckled. Angela hadn't expected that exactly. She expected that they were planning on killing her when they had finished, but simply for the lust of killing as well as to cover up their crime. She hadn't expected that they would receive orders to kill her. She especially hadn't expected that she would be the one to deliver her own death warrant. Angela accepted her fate with grim resignation. As she was growing up, she had always expected that one lunatic or another would eventually kill her. That sense of destiny had always shadowed her. She had always thought she was living on borrowed time. She was ready to die. Life held little for her. Death promised more. Death promised release. The only time she felt truly alive was when she was killing men who killed, when she was making them suffer for what they had done to women who couldn't fight back, women who could never seek justice for themselves. When she was killing a man who had done things to his victims like these men were doing to her, it gave her a high. It was ecstasy. That was all she lived for. That was all that her life was good for. Bringing death to men like these, bringing justice down on them, preventing them from ever again harming anyone. It seemed ironic that this was to be the way she died. Death, though, held the quiet offer of everlasting peace. If there was a God, then maybe he would let her be with the only ones she had ever loved, her grandparents. In a way, she was surprised she had lived this long. She took chances she knew could get her killed, like with Owen, because she didn't really care if she died. And being that close to the edge made it all the more exhilarating. Those risks enabled her to get closer to the pure ecstasy of vengeance. Angela had grown up around dangerous men. Now she hunted dangerous killers. She'd always known that death could come at any time. Miguel abruptly snatched her by her hair and hauled her to her feet. She stood before him, before all four men, naked, shivering both in pain and in helpless fear of what was coming. She didn't really care if she was about to die, but she feared the agony of how they would do it. Men like this didn't like to make a quick kill. They liked to make it an agonizing death. Miguel spoke in Spanish to the others. They discussed something for a moment, and then Emilio ran off into a room to the side. He came back with a rope. Emilio held the coiled rope he'd retrieved up before her.
A rope can kill quick, no?
He held a hand up above his head and did an impression of being hanged and the rope snapping taut. His tongue flopped out to the side of his mouth.
See? Break the neck and it is quick. But quick is too good for Americans,
Miguel said. Juan and Pedro nodded their agreement. By now she had learned all their names and the name of the man who gave the orders, Rafael.
We have something better in mind for you, Emilio said.
A wicked smile grew on Miguel's face.
Hold her.
As the other men held her arms and hair again, Miguel tied one end of the rope around her neck. The rope was coarse and hard. It hurt as they tied a knot at the back of her neck and jerked it tight. It was already starting to choke her. Angela didn't know much about hanging, but she did understand that they didn't want it to be an easy death by breaking her neck.
Should we tie her arms? Emilio asked.
No,
Miguel scoffed.
Let her have her hands free so she can claw at the rope that will be choking her to death. Let her be free to struggle. That will make it worse that she cannot get the rope that is strangling her from her neck.
Emilio peered up at the ceiling for a moment, and then tossed the rope up and over one of the iron beams. The men all let go of her to grab hold of the end of the rope. They quickly pulled together and hoisted her up off the ground by the rope around her neck. Angela took one last gasping breath as her feet were lifted off the floor and her weight tightened the rope. The men pulled together until she was about 4 feet above the floor. It might as well have been a mile. Already, she was panicking from not being able to breathe. One of the men tied off the end of the rope on a post. Angela kicked and twisted. She wanted to scream at the men, but she couldn't. Desperation took control of her. She clawed at the rope that was strangling her, just as Miguel said she would.
Let's go,
Miguel said.
Don't you want to watch the American horde die?
Emilio asked. "Now that we have the parts we need, you know that we have other things we must do. It is already getting late. We will come back for her truck later. When we do, we will dispose of her body as well. We already took too much time with her." He grinned as he smacked her bare bottom. "But it was worth it, eh?" Angela kicked at his head, but he easily dodged to the side. She desperately wished that she could reach a table with her feet, but the tables were way too far away. Her body rotated around and around as she kicked, all the while desperately clawing at the rope strangling her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mixing with all the blood that was dripping off her jaw. She was still kicking and struggling as she watched the 4 men hurry toward the door, carrying more bundles from the shelves. She couldn't see it, but she heard the front door scrape the ground and then slam shut. She heard the car start as doors shut, and then the tires chirp as it raced away. Angela was completely alone in a dark, deserted factory her grandfather had helped build. No one was going to save her. The rope around her throat held all her weight. The pain was horrific. She desperately needed a breath. Her vision was narrowing down to a dark tunnel. As she twisted, the world was starting to go black. 24. Hanging by her neck at the end of the rope, Angela twisted and spun as she struggled. She could only imagine the shock when her corpse was eventually found hanging there, naked, her tongue bulging out of her mouth, her skin blue. What a sensation. A naked girl found hanging by her neck. Naked. The word seared through her panic-stricken mind. She was naked. Except for her boots. They had pulled off her shorts and underwear and then ripped off her top to get at what they wanted, but they hadn't bothered with her boots. Even as she realized that she was still wearing her boots, Angela knew she was rapidly running out of time. A desperate plan was forming in her mind, but being unable to breathe, she knew that her window of time for a chance to do anything to save herself was very small and closing fast. If she wanted to live, she knew she had only seconds to act. "Move, Angela," she told herself. "Don't let them win. Move!" She frantically reached up with her left hand and grabbed the thick, coarse rope above her head. She pulled with all her strength to at least take some of the weight off her throat, but more importantly, it gave her the ability to more easily twist her shoulders so she could reach down with her right hand. She wasn't able to keep the rope from strangling her, but at least it helped ease the excruciating pain a little so that she could focus on what she needed to do. With her right shoulder tipped downward, Angela bent her right leg at the hip and knee, as if she were squatting, to get her boot up closer to her hand. She tensed her neck muscles as hard as she could to try to help blood get to her brain before she blacked out. Although her whole arm was tingling like it had fallen asleep, nerve pain shot down the length of it, so moving it was difficult. She wanted to scream at how hard it was to reach down. She needed to reach down if she was going to save herself. Her tingling fingers were going numb. Holding her leg up with the little strength she had left, she felt around blindly, desperately, until the tips of her fingers found the handle of the knife down inside the top of her boot. It was a moment of giddy success amid the icy dread of death cloaking her in darkness. She reminded herself that she was going to lose consciousness and die if she didn't hurry. As frenzied as she was at not being able to breathe, Angela forced herself to be as deliberately careful as possible as she worked the knife up out of the boot. She knew that once she got it partway out of the sheath, if the knife slipped and fell from her numb, tingling fingers, she would lose her only chance to live. It was so frightening to be hanging by her neck and so difficult to try to pull the knife up that part of her wanted to give up. It seemed so inviting to simply let the darkness smother her. It would be over then. If she gave up, she would have everlasting peace. There would be no more pain. No one would ever again be able to hurt her. As her vision and her mind dimmed, that option seemed ever more inviting. It felt as if the peaceful realm of the dead was calling to her, whispering promises that if she simply gave up, she could be forever at peace and safe. If she just stopped struggling, it would only be a moment longer, and there would be no more pain. A moment longer, and she could be with her grandparents again. But some part of her deep down inside wanted to live. Move! She didn't want to be one of those women who died, never to see their killers punished. She didn't want this to be the way she died. She wanted her life to be more, to mean something. She didn't want those men to win. She had made a promise that she was going to kill them. She couldn't do that if she gave in to the sweet whispers. Even as the specter of that inviting end to the pain called to her, with her last waning bit of strength, Angela's weak fingers kept working at the knife until she wiggled the end of the handle up far enough to be clear of the top of her boot. She struggled to muster the power to lift her heavy leg up even more, to bring her boot up closer to her quivering fingers. It felt as if it were made of lead. Her lungs burned with pain. Her brain could hardly think of anything other than the desperate want of air and the simultaneous desire to give up. She had never known how much it hurt to strangle to death. She knew now what the women in those visions felt when their killers strangled them to death. Tears ran down her cheeks as she felt herself losing the battle. She was so close, yet so far. She just didn't have enough left in her to do it. And then her fingers closed, almost reflexively, around the handle, and she pulled the knife free. She would have screamed in joy as she finally grasped the handle in her fist, but she wasn't able to breathe, much less make a sound. For a very brief instant, she held the blade up before her eyes in her trembling hand, just so that she would believe she truly had it in her fist. And then her eyes closed. She no longer had the strength to keep them open. Eyes closed, she clenched her teeth, straining the muscles in her neck in an attempt to keep the noose from crushing her windpipe and from cutting off the blood supply to her brain. Once she had stretched her arms above her head, she held the rope with her left hand as she started dragging the blade across the rope with her other hand. Her knives were always razor sharp. She heard some of the fibers make a snapping sound as they tore. That sound urged her on to find the strength she didn't think she had, to keep sawing at the tough rope. Even though Angela sawed as fast as she could, it wasn't very fast, and consciousness continued to fade away. Tears of frustration seeped from her closed eyes. Then, when the blade had cut partway through, the rotting fibers of the rope that were left couldn't hold her weight, and they suddenly ripped apart. Angela dropped heavily to the ground. Her legs were unable to hold her weight. She collapsed to her knees. The pressure was off, but she found that the rope was still choking her. When they had hoisted her up, it had tightened the rope around her neck as well as the knot. She was horrified to realize that cutting herself down wasn't enough. She still couldn't get any air. Her eyes felt like they were bulging out of her head. She told herself that she had done her best. It just wasn't good enough. With that thought, she remembered the smug faces of the men as they looked back at her as they were leaving, knowing that they had won. She didn't want that to be it. She didn't want them to win. On her knees, bent forward, Angela felt blindly behind her neck until she located the knot. With the trembling fingers of her left hand, she guided the blade onto the knot. She carefully but urgently worked with both hands to saw back and forth to cut the knot, the fingers of one hand grasping the sides of the blade and helping to push as she pulled the knife back and forth with the other hand. The fibers of the straining rope finally started to pull apart. She could feel it in her neck when some of the strands popped apart. Then, at last, they all separated, undoing the knot, and finally releasing the pressure on her throat. Angela flopped back onto the moving pad, arms splayed out, loudly gasping in breath after breath. She lay there for a long time, simply breathing in and out, with hoarse gasps, letting the life come back into her. Once she had gotten the air that she so desperately needed, she was finally able to pull the remainder of the noose away from her neck. The men had left her to die. Instead, she was alive. In crippling pain, but alive. 25. For quite a while, Angela lay on the greasy moving pad where she had been raped, gasping in air, sucking in life, getting her breath, both from the hanging and from the sheer terror of the ordeal. Tears ran down her face, but this time they were tears of joy. She had beaten her would-be killers. She had beaten all 4 of the bastards. After a time, she made herself get up on wobbly legs. She couldn't straighten up all the way because her abdomen hurt so much from the blows. She feared something inside was broken. Blood dripped from her chin to the concrete floor, leaving growing pools of vivid red. Her face throbbed in pain. She looked around and finally saw her shorts and panties lying against one of the shelves where Miguel had thrown them. Angela shuffled over to her clothes. She pulled a blanket from the gray metal shelf. Blood was splattered all down her legs from the beating. She stood for a few minutes to regain enough strength, then used the blanket to wipe off the semen running down her thighs before she pulled on her underpants and shorts. Her top had been torn off. She put it on with trembling hands and tied the front shut as best she could. She almost shouted with excitement when she found the keys to her truck still in the pocket of her shorts. She wasn't sure she could drive, but she knew she had to. The door grated on the buckled concrete when she slowly pushed it open just enough to carefully poke her head out. She was worried that one of the men might have remained behind to stand guard. She didn't see anyone. It was dark and lonely outside. Her truck was still there. The craziest thought came into her head. Barry would be wondering why she wasn't at work. He had always been good to her, treated her well. She pushed the door open a little more so she could put her head out farther into the night and get a better look around. She didn't see any of the men. Their car was gone. They must have all left. They wanted her dead, but they hadn't stayed to see her die. She supposed that they figured she didn't have a chance in hell of escaping. The abandoned factory area was dead quiet and pitch black. She didn't see any lights anywhere. Overhead, the moon shone down on her all alone among the ghostly buildings, giving her enough light to see. Angela unlocked the truck and with an effort climbed up into the driver's seat. Her abdomen cramped in pain, her face throbbed, and her throat burned with every breath. Her phone was in one of the cup holders where she'd left it. She briefly thought about calling the police, but she knew they would take forever to find her. That would waste a lot of time. Angela didn't think she could afford to waste any time. Her fingers were shaking so badly it took her several tries before she was finally able to get the key into the ignition. She turned the key, and her faithful truck roared to life, her chariot ready to carry her away and help her escape. She backed away from the building, put the truck in drive, and laid rubber away from the death trap. Her fuzzy thoughts kept wandering. She didn't know where she was going. She was having trouble focusing enough to keep a train of thought as to how she had found the address in the first place. It wasn't long before she realized she was completely lost. Nothing looked familiar. In the dark shapes of the buildings all looked the same. Getting lost in the old industrial complex was easy enough to do in the day, but at night, without any lights or landmarks, it was easier to lose your way. On top of that, she was in so much pain she was having trouble thinking at all. Angela leaned forward against the steering wheel at the end of every building, looking left and right for the 4-door Toyota Camry the men were driving. The last thing she wanted to do was get caught by them again. Of course, if she was in her truck, they would never be able to catch her. But if they were armed, they could shoot out her tires, or more likely, shoot her. Being in the truck was no protection from guns. Her truck wasn't bulletproof. She wasn't bulletproof. But now, she had a gun and she could shoot back. The industrial district wasn't laid out with regular streets. The entire area was acres and acres of concrete, with buildings placed in what seemed like random places. The expanses of concrete were broken, cracked, and overgrown with weeds. Even though it seemed random, there was a pattern to the way the buildings were laid out, such as to take advantage of the rail lines and routes among them with occasional streets. The problem was, Angela wasn't familiar enough with that pattern. Here and there, larger buildings blocked the way she thought she needed to go, making it necessary to detour around them. Without streets among the maze of old buildings, and in her foggy mental state, it was maddening trying to find her way out. At last, she saw a familiar building in the moonlight. It had a partially collapsed roof. Beyond that building, she found the road she knew led back into town. She wanted to go home to her cabin in the woods. That was all she wanted to do. Go home and shower off the filth from those men. But she knew that wasn't the smartest thing to do. Instead of heading for her place, she headed into Milford Falls. It was a relief when she reached streetlights again, and areas she knew well. She encountered traffic, but it was light because of the late hour. In a way, seeing other cars was a relief, because for a time it had seemed like she was the only person left in the world. When she saw no cars at intersections, she rolled through stop signs and red lights. She didn't want to waste time to stop unless she had to. When she finally saw the glowing red sign for the hospital, she pulled in and came to a crooked stop at the emergency entrance. She knew there was no parking allowed where she stopped. She didn't care. The emergency entrance had double glass doors. She could see activity inside. She didn't see any patients. She knew that the emergency department was usually quiet this late at night. The drunks who had been in car accidents or fights had already been treated, so the hospital usually quieted down until the early morning rush started in. Angela slid out of the driver's seat. When her feet hit the ground, she found she was so dizzy she didn't know if she would be able to stand. But the light from beyond the glass doors drew her onward. She made up her mind that if it was the last thing she did, she was going to make it inside. If she could get inside, someone would help her. The automatic doors slid apart as she stumbled through the entryway. Once in the light, she saw that she was dripping blood all along the tan linoleum floor. She could feel it dripping off her chin and running all down the front of her. The chairs for patients coming in with an emergency were empty, but there were people ahead at the desk. She knew the place well from picking up courier packages. She knew many of the people who worked in the hospital. They would recognize her. They would help her. When the nurse at the desk saw her shuffling in, she immediately called for help and then rushed out from behind her desk. 2 more nurses emerged from a side hall. An orderly poked his bald head out from behind a curtain. None of them ran in a panic, but they all hurried with professional familiarity with medical emergencies. One of the nurses came up and put a hand under Angela's arm and the other around her waist, just as she started sinking toward the floor. The orderly shoved a wheelchair at her from behind and helped pull her into it. "Good Lord, young lady. Is anyone else with you?" "I'm alone," Angela managed. Her voice sounded garbled. Her tongue felt swollen. The orderly started wheeling her toward one of the treatment areas, a nurse to each side. "What's your name, dear?" Angela looked up. "Julie. It's me." "Me? Me who?" "Angela." The woman looked stunned. "Angela? Angela Constantine? Our courier?" Angela nodded. She realized her face must be pretty messed up for Julie not to recognize her. "What happened? Were you in a car accident?"
No, I was raped by 4 men, she said. They tried to kill me.
Angela was only dimly aware of being lifted onto a bed in the treatment room as people rushed around. Everyone seemed to have a job and knew just what to grab. A short Asian woman leaned in. Angela realized she recognized her. It was Dr. Song. One nurse put a blood pressure cuff around her left arm as another worked at getting a needle into her other arm. Once the nurse had taken her blood pressure, she bent in with a pair of scissors and cut off Angela's shorts and panties, then quickly unlaced her boots. She pulled off the boots and set them aside. "What happened to your neck?" Dr. Song asked while listening to her heart.
They tried to hang me.
Dr. Song turned to one of the nurses. "Call the police. Ask for a female officer. Then get a rape kit." Angela started to cry. One of the nurses patted her on the shoulder. "No need to cry, Angela. We're going to take good care of you." That wasn't why Angela was crying. She was crying because she was at last safe. 26. Julie glided into the room like a ghost, or maybe an angel, and touched her fingers to Angela's shoulder. "How are you feeling?"
What's going on?
Angela asked in a weak, hoarse voice as she squinted up at the nurse. "They had to give you some medication to relax you. It put you to sleep for a while." Angela had never seen Julie doing her job as a nurse, caring for patients. She had only seen her with paperwork for samples that needed to go to a lab. She seemed so professional, so competent and caring as she looked over the readings on the monitors. Julie reminded her of Carrie Stratton. She had been a nurse here, too, until Owen had murdered her. They were about the same age, and their hair was similar. Angela's throat hurt. Her jaw hurt. Her abdomen hurt. In fact, she hurt all over. Her voice sounded raspy to her. She looked around and realized she was in a hospital room rather than the emergency ward. She was aware that she had been in and out of consciousness. She remembered the exam and the CT scan, but little else. She didn't remember being brought up to the room. She vaguely recalled them injecting something into the IV line they'd put in the back of her hand, and then the world fading away. "If you need more pain medication, Dr. Song left orders that you could have it," Julie said. "Just ask." Angela nodded.
My cheeks feel numb. There's something crusty inside.
"You're feeling the stitches. They had to stitch up the inside of your cheeks," Julie said. Angela squinted in disbelief at the woman.
What?
"They got cut on your teeth when you were hit. The doctor used medication to numb the area where she had to put in stitches, so it's going to feel a little strange for a while." Angela remembered the way the men kept punching her, as if it were a game. Even though she was still in pain, she didn't want any more drugs. The ones they'd already given her were probably what was making her feel nauseated. She hated drugs. She had been born a freak because of drugs. Angela was more than glad to be finished with the embarrassment of the examination. She had immediately agreed to it. In fact, she had insisted on it. That was a main reason she had come to the hospital in the first place. She wanted those men to be prosecuted. To do that, the police would need DNA evidence. At least the CT scan had been easy enough. Now, after the ordeal of the examination, she just wanted to be left alone so she could go to sleep. As Julie was making notes on a chart, Dr. Song appeared at the side of the bed. "How are you feeling? Is the pain better?" Angela reached up with her right hand to touch her left shoulder.
My left shoulder hurts. Did they break something?
Dr. Song smiled as she rubbed Angela's arm in a reassuring manner. "No, your shoulder is fine. That's referred pain from your spleen."
My spleen?
Angela found it hard to believe.
That can't be it. Are you sure?
"Yes. The CT scan showed that you have some bruising and possible injury to your spleen from blunt force trauma to your abdomen. That is what's causing the pain you're feeling in your shoulder. Angela found it difficult to believe that a problem in her abdomen could cause such aching pain in her shoulder. We need to keep you here under observation for a couple days, Dr. Song said. I want to do another CT scan after 24 hours, and then, depending on the results, possibly another one the next day to make sure your spleen isn't ruptured and that everything is okay. We're hoping to avoid the need for surgery. The best news is that the CT scan didn't show any internal bleeding, and your brain doesn't show any signs of injury. I want to go home. Dr. Song smiled. Don't worry. We want to get you out of here as soon as possible. The police are waiting outside, Julie said to the doctor. They want to know if it's okay for them to talk to her. I think so, Dr. Song said. She looked down at Angela. Is that okay with you? Angela nodded. Julie checked the flow on the drip and then left. Dr. Song went out to update the police. After a few minutes, the female police officer came in. Her expression creased with concern when she saw Angela's condition. Angela wasn't sure what she looked like, but the alarm on the woman's face gave her a pretty good indication. Angela could see a male officer out in the hall, talking to a nurse at the station. The female officer, in her late 30s, looked both impressive and authoritative in her uniform. Her light brown hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail. When she approached the side of the bed and leaned over a little, Angela saw that her service weapon was a Sig Sauer. Ms. Constantine, I'm Officer Denton. Can you tell me anything about the men who did this to you? Do you know who they were, or their names? She sounded professionally sympathetic. Angela didn't want sympathy. She wanted the bastards caught and put in jail forever. Or else, down the hellhole. They came into the bar where I worked once. Angela's voice sounded strange to her. Do you have a pad and pen? Officer Denton pulled a small pad out of a pouch in her black leather equipment belt and handed it over along with a pen. Angela wrote down the names of the 4 men, Miguel, Emilio, Juan, Pedro, and the license number of their car. She handed the pad back to the woman. That's their names, and the license number of the car they're driving. Officer Denton looked at the pad a moment, then looked up. Okay. Do you know the kind of car, or at least the color? Beige Toyota Camry, probably 6 or 7 years old. The policewoman arched an eyebrow. You have a good memory. I tend to remember people who try to kill me. Can you tell me what happened? Anything you remember would be helpful. Angela met the officer's gaze. I have a courier service. I had a package for Heartland Irrigation. When I made the delivery, the 4 of them overpowered me. They pulled off my clothes, raped me, beat me, and after each of them finished having a few turns at me, Angela said in a bitter tone, having to look away and pause to control her rage. Then they put a rope around my neck, hanged me from a beam, and left me to choke to death, hanging there a few feet above the floor, while they drove off. They wanted me to suffer as I was dying. They fully expected me to choke to death. Officer Denton wrote down what Angela had said on a report on a clipboard. Finally, she spoke again. Where did this happen? In the old industrial area. Angela gave her the address. Can you describe these 4 men? What did they look like? Height, weight, that kind of thing? They were all Hispanic. Darkish skin, dark hair, average build, under 6 feet. All of them probably between 5'8" and 5'10" at the most. Each had a little facial hair, but not what you would call beards. They were in their mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s. They were wearing work overalls, medium bluish gray.
Miguel seemed to be the one in charge. He has a zillion moles all over his face." "Okay, that's good," Officer Denton said as she wrote. She finally looked up. She stared a moment at the tattoo, Dark Angel, across Angela's throat. "By the look of those bruises and the abrasions from the rope around your neck, you're one lucky girl to be alive." Angela didn't answer. The woman's penetrating gaze moved to Angela's eyes. "How'd you get the rope off your neck?" Angela saw her boots, standing on the bottom shelf of the hospital cabinet at the side of the room. She could just see the tip of the black handle at the rim of the boot. The knife, in the sheath, was down between the lining and the leather. Angela always put the sheath of her knife in her boots that way. It kept it from chafing against her bare skin. The police were sure to go to the address Angela had given them to collect evidence. She knew that if she said that the rope was old and rotted and it simply broke from her weight, she would be caught in the lie when they saw that the rope had been cut. Angela had 2 rules about police. First rule, don't talk to the police. Second rule, if she had to talk to the police, don't lie. The police remembered being lied to. She didn't want to give the police any reason to remember her. "I was able to cut the rope with a knife," Angela said. A frown twitched across Officer Denton's face as she looked up from her report. "A knife." She glanced down at her notes on the clipboard. "You said they pulled off your clothes. You said you were hanging several feet off the floor. How did you get a knife?" "They hadn't pulled off my boots. I had a knife in my right boot. After they left, I was finally able to get to it and cut the rope." Officer Denton looked over her shoulder to Angela's boots. She finally turned and went to the little cabinet. Squatting down, she used a finger and thumb to pull out the knife. She held it like it might bite her. Angela could see that there was blood all over it. At least it was only her blood, and not Owen's. She was glad she had followed her rule about disposing of anything she used on a killer. The policewoman returned to Angela's side. She held up the knife by a finger and thumb. "This is illegal." Angela frowned. "My knife is illegal?" "Yes. It's clearly over the legal length." Angela ran her tongue over the stitches in her cheek. "I have kitchen knives that are longer than that." "Maybe so, but this is a knife made to carry. It's clearly a weapon, not a kitchen knife. For that reason, it's illegal. Worse, you had it hidden in your boot. That makes it a concealed weapon. It's illegal to carry a concealed weapon." Angela briefly wondered if she was imagining such lunacy. "I sometimes make deliveries to high-crime areas," she said. "I only have the knife to protect myself." "Looks like it didn't do you any good this time, did it?" "They grabbed my arms and legs so fast I couldn't get to it until they left me there hanging by my neck." "Concealed weapons usually only make matters worse and get people killed. If you would have pulled it on those men, they likely would have taken it away from you and stabbed you to death." Angela wanted to say that it had saved her life, but her instincts told her to keep quiet and not argue. Officer Denton pulled a manila envelope from inside her thin aluminum clipboard and slipped the sheathed knife into it. "The people of New York State have made it clear that they don't want anyone carrying a concealed weapon. A knife this long is a weapon, so it's a crime for you to carry it, and it's a much more serious crime to conceal it." "But it's not a gun. I thought only a gun was a concealed weapon." "This is classified as a concealed weapon, the same as a gun." The same as a gun. Angela could feel her face going red with rage. She had been raped, beaten, and nearly murdered. And here this woman was, not relieved that the victim had managed to cut herself down and give information that could lead to the apprehension of the criminals, but instead was growing hostile because Angela had a knife to protect herself. Officer Denton hadn't shown that much anger toward the 4 men. Angela would have loved to say all of that,
but the last thing she wanted to do was get on the wrong side of the police. They sometimes came into the bar asking about patrons. Whenever Angela spoke with them, she always tried not to make herself noteworthy or memorable, at least other than the way she dressed. She wanted to stay under their radar. If they never investigated her, they couldn't find any evidence of anything.
"I'm sorry,"
Angela said, trying to sound contrite.
"I didn't know."
Officer Denton's expression softened a little.
"I can't give this back to you."
Angela had dozens just like it. She had no reason to try to hold on to this one. They were meant to serve a purpose and then be discarded down the hellhole. This knife had served its purpose. It had saved her life. Angela nodded.
"I understand."
Officer Denton stared at her for a long moment. Her expression was unreadable.
"Constantine, you live in the trailer park. Your mother is Sally Constantine. She uses meth."
"I used to live there,"
Angela corrected.
"I moved out a long time ago."
"There's been a lot of drug activity there for years. The police have been to your trailer a number of times, made a number of arrests there."
It was an accusation of some sort. Angela didn't say anything. Officer Denton finally gestured at Angela's throat.
"I'm beginning to wonder if maybe this whole thing with these men may have been a drug deal gone bad. Is that it? Does this somehow involve drugs? They bringing you a supply up from Mexico and you couldn't pay what you promised them? That sounds more like what really happened."
Angela blinked in disbelief.
"I don't do drugs."
"You just sell them. Smart. Lots of people who sell use. That eats into their business and gets them in trouble. The smart ones sell, but they don't use their own inventory."
It was all Angela could do not to tell the woman to go fuck herself, but she knew that would only convince her that she was onto something.
"I don't do drugs,"
Angela said as calmly as she could.
"I don't live there with my mother anymore. As soon as I was old enough, I moved out. My mother's a meth head, and that brought a rough group of men around the place. When my mother was high, some of those men abused me, raped me, when I was just a girl. I hate drugs. I don't want anything to do with drugs. I have a courier business, and I tend bar. That's how I earn a living. If you don't believe me, they have plenty of my blood around here. Test it all you want. Go out and search my truck if you want."
Officer Denton tapped her thumb on the railing of the bed, still showing no emotion.
"I'm terribly sorry for what happened to you, Miss Constantine," she finally said. "With the information you've provided, I'm sure we will be able to capture these men."
With that, she turned and left. 27. 3 days later, Angela was still in the hospital, but she was hopeful they would release her soon. A lot of the swelling had gone down. Everything was still sore, though. She wanted to go home to her cabin and crawl into bed there where people wouldn't come in and wake her up at all hours of the night to take her temperature and blood pressure and give her pills. She was tired of having to roll the IV stand along with her when she went to the bathroom. She had just returned from another one of those tricky bathroom trips and settled back into bed when 2 men in plain clothes came up to her room and stood in the doorway. They knocked on the doorframe and at the same time identified themselves as Detectives Preston and Vaughn. They were both middle-aged. Both were dressed in suits. They had police badges hung on chains around their necks. The badges rested over drab ties.
"Are you up to talking with us?"
Detective Preston asked. He was the older of the two, heavyset with a buzz cut.
"Sure,"
Angela answered cautiously, fearing they might have come with more accusations about her selling drugs or that they might even want to charge her with carrying a concealed weapon.
"What is it?"
"We'd like you to take a look at some photos of some men," Detective Vaughn said.
He was thinner, taller, and with even shorter hair. His eyebrows and eyelashes were a light color that looked weak against his penetrating blue eyes. Angela was relieved to hear that and gave them a nod. They rolled the food tray in over the bed and positioned it in front of her. She used the buttons to elevate the top half of the bed until she was almost sitting up. They laid out 2 rows of 3 photos each. The 6 photos looked like they had been made on a black and white copy machine, but the men in the photos were recognizable enough. "Take your time," Detective Vaughn said, "and tell us if you recognize any of these men." Angela looked at all 6 faces only briefly. A brief look was all she needed. "No, none of these are the men who tried to kill me." Detective Preston took them away, and Detective Vaughn laid down 2 more rows of 3 photos each. Angela pointed at the last one before he had even finished laying it down. "Him. That's Emilio." "None of the other 5 look familiar?" Detective Vaughn asked. When Angela shook her head, Detective Preston took the photos away, keeping Emilio's mugshot to the side. After Detective Vaughn laid down 6 more, Angela pointed at the one in the middle of the top row. "That's Juan," she said, her anger rising. "He was one of the 4 men who tried to kill me." She pointed at the photo beside it to her right. "That's Pedro." Angela held out her hand as Detective Preston took them away, keeping 2 of them aside. "Just give me the rest of them, and if Miguel is in there, I'll know his mole-covered face when I see it." The 2 detectives shared a look, and then Detective Vaughn handed Angela the rest of the photos. She went through them quickly, one at a time, laying them face down on the tray in front of her until she got to the photo of Miguel. She would recognize his face anywhere. Angela plunked the photo down for the 2 men to see. "That's Miguel. That's all 4. If you have their mugshots, does that mean you have them under arrest?" Detective Vaughn nodded. "They were just picked up a couple hours ago. We wanted to make sure we had the right men. From how certain you are, it appears we do." "When is the trial? I want to testify. I want to help put them away forever." Detective Preston smiled at her eagerness.
"We'll be in touch and let you know what happens at the arraignment."
He laid his business card down on the tray.
"In the meantime, if you have any questions or think of anything else, here's my card."
"And mine," Detective Vaughn said as he laid his down beside it.
"A lot of victims are afraid to testify. We're glad to hear that you would be willing."
A short time after they left, Barry stopped in to see how she was doing. It was his 2nd visit. He assured her that the bruises on her face looked better, as did her neck. She didn't know if he was just trying to cheer her up or if he was being honest. Barry was a nice guy, but he wasn't the type who was comfortable expressing sympathy. He didn't know what to do with his hands as he stood beside the bed. Before long, he said he wanted to let her rest, so he didn't stay long. Angela appreciated him stopping in. He told her not to worry about her job, that once she was better, it would be waiting for her. He smiled then and said that she was the best bartender he'd ever had and he wanted her back. The next afternoon, Dr. Song stopped in. It was earlier than she usually came by. "This morning's CT scan looks better," she said. "If you feel up to it, we could release you today. But only if you feel up to it. I can tell you, though, that the less time you spend in a hospital, the better." Angela sat up. "I'm good. I'm ready to go home." Dr. Song smiled at Angela's impatience. "I'll send down the release orders then. A nurse will come by in an hour or 2 and take out your IV and sign you out." "All right," Angela said, already eager to leave. "Thank you for everything you've done for me." "Happy to help," she said with a smile. "But I want you to take it easy. No strenuous activity, no physical exertion. It would be best if you got a lot of rest for the next couple weeks. Eat light meals. No aspirin. We'll give you a few pain pills to take home and a prescription for more, but if you feel any increase in abdominal pain, you need to let me know right away." Angela simply nodded. She didn't want to tell the doctor that she had no intention of taking pain medication. The drugs made her feel sick. She'd rather have the pain than the nausea. By later in the afternoon, she had been unplugged from everything and had signed all the paperwork. Julie brought her a shirt and jeans from the Lost and Found and told her where she had moved her truck into the parking lot. Angela thanked her for all her help and promised to buy her a drink if she stopped into the bar once Angela was back to work. Julie paused for a moment. "Do you remember Carrie, the nurse who worked here? She gave you samples to be taken to the lab not long ago." "I remember her," Angela said. "I heard about her being abducted." Julie smiled, even though her eyes watered up. "Somehow, God intervened or something, and they were able to find her body along with the guy who did it. We all wish she was still with us, but at least it's some comfort for her family that they were finally able to give her a proper burial. I'm so sorry." After an uncomfortable silence, Angela finally spoke again. "Thank you for taking care of me while I was here." Julie wiped a tear away, smiled, and rubbed Angela's arm. "Glad to watch over you." As she left the room to get an orderly with a wheelchair, Angela thought, "You all watch over me, and I watch over all of you." It's what they did. That's what Angela did. Julie finally brought back an orderly with a wheelchair. As they wheeled her to the door and then out into the parking lot to her truck, they offered to call someone to drive her or to call her a cab. Angela thanked them, but insisted she was fine. When she carefully climbed into her truck, relieved to be free at last, the first thing she did was check that her gun was still there in the center console. It was right where she'd left it. She drove through town slowly to be sure she wouldn't have to slam on the brakes for anyone. She felt a wave of relief that she had survived the attempt on her life and that she had finally gotten out of the hospital. The 4 men who had raped her and tried to kill her were finally behind bars. She would rather have them down the hellhole, but at least they were in jail. She hoped they spent the rest of their lives in prison. When she reached the drive up to her cabin, she let the cable drop to the ground so she could drive in. She would have liked to leave it there and simply drive up to the cabin, but she wanted it back across the drive. Her 4 attackers were in jail, but she didn't want anyone else coming up to her place uninvited. She struggled to pull the cable tight across the drive, but she finally got it locked back on, happy that she would be left alone. 28. Even though it was still light out, Angela went right to bed. She was relieved to finally take off the baggy jeans and shirt from the hospital Lost and Found, but more than that, it was a relief to be in her own bed and to at last be completely alone. Before climbing into bed, she resisted the temptation to look at herself in the mirror. Several mornings later, when she finally did look in the mirror, it was worse than she had hoped, but it wasn't as bad as she had feared. The bruises had lost their sick-looking deep violet color, but now they were an ugly, dark yellowish black. The stitches inside her cheeks were a continual annoyance, but they would dissolve as the wounds healed. She was thankful that they hadn't gone all the way through her cheeks, and that she wouldn't have scars across the outside of her face. It was going to be a while, though, before she was in shape to tend bar. After she got dressed and made herself some soup, she went down into the basement. The quiet of the basement was different from the quiet of the house. The basement was deathly quiet. She thought about the killers she had put down the hellhole and promised herself they would not be the last. Angela retrieved another knife from the cabinet and fit its sheath into the pocket in the lining of a new pair of boots that hadn't been covered in blood. She had never known that it was illegal to carry the knife. She had carried the knife because she knew it was illegal to carry a gun. She thought she was taking on an extra risk by carrying a knife instead of a gun in order to stay legal. Since it was illegal to carry the knife, too, that changed everything. Angela went back to the cabinet where the supplies were stored and retrieved her grandfather's inside-the-waistband leather holster for the Walther P-22. She tried the gun in it. It fit like a glove. But that wasn't exactly what she needed. Angela put the leather holster on the counter and used a utility knife to cut off the bottom end of the barrel pocket to make an opening. She screwed on a suppressor and tried putting the gun into the holster. She had to cut away some extra leather until the suppressor fit down through the hole and the gun sat snug in the holster. She undid the button and zipper on her jeans and fit the holster to the inside of the waistband in back. It would stick out and be too visible if she wore it on her hip. Wearing it in the back, she could wear a top to help conceal it. The suppressor made for a long weapon, but she found that with the barrel of the suppressor resting partway down into the crack of her ass, the gun was well concealed. She often wore a short top that showed her midriff when she tended bar. She decided that her cutoffs revealed enough to keep men buying drinks and leaving tips without needing a cropped top as well. A longer top would allow her to carry the gun with the suppressor already attached. Ever since she had killed that first man, who had murdered the girl with red hair and dumped her body in an old cistern in the deserted industrial tract, she knew she had found her calling in life. It seemed like the more men she killed, the more she wanted to kill. It was addicting. Fortunately, she seemed to be a lunatic magnet. Killers were drawn to her like wolves to a lamb. Angela figured that if she was breaking the law carrying the knife, then she might as well carry a gun. Better to break the law than to be murdered. The next time, she wouldn't have to worry about it being out of reach in her truck. Even if she did have a gun on her, she was concerned by how fast those men had gotten control of her. She wasn't sure that even if she had been carrying a gun, she would have been able to get it out fast enough. She wasn't sure yet what she was going to do about that problem. There seemed to be a piece to the puzzle missing. Satisfied with the way the holster fit, Angela collected a few boxes of ammunition and went out to practice. Having the gun holstered at the small of her back added a challenging new dimension to shooting. She would have to get used to drawing it quickly, even with the suppressor attached. That was not going to be easy. It was a trade-off of speed for stealth. First, she needed to master drawing it quickly and then getting off rounds accurately. It didn't matter how fast you could shoot if you missed the target. Her grandfather often told her that you couldn't miss fast enough to save your life. She soon became good at drawing the gun from a concealed position and getting off the first round with dead accuracy. Once she could draw and every round pinged the steel triangle, her confidence grew that having the gun concealed on her would be worthwhile. Her abdomen was finally feeling better, and the bruises were healing. When she went for a checkup, Dr. Song was pleased with her progress. The stitches inside her cheeks were beginning to dissolve, too. Confident she could cover the remaining bruises with makeup, she felt good about going back to work for Barry. To celebrate being alive and going back to work, she dyed her hair a stark platinum blonde with blue tips. Her hair and her cutoffs, showing off her legs, always brought in good tips. For all she knew, maybe the tattoo across her throat did as well. Since she was carrying her gun in the waistband at the small of her back, she had to wear a longer top to cover it. Because the suppressor made it hard to wear her gun when driving, she decided that for now she would carry the suppressor separately. With no pockets big enough to hide a suppressor, she put it down the inside of her left boot, much the way she did with her knife in the right boot. It wasn't too comfortable, but it worked well enough for the time being. While she was concerned that it was illegal to carry the gun and knife, and doubly illegal to have a suppressor, she was far more realistically concerned about suddenly finding herself looking into the eyes of a killer. That happened far more often than she had ever encountered the police. At least with the 4 men who had tried to kill her in jail, she wouldn't have to worry about encountering them. Pleased that she was going to be well armed, and just as she was about to leave to bartend, she got a call. She pulled out her phone as she was heading for the front door, keys in hand. "Hello, this is Angela."
"Hi, Miss Constantine. It's Detective Vaughn."
Angela used her shoulder to hold her phone to her ear as she locked the front door. "Have they set a trial date?" The detective cleared his throat.
"I hate having to give you this news, but the charges were dropped, and all 4 of the men were released."
Angela straightened, keys in hand. For a moment, she couldn't seem to form a thought. "I don't understand. Why would they be released?"
"I'm afraid it was the prosecutor's decision."
At first, Angela felt like she might faint. It took only seconds, though, for rage to take over. "But I identified them. I said I would testify. You have the DNA evidence they collected at the hospital. It's all in the rape kit."
"Rape kits from all over the state are backlogged for years. There's not enough funding to process them. It will be at least 3 years, more likely 4, or maybe even 5 years before they can get to yours for processing and DNA analysis."
"But I'm willing to testify. They have the rope. My blood was at the location. There's a hospital report of what they did to me. None of that has to be processed."
"Look, Miss Constantine, I'm on your side. I'm angry about this, too."
"Oh, yeah? Did those bastards rape you? Did they put a fucking rope around your neck, hang you from a beam, and leave you to strangle to death?" The line was silent for a moment.
"Of course not. I realize there is no way I could feel the way you do. I'm just saying that I'm on your side. I wanted those 4 assholes to go to prison. I was pretty angry when I heard that they'd been released."
"Who ordered them released?"
"John Babington, the assistant district attorney."
In her courier job delivering legal documents, Angela had met John Babington a few times. He was a prick. "Can't you—"
"There's nothing I can do about it. It's over my head. The reason for my call is to inform you, but more importantly, I wanted to warn you. Those 4 are out of jail, and since they had intended to kill you, it's possible they could decide to finish the job. I asked if we could provide protection, but since there is no specific threat, the chief said we don't have the manpower."
Angela scanned the surrounding woods. They could be anywhere. "Do you have any idea if they left town?"
"I'm sorry, but I don't. If I get any word on their whereabouts or if they left town, I will certainly let you know right away."
"All right. Thanks," Angela finally said. Her thoughts were already elsewhere, already on that pompous prick, John Babington. One time in the hall of the municipal building, when no one else was around, John Babington had put his hand on her ass. It wasn't tentative or fleeting. It was deliberate and forceful. In the same way she handled drunks in the bar, she simply glided out of range without making an issue of it as she handed him the documents she was delivering for one of her attorney clients. He had flashed her a smile that was both lewd and condescending at the same time. Instead of going to work at the bar, Angela called Barry and told him she would be a little late, that she had to make a stop first. 29. After calling Barry, Angela drove straight into downtown Milford Falls. The whole way, she kept trying to think of a reason why they would have let the men go. It didn't make any sense. These weren't petty shoplifters. These men had beat her senseless and left her hanging by a rope, fully expecting she was going to die. Having been to the municipal building before, Angela knew that they had metal detectors. Once she found a parking place in a commercial lot about a block away, she did as she always did. She pulled the knife out of her boot and slid it under her seat. Since she was now carrying a gun, she removed the holstered weapon and hid it, along with the suppressor, under the back end of the floor mat in the passenger footwell, where it went under the seat. Going up the broad steps, she realized that she wasn't exactly dressed properly to see the assistant district attorney. Most of the other people going in and out were dressed in business suits, even though there were some messengers and lower-level workers who were dressed somewhat more casually. Angela had been on her way to work to tend bar, so she was wearing cutoffs and boots. Her attire earned her some inviting smiles from men and murderous looks from women. Inside was the usual entry to a public building, a large, bland chamber that echoed voices and footsteps. A small line had formed at the security checkpoint as people laid briefcases and purses in tubs on a table before going through the metal detector. Angela slipped her purse off her shoulder and slung it up into a gray plastic tub. She knew the routine from delivering documents to the prosecutors who had offices in the building. Once past security, she took the elevator up to the 4th floor. Down the hall, past people who paused to stare at her, she came to the office of the assistant district attorney. The receptionist was a thin young man with perfectly styled hair. His blue shirt, offset with a coral-colored tie, was too big for him. He asked if she had an appointment to see Mr. Babington. When she said no, he told her he was in a meeting and she would have to make an appointment and come back. She said she wanted to wait to see if he would have time to see her after his meeting. Annoyed, he asked her name. Angela told him that she was a courier and had delivered packages to Mr. Babington before. Pouting, he told her to have a seat. Just before 5 p.m., John Babington opened his office door to let out a couple of men. They hurried past him on their way out. He paused, putting on his suit coat. The guy at the front desk smirked his disapproval as he pointed at Angela. I told her she would have to make an appointment, but she insisted on waiting. John Babington stood frozen with one arm in the sleeve of his jacket, taking in her bare legs. There was no question in her mind that he remembered her. He pulled his suit coat back off and gestured with a tilt of his head for her to come into his office. Angela closed the door and then sat in one of the 2 maroon leather chairs in front of his wooden desk. He swung his coat over his taller chair behind the desk and sat down.
What can I do for you?
I'm Angela Constantine. He leaned back in his chair and with one hand slicked back his long, thick, dark brown hair.
What can I do for you, Ms. Constantine?
4 men tried to murder me. I was told you dropped the charges and let them go. I want to know why. Recognition showed in his eyes, and then he smiled to himself as if she were a child who had asked something naive.
It's not that simple.
Angela nested her hands in her lap. It is to me. They tried to murder me.
Didn't you say they raped you as well?
He leaned in with a hint of a smile, wanting to hear the juicy story. A simple yes was all she gave him. His extra chins oozed over his collar and tie as he tried to glance down at her legs, but she was too close to his desk for him to see much. So he took a long look at her chest instead before he shifted his attention to the stack of folders to the side. He fingered through them until he found the one he was looking for, and then tugged it out. He dropped the folder on the desk in front of himself and then flipped it open. He turned over papers, reading, making small sounds in his throat. She saw the photocopied mugshots of the 4 men. He flipped those 4 pages over, then wet his thumb and picked up a page, studying it for a moment. He finally looked up over the top of the paper.
What exactly was it you wanted to know?
I told the officer who came to see me in the hospital that I was willing to testify against all 4 men. I can identify them. I gave the officers the license plate number. I want to know why you would drop the charges and let them go. He gave her a long, cold look.
Are you prejudiced, Ms. Constantine?
Angela blinked. What? John Babington gave her a haughty smirk.
They're undocumented Mexican immigrants, Ms. Constantine. This state has a policy of giving sanctuary to undocumented immigrants.
Angela leveled a glare back at him. They tried to kill me.
The good people of New York State
He lifted his arm to twirl his hand in the air over his head. "And all the elected officials above me have made it abundantly clear that this is to be a sanctuary state for undocumented aliens. That means we protect them. There are standing orders not to cooperate in any way with federal officials."
"This isn't a federal case," Angela said, cutting him off. "This is a criminal case. I don't want them deported. I want them prosecuted." With a finger, she pointed out the bruises around her neck. "They hanged me and left me to die. They attempted to murder me. You're the one who is supposed to speak for victims and prosecute criminals." He stared at her throat a moment before looking up into her eyes.
"Are you into Satanism, Ms. Constantine?"
"What?"
"Satanism. You know, devil worship." He gestured toward her neck. "Your tattoo there, it says Dark Angel. Do you worship Satan?"
Angela frowned her incredulity. "No. And even if I did, which I don't, what does that have to do with those men raping me and trying to kill me?" He briefly looked back at the paper he was holding and then looked up with icy contempt.
"It says here that the men said the sex was consensual."
Angela stared in astonishment at the accusation. "That's a lie. Of course they're going to say it was consensual. They're trying to get out of going to jail for what they did. I suppose they also claimed that the attempted murder was actually assisted suicide?" He arched an eyebrow at her sarcasm before going back to silently reading the report in his hand.
"I have the testimony of all 4 men saying the same thing, that it was consensual. They claim that you wanted to have an experience."
"What are you talking about? What experience?"
"They all say that they met you at Barry's place, where you're a bartender. They say that after work, out in the parking lot, you got friendly with them and then told them that you had a rape fantasy. They say you asked them if they wanted to play along and help you have that kind of experience." After work that night, Angela was busy killing Owen, but she could hardly say that. "They put me in the hospital." He nodded as if he knew all about it. "They claim you wanted it to be rough sex so that, as they say, it would feel real to you. They say you told them beforehand that you wanted them to hang you by a rope and leave you so as to complete your fantasy. When they were reluctant to go that far, you told them not to worry, that you had a knife in your boot and you would cut yourself down."
Angela sat, stunned. The men didn't know she had a knife when they'd left her there to die. That knife was only discovered by Officer Denton at the hospital. That could only mean that someone fed that information to the 4 men and helped them craft their statement, or crafted it for them. She realized that since the state's policy was to provide sanctuary to undocumented aliens, he needed to find an excuse to drop the charges and let the men go. So they fabricated a story to discredit Angela. He cocked his arm and pumped his fist as he gave her a knowing wink.
"You enjoy a little gangbang now and then, Ms. Constantine? Is that it? A bit of hard, fast, and rough?"
Angela could barely contain her rage, but she knew she had to. She knew her face was going red, but she couldn't stop that. "I'm telling you what happened," she said, as calmly as she could. "I'm the victim of a crime, of attempted murder." John Babington regarded her with an imperious expression.
"I'm just letting you know the statement the 4 men gave. It certainly is at odds with what you say. Their account would come out in court, of course. There are 4 of them and 1 of you. Their side of it would be a sensation in the press. It would be all over the internet, with sympathy pouring in from all around the country for the poor, innocent, undocumented immigrants. You would be hounded as a bigot, a racist, and worse. That's why, in my view, I had to drop the charges. It protects everyone, including you."
"They're criminals," she repeated. "I'm not a criminal." He flipped over a few more pages.
"Well,
Let's see. I have a report here that you were carrying a concealed weapon. He looked up over the paper and arched an eyebrow. Is that true?
Angela swallowed. She knew better than to lie. Yes. I carried a knife for self-defense. I was unaware it was illegal.
Ignorance before the law is no excuse, Ms. Constantine. You do realize, don't you, that because the officer found the weapon and seized it, we have the evidence needed to prosecute you for carrying a concealed weapon?
He gave her a threatening smile.
At the discretion of this office, of course.
Angela didn't say anything. She was getting the bigger picture. They intended to let the men go, period. He was letting her know that he would bring charges against her if she made a fuss about it. He would charge her with a crime and suggest that it hadn't been rape at all, but consensual sex. He would say that after the romp, she wanted to charge the men to cover up the true nature of her behavior, and because she was a racist. His gaze went from her hair as far down as he could see.
It's rather self-evident that you were asking for it.
Right, he said to make a point of it.
I mean, why else would you dress the way you do? Anyone can see by looking at you that you're the kind of woman who is always looking to get laid. Right?
The way I dress does not make it okay to rape me. He smiled as he winked at her.
Come on now. Tell the truth. You liked it.
Angela knew she was in a dangerous situation with a powerful man, the kind of situation with authorities she always tried to avoid. She simply said, "That's not true." He shrugged off her denial and flipped over the page.
It says here in this report that the officer who interviewed you at the hospital suspected that the incident might have been some kind of drug deal gone bad.
Angela blinked. I don't use drugs.
It doesn't matter what you say. It only matters what the jury believes.
He flipped over some more pages, mumbling a list of things under his breath as he read. He finally straightened the papers and laid them back down in the folder, then leaned back in his chair and locked his fingers behind his head. His big belly flopped out over his pants.
Despite what you say, young lady, the evidence shows that you are likely heavily involved in drugs. The Constantine residence, where you lived, has long been the scene of visits from the police for drug activity, including possession with the intent to distribute. Your place is well known to police. There have been fights there, stabbings, and any number of arrests on various charges, most of them having to do with drugs. All of that is very incriminating to a jury.
Angela did her best to control her voice. I don't do drugs. It didn't matter. She was guilty for the sins of her mother. Hands still laced behind his head, he shrugged.
All the people I prosecute for drug possession and for dealing say the same thing. They don't do drugs. They don't deal drugs. We have the wrong person. The police planted the drugs on them. All that kind of bull crap. You're all the same.
You would prosecute someone you know is innocent?
It's not up to me to say who is innocent and who is guilty. It's up to a jury to make that determination.
Angela stood, fists at her side. I don't have anything to do with drugs.
Well, what we're left with is the word of the police.
His gaze glided down to her cutoffs for a lingering look.
Against the word of a whore the cat dragged out of a trailer park.
His gaze came up to glare at her with cold contempt. By the way he kept looking at her body, Angela realized that he had something important in common with the four men. Like them, he thought he was better than her. More than that, he had an elitist disdain for her, and yet he couldn't help lusting for her. It left him with the confused emotion of hatred mixed with desire. Angela didn't say anything as she sat back down. He shrugged. Maybe what we have here is a simple case of a woman dealing drugs and known to be carrying a concealed weapon. He leaned forward, pointing at her with a pen he picked up off his desk as his voice got louder. Like I said, we're a sanctuary state, and we are not going to unfairly prosecute undocumented aliens on the word of a fucking little trailer tramp. With great effort, Angela kept her mouth shut. So, he said, his voice returning to normal levels, I think that you should consider yourself fortunate that I'm not inclined to press concealed weapons charges against you. Don't you agree? Angela swallowed back her anger. She knew she had to be very careful in her answer. This was not a battle she could win. Worse, she knew she would be in great peril if she said the wrong thing. Yes, I agree. His politician smile returned. I'm so glad that I could explain it and learn that we see eye to eye about this whole matter. There was an urgent knock at the door. When Babington looked up and called, Yes? The door opened just enough for the young man who had been at the front desk to stick his head in. Can I have you for just a minute, Mr. Babington? A critical matter. Babington shut the folder on his desk and rose. Excuse me for a moment, Ms. Constantine. He hiked up his pants as he went to the door. He leaned his head out, discussing something with the young man. Babington's side of the discussion sounded heated. Angela watched him a moment, watching as his ill humor revealed itself. Babington had one hand on the doorframe and the other on the edge of the door as he leaned his head out, asking pointed questions and giving angry orders. She couldn't see the young man. He had withered back under his boss's temper. Angela leaned in over his desk and lifted the cover of the folder, then the papers, until she found the 4 mugshots. She quickly snatched them out of the folder, folded them up, and stuffed them in a pocket. She closed the cover of the folder. When Babington finished talking to the young man and came back into the room, Angela lifted her purse off the other chair and put the strap over her shoulder. He gave her that lewd, condescending smile she had seen from him before. She returned a phony smile she sometimes had to use at the bar to avoid trouble with fragile male egos. Thank you for your time, Mr. Babington, Angela said on her way past him. Any time, my dear, he called after her. Any time. 30. Angela sat in her truck, gripping the steering wheel as if she were trying to strangle it, panting, her heart pounding as she stared down at nothing. She knew better than to go to the authorities. She knew better. She should have expected it. When she heard that the charges had been dropped and the men released, she should have known that the fix was already in and there was nothing she could do about it. The system always blamed the victim. She remembered something her grandfather told her that day on the way home after he had come to her school. Principal Erickson had been about to expel her for fighting back against those bigger girls who had attacked her. She wasn't expelled, but only because Principal Erickson was more afraid of her grandfather than of any criticism for not expelling her. In the car on the way home, her grandfather had told her that every form of authority, from the school system to the justice system, was far more concerned about protecting itself than the innocent. He said that was why he was proud of her for standing up for herself. He said that was the only true way to ensure justice. He had been right. The prosecutor's office didn't care about justice. Like all forms of authority, from the smallest to the largest, they only cared about protecting themselves and their political agenda. It was always dangerous to go against what had already been decided by the authorities. People like Angela were a petty annoyance, a minor obstacle to their ends. If need be, the system would crush them if they got in the way. Angela, though, cared about justice. It was all she really cared about. Vengeance was the only thing that made her feel alive. It was the only thing worth living for. In a way, Angela was glad the self-centered prick had let the 4 men go. It meant that Angela could hunt them. Although the men had been let go because they were undocumented Mexican immigrants, Angela didn't really believe that the 4 men were Mexican. She didn't think Mexicans talked the way these men talked, or thought the way these men thought. She didn't think Mexicans thought of America as the great Satan. She knew who did. She could see it in their eyes that they genuinely despised America. They radiated a visceral hatred. They were going to kill her, so they had nothing to hide. She also didn't think the things she saw in that room were parts for irrigation systems. Irrigation systems didn't use cell phones or piles of machined geometric-shaped parts or wires that came in by courier. The 4 men weren't who they pretended to be. They were up to something. She briefly considered calling the authorities, the FBI or Homeland Security, and reporting what she'd seen. But with John Babington's accusations still burning hot in her mind, and seeing how laws created by lawyers protected criminals, not victims, she dismissed the thought. Everyone would accuse her of being a racist who hated the men because they were Mexican. If she reported them, the most likely outcome would be that she would be the one who got in trouble. They would check with Babington about the men. He would brush off the accusations, and then he would likely charge her with carrying a concealed weapon. More frightening, he would come up with a large quantity of drugs and charge her with dealing. It was easy for a man like that to put someone like Angela in jail, where she would be silenced and forgotten. She repeated her rule to herself. No good could ever come of talking to the authorities or trusting in them, whoever those authorities might be. Angela picked up her phone and called Barry. He answered on the second ring. "Barry, it's Angela. Would it be all right if I didn't come in tonight?"
What's up?
"It's nothing."
It's something. I can hear it in your voice. What's wrong?
Angela cleared her throat. "I just found out that the charges against the 4 men who attacked me have been dropped."
What? That doesn't make any sense. How in the world could that happen? Who dropped the charges?
"The assistant district attorney, John Babington." Barry huffed the name.
Figures. Do you know that when Babington was running for office, he came by the bar and asked for a campaign contribution?
"No, you never told me."
Well, he did. He said that it would be nice if I could help with a contribution to his campaign, to continue his strong record on law and order. He said that it would be a good idea to help him get elected because if he lost, before the new man was sworn into office, there are always a lot of pending charges against bars that came across the desk of the assistant district attorney, and he might finally have to pursue them all as a last duty to the people of the state. I told him that I didn't know anything about election campaigns, and I asked what the suggested amount of a contribution would be. Do you know what that asshole said?
"No. What did he say?"
He said that the suggested contribution was $1,500. $1,500!
"So you made a contribution to his campaign?"
Damn right I did. I know a shakedown when I hear one. Sometimes, even when you know it's not fair, you gotta do what's right for you. Know what I mean?
Angela's grip on the steering wheel had her knuckles white. "Yeah, I sure do." He paused a moment.
I'm sorry, Angela. Talking about my petty shakedown. That's nothing like what the fucking asshole did to you. Listen, it's not that busy. Take the night off. In fact, take the rest of the week off. This must be rattling you. Hell, it has me fuming and it didn't even happen to me.
"Thanks for understanding, Barry. I'll call you in a few days and see what the schedule looks like." When she hung up, she called the missed number that had called 6 times. "Hello, this is Betty with Hospice Services," a woman on the other end of the line said. "Hi, Betty. This is Angela Constantine."
"Angela, I've been trying to reach you.
I know. Something happened.
What could have happened that you wouldn't...
I was attacked by 4 men. They raped me, beat me, and left me for dead. I've been in the hospital, recovering. Her heated tone turned to apologetic shock.
Oh, my God. I had no idea. Are you all right? I'm so sorry that I've been calling you so often.
Don't worry about it. Listen, Betty, the reason I'm calling is I need to know something from my mother. There was a momentary pause.
Well, it's getting difficult, you know. She's in and out. She doesn't seem to be able to process talking on the phone anymore.
That's fine. I don't expect her to be able to talk on the phone. I just need you to ask her something for me. It's important. I need the last name of a guy who used to come around our house. His first name was Nate. I need to know his last name. It was foreign sounding, and I can't remember it. Ma should remember him. She always said he was cute, and she wanted to pinch his ass. He came around our house for a while until he went to prison for manslaughter.
Nate went to prison for manslaughter. That's terrible. Okay, hold on and I'll ask.
She was gone for quite a while. At last, she returned to the phone.
It was difficult. She has a hard time, you know.
I know.
But she remembered him. His name is Nate Drenovich.
Angela snapped her fingers. That's it. That's the guy. Thank you, Betty. I'm sorry, but I have to go for now.
Half the time, with the medication, I don't know what she means, but she does ask for you. Just now, she asked something kind of strange.
What did she ask?
She asked me just now if it was the girl in the moon. It was kind of strange. Eerie, you know?
Angela didn't know what to say.
When will you be able to come see her?
Soon, Angela said. I have to take care of some things first.
I understand. You take care of yourself, dear, and get better. Do you hear me? Get better.
I will. Thank you, Betty. 31. Once she hung up, Angela started doing a search on her phone for the name Nate Drenovich. Surprisingly, there were a number of entries, but they were in other cities. Then she found one in Milford Falls. Drenovich Tactical. Under the name it said, Combat Martial Arts. From what she remembered of him, that sounded like the same guy. Angela knew roughly where the address was located. She replaced the knife in her right boot, the suppressor in the other boot, and the gun inside her waistband at the small of her back. It was uncomfortable leaning back in the seat of the truck with the gun there. She reminded herself that the gun was not meant to be comfortable. It was meant to be comforting. She felt safer having the gun on her rather than left in the truck where it had been useless to her when she had needed it most, all because she had been following the law. But she knew that even having a gun wasn't the whole solution. She found Drenovich Tactical in a seedy strip mall set back from a busy 4-lane street. She didn't know if Nate would remember her. She'd been 15, maybe nearing 16 at the time. She didn't know if he was still into drugs, but since he had a business, she was hoping not. If he was, she would simply find someone else. With all the scary men at her mother's place, she had thought he was one of the more decent guys who hung around the trailer. But he wouldn't have hung around unless he did drugs or ran with people who did. At the least, though, he hung around with the wrong crowd. There was also the matter of his manslaughter conviction. That worried her. She wondered what she might be walking into. At the moment, though, he was the only one she could think of for what she needed. At least it was a place to start. If she didn't like what she found, she could always walk. Angela parked in front of the storefront window painted black from the inside, with the name Drenovich Tactical in gold lettering outlined in red. Because the window was painted over, there was no way to see what might be inside. She opened the typical strip mall aluminum and glass door, which was also painted over in black. Inside, the place was basically all one open room. While not big, it looked like plenty of space for martial arts training. The bottom 6 feet of the walls were painted black, with a red band above the black running around the room, and white the rest of the way up to a high ceiling with exposed ductwork and vents. There looked to be a bathroom in back, and there was a desk with a few folding chairs up against the blacked-out window in front. Wooden benches lined one wall. Most of the room was covered with mats. 2 men were practicing some sort of arm locks and escapes in the center of the room. One of them pretty much fit her memory of Nate. The other was older, more muscular, with a buzz cut, a wife-beater undershirt, and lots of tattoos upon tattoos upon tattoos. He was doing the kind of steroid-induced sniffing and shoulder twitching that made her wonder if she'd made a mistake coming into the place. The guy was clearly amped up. His eyes were bugged out. From lots of experience at quickly judging men as she had been growing up, she knew that he was trouble. Both men disengaged from grappling and came over to Angela. Nate was a ruggedly good-looking guy, at most maybe 5 or 6 years older than her. He had short brown hair that was pleasing in its disorder. The tight, black, short-sleeved T-shirt he had on showed that he was ripped, but not muscle-bound like the other guy.
"Hey, hot stuff,"
the tattooed guy said as he circled in close beside her. He aggressively grabbed her ass cheek.
"Nice."
In an instant, Angela had the barrel of her gun pressed up under his chin, lifting his head back a few inches. He froze. "Did you hear that click?" she asked.
Yeah?"
That was the safety coming off. "I've had a very bad day and I'm in a really, really bad mood. Right now I'd like nothing more than an excuse to pull the trigger. If you so much as fantasize about touching me again, I'm going to send a bullet ricocheting around the inside of your thick cranium. Do you know what cranium means, dumb fuck?" Her tone of voice turned him cautious.
"Yeah, I know."
"What? What cranium means, or that you're a dumb fuck?" He didn't seem to know what she wanted him to say.
All right, Malcolm," Nate said. "Listen to me. I know what's going through your head right now, and believe me, you're just starting and you haven't had enough lessons yet to even think of trying to disarm this pissed-off young lady before she could pull the trigger."
Nate gently put his fingers on Angela's forearm.
"It's all right. I swear, I won't let him touch you again. So why don't you put the gun away?"
Angela glanced at his eyes. They were calm and confident. She put the safety back on as she pulled the gun from under Malcolm's chin. She slipped the weapon back into its holster. Nate put a hand against Malcolm's sweaty shoulder, right over a tattooed nuclear radiation symbol, backing him away a few steps.
"I think we should call it a day. We'll pick it up from there next week." He pointed a thumb toward the door. "See you then."
Malcolm frowned in confusion at what had just happened and his quick dismissal. His bug eyes twitched back and forth between Nate and Angela.
"Fucking little cunt,"
he finally said. Angela glared at him. "Sticks and stones."
"All right, that's enough," Nate told Malcolm as he started forward. "You know that one of the things I teach is when to walk away. This is one of those times. You don't need to prove that you can beat up a 115-pound girl. You've made your point. I'll see you next week."
Malcolm looked between them once more, and then finally snatched his shirt off the back of a chair. With the shirt clutched in his fist, he stormed out the door. When she looked back, Nate had a puzzled frown as he stared at her.
"Do I know you? You look familiar."
She could see in his eyes that he was a killer, but in some mystifying way it was different from the eyes of every killer she'd ever seen before. Looking into his eyes brought on that same primal, bone-chilling fear of a predator, but at the same time, there wasn't the vicious quality to go with it. She also didn't have any visions of him killing, only vague shadows, fighting. It was oddly disorienting, because it was alarming, but at the same time, calming. Kind of. I'm Angela Constantine, Sally's daughter. You used to come around to the parties at our trailer. He snapped his fingers. A pleasant smile spread across his features as he pointed at her. Right. Sally's daughter. He gave her a quick look down and back up. Damn, girl. When you grew up, you did it right. She was not in the mood for flattery. Are you still doing drugs? The question momentarily threw him off. He recovered quickly. Nah, he said with a dismissive gesture rather than get defensive. That was a phase. I was hanging out with the wrong crowd. In my experience, people who say that are the wrong crowd. He turned a little more serious. If you really must know, it had to do with a girl named Becky that I thought I was in love with at the time. I would have walked off a cliff if she asked me to. I was young and stupid back then. He waved off the subject. So, what brings you here? I'm interested in learning some self-defense. He smiled as he shook his head. Are you sure that you need it? You're pretty damn fast with that gun. Angela didn't return the smile. Guns can't always save you. Sometimes you don't have a gun when you need it most. Even if you do, you might not be able to get to it fast enough. Even worse, some people know how to take a gun away from you before you can use it to save yourself. Sometimes you simply get overpowered. He turned more serious when he saw that she wasn't smiling. You're right. Not Malcolm, not yet anyway. But there are people who can take a gun away from you before you know what happened, and then you're in a whole lot of trouble. If it's a bad guy, you're dead. Angela studied his eyes for a moment. You went to prison for killing a guy. Why did you kill him? He lifted a hand as if in defense. Whoa there. What kind of question is that? The kind of question I have to ask before I agree to let you teach me anything. Before you agree? He planted his fists on his hips. What if I don't want you as a student? Then I'll find someone else. I started with you because I always thought you were a decent guy, despite the people you were hanging out with. I'm a pretty good judge of character. I wanted to come to you first because I thought you would remember me and might be willing to help me. I see. So why did you kill a man? He chewed his bottom lip as he stared off for a moment, apparently considering if he wanted to answer her. Finally, he looked back at her. Becky, that girl I told you I was in love with, discovered meth. She was getting wasted on it more and more often. Whenever I asked her to stop, she would call me a chicken shit loser. So, for a while, I went along with it. I didn't want her to dump me, so I smoked pot when she did meth, or when we partied. At your house, when she smoked crack and I would smoke weed, I was trying to fit into her world and be part of her life. But I finally grew up enough to realize that I deserved better, so I told Becky we were through, and I quit seeing her. Quick, cold turkey. It hurt. And at the same time, it was a relief, you know? Anyway, she was royally pissed. Becky was damn good-looking, and no one had ever dumped her before. She didn't like it. She wanted revenge. She told this other guy, a guy she was two-timing me with but I hadn't known about, that I beat her up all the time, so she'd left me for him. The guy was always getting wired on angel dust. One night, he came looking for me to avenge the damsel. He caught me leaving a convenience store. I told him he could have Becky with my blessings, but the guy wouldn't listen to anything I said. I didn't want to fight him. He wasn't having it,
and he got really pissed when I simply kept him off me and wouldn't fight him. Then he came at me with a knife. I could tell by his eyes that he was flying on angel dust and that he was serious about intending to kill me. He was a big guy, and he kept swinging that knife at me. I tried to hurt him enough to make him stop, but he was so high on PCP that he wasn't feeling any pain. Finally, when he lunged at me, I put him down hard to buy me enough time to leave. The thing is, when I flipped him down on the ground, he landed on the stub of a signpost that had been broken off by a car. It was a freak thing. It severed his spine at the base of his skull and killed him instantly.
When Angela had lived at home, there were people who did supergrass, marijuana combined with PCP. She knew how much it messed people up. The ones who did straight PCP called it rocket fuel. It made them behave like they were insane. Angela hid from them. That sounds like self-defense to me. Nate lifted his arms in frustrated agreement.
It was. I was going to be cleared of any wrongdoing. But then this fucking asshole of a prosecutor came across the case. He was running for re-election at the time, and he wanted to look tough on crime. He wanted a murder case to puff himself up to voters. He had a dead guy and me. So he said it was a love triangle and charged me with second-degree murder. He got that bitch Becky to testify against me. She loved that. She wanted revenge for me dumping her. Fortunately, the jury didn't entirely believe her, and they convicted me of the lesser charge of manslaughter. I served a little over 2 years. So, there it is. That's how I ended up killing a guy and serving time. Becky got to gloat to her friends how she'd put me away.
Who was the prosecutor?
John Babington. Jobs are scarce in Milford Falls to start with, but on top of that, being a convicted felon makes it nearly impossible to get hired. I've studied martial arts almost since I was in diapers, so I decided to put it to use and open my own martial arts studio to make a living.
Could you have killed that guy intentionally, if you needed to? He looked like he couldn't believe she doubted his ability.
In the first second he came at me, I could have broken his neck. I could have killed him a dozen different ways if I had wanted to mess him up. No problem. But I wasn't looking to kill him, or even hurt him. I was simply trying to leave. I was done with that drama queen, and I didn't want to get dragged back into a soap opera. But Babington was happy to fuck up my life as long as he could use my case to help him get elected.
32. As it just so happens, Angela said, I met John Babington today. It did not go well. He looked surprised and a little suspicious.
Really? What were you doing with Babington?
Angela pulled out the mug shots. She unfolded them and handed all 4 to Nate. I have a courier business. I delivered a package to these 4 men. They overpowered me, raped me, beat me nearly to death, then hung me by my neck from a beam and left me to die.
Yeah, he said quietly. I saw what's left of the bruises and abrasions around your neck from the rope. I wondered what that was about. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
He gave her a puzzled look.
But if they left you hanging there by your neck, how the hell did you get out of it?
Angela pulled her knife from her boot and held the blade up briefly, then slid it back down into its sheath. He looked a little surprised to see that besides the gun, she also had a knife. I gave the police their license plate number along with their names and descriptions. All 4 were arrested. John Babington dropped the charges and had them released. Nate made a face.
Why?
They're illegal aliens. This is a sanctuary state. Babington didn't want to be accused of being a racist for prosecuting illegal aliens or get in trouble with the politicians above him for violating that policy. It would be bad for his career. So, he dropped the charges. When I objected, he said I was a whore and implied that I probably got what I deserved for enticing the men. The police had confiscated my knife when I was in the hospital. He threatened to prosecute me on concealed weapon charges, along with invented drug charges, if I made a fuss over it. He's a pompous prick. I knew better than to cross him. Nate let out a sigh. That sounds like Babington. I'm glad you were smart enough not to test him. He would have carried out the threat. Believe me. I know. He folded his arms. So, what do you want from me? Those 4 men overpowered me in an instant. I had this knife on me, but they grabbed my wrists before I could even try to get to it. I tried as hard as I could to get out of their grip, but I couldn't. They were a lot stronger than me. I was at their mercy, and they had none. I was helpless. I don't like being helpless. His expression reflected his understanding as she went on. I know that people who don't have a weapon, but who know what they're doing, can get out of it when men grab them and even turn the tables on them. I know that there are people who know how to put down the threat, even though the men are stronger. But I didn't know how to do it. I spent hours being abused and beaten by these men. You can't imagine the degrading things they did to me, or how they hurt me. I nearly died. I thought for sure that I was going to die hanging there. Thank God you survived. At least it's over. Angela shook her head. I know them. These aren't regular bad guys. There's something more. They would know by now that I escaped the death they had planned for me, and now that they're out of jail, they will come after me to finish what they started. Besides that, it's also a matter of their masculinity, their imagined superiority. A woman bested them. They can't have that. But it's not just those 4. I tend bar, and that can be risky at times. I'm a woman, and I'm not as strong as most men. On top of that, for some reason, I seem to attract bad guys. I want to know how to stop killers like these 4, or any man, for that matter, who intends me harm. Can you teach me that? Nate shrugged. Sure. I'm strongly in favor of women knowing how to protect themselves, but it takes... You don't understand. I don't have a lifetime to devote myself to learning some kind of higher way of life. I don't want a hobby or inner peace. I don't want to learn forms and ritual moves that have fancy names. I'm not a bored housewife. I'm not a gullible girl looking for the meaning of life. I don't have time for any of that crap. I'm not interested in learning to protect myself the way you teach women to protect themselves. This isn't about empowerment. I don't want to learn martial arts and get colored belts. I want you to teach me down and dirty street fighting. I want you to teach me how to hurt people who need hurting. Those 4 men are out there somewhere. I want you to teach me how to put them down when they come after me. I don't want you to teach me how to simply get out of their grip so I can run away. Nate cocked his head. But there are a number of steps, and I also don't want to go to classes with other women. I'm not looking to compete in stages or any of that stuff. I'm only interested in one thing. I want you to teach me how to fucking kill them. I know how to do it with a gun or a knife, and if I can, I will. But I need to know how to do the same thing if I can't get to a weapon in time. I don't want to be defenseless if all I have are my bare hands. That's what I need you to teach me. He studied her eyes for a moment as he considered. You're talking about something very different than my standard self-defense training. Like I said, I don't need a hobby. You're talking about some serious, game-ending moves. Exactly. I don't ordinarily teach those to idiots like Malcolm. You're talking about things that can break bones or even kill. You only use deadly force in life-and-death situations, when it's you or them, the same as with a gun. I understand. He looked dead serious as he considered her for a few moments longer.
You would have to come in for a few hours every day for a while. That would give you a good variety of effective moves, the kind of things you're talking about. You can learn those moves fairly easily, actually, if that's all you're interested in learning. You're not interested in advancing through martial arts, so you can do without most of the rest of it. You won't understand the totality of it, but you will know how to seriously hurt people. As long as I'm able to put a guy down so he can't get up. If necessary, not ever. He appraised her for a moment longer. I'm a convicted felon. I'm not legally allowed to teach anything like you're talking about, so it would have to be kept strictly confidential. You can't ever let the authorities know where you learned it. Not a problem. It also means it would need to be private sessions, just you and me, so that no one else would know about it. That's time I can't teach classes. Private lessons like that are going to cost you. My grandparents used to protect me from the kind of men who hung around my mother's trailer. When they died, they left me a little money. I'm sure they would love nothing more than for some of that money to go toward me learning how to better protect myself. Nate nodded. If you're sure you're serious, I'll cancel some classes. That time will be for you exclusively. You will be my only student. I'll lock the door. I'll leave some time on both sides of your time here so people won't see you come and go. No one will see you train or see you in here, and no one will know about this. Perfect. I'll skip all the forms and traditional instruction. It's basically repetition practice of game-stopping moves. I'll just teach you what you need to know to escape from the grip of an attacker and cripple him for life if you need to. And, if necessary, to kill him. He smiled to lighten the grim mood. And when you're done with a lesson, you can always go next door and get your nails done. When do I start? Nate shrugged. Right now, if you want. I do. Do I have to change? Are you planning on changing your clothes before someone tries to kill you? For the first time since coming into the place, Angela smiled. No, I guess not. He smiled with her. She liked his smile. Well, all right then. How do we start? First, I want you to listen to me. Going over that line with the clear intent to kill is not something that most people can do. Even seriously hurting someone is something a lot of people aren't willing to do. You have to realize that the things I'm going to teach you can seriously mess someone up. Some of these moves can kill. Most people, when it comes right down to it, can't bring themselves to kill. These moves can be just as deadly as using your knife on someone. Dead is dead. I want you to think about it. Could you actually stab someone if you had to? Angela almost laughed, but she didn't. If someone comes at me to kill me, then they are going to get what they deserve. I don't have a problem with that. So how do we begin? Nate's arms were folded across his chest. He let them slip to his sides. A guy is almost always going to be bigger and stronger than you. You're not going to be able to overpower a guy like that with strength, but you can overpower them with technique. Okay? How? Your objective is to disorient, disable, destroy. That requires intent, aggression, momentum. Now he was talking her language. Angela was quite familiar with disorient, disable, destroy. She'd had plenty of practice at that. She was beginning to feel good about her decision to come to Nate. Show me. Nate reached out and gripped her wrist. Let's say a guy grabs you like this. Angela nodded. That was how one of them grabbed me. Okay. You must first get out of his hold on you. I'm going to show you how to do that by converting his hold to a position where you can break his wrist. Unless the guy is on PCP or something, like the guy I killed, pain is your best tool.
I can't argue with that. He let go of her wrist and looked up to her eyes. We're going to start by focusing now on how to break the bones in a person's wrist. That takes the fight right out of them and immediately puts you in control. But the sound of breaking bone is revolting. You can't afford to hold back. You need to do these moves with the conscious intent of breaking bones. Are you squeamish? If he only knew. I'll try not to puke. Angela lifted her arm out toward him again. Show me. She was already feeling good about this. It felt kind of like when her grandfather started teaching her how to shoot. 33. Raphael sat quietly as the cab of the truck rattled and rocked in concert with the idling engine. He'd been in the commercial vehicle line at the border checkpoint for a little over 3 hours. That was about what it normally took to cross into the United States from Mexico at the Oeste Mesa border checkpoint. He idly scanned the details of the crisscrossed girder elements under the catwalk connecting all the booths just ahead. He was close. It wouldn't be long. When the truck ahead of him moved up a space, he released the air brake and put his truck into gear to inch ahead. The cab sprang up and down a little as his rig lugged into the load he was pulling and began moving forward. Once the gap was closed, he set the brake and put the transmission in neutral, letting the diesel engine idle again. The sprawling facility at the Oeste Mesa border crossing was crowded with lines of trucks of every kind. The vehicles were backed up for miles behind the broad delta of lanes spreading out for the booths, staffed with border agents. Any suspicious trucks or trucks the agents wanted to inspect as a precaution, or even random trucks, were guided to the commercial vehicle enforcement facility down a short side road beyond the booths. There, they would receive more intensive scrutiny. Raphael had been through that extra facility twice. Of course, nothing had ever been found on those practice runs. If they only knew what he was carrying this trip, the place would not be at all so calm with the monotony of a routine day. Raphael rested his arm out the open window as he looked out over the massive numbers of trucks waiting in lines. In the big rearview mirrors, he could see hundreds of trucks waiting in the sweltering sun for their turn to cross over into California. Farther back, vendors had tried to sell him everything from ice cream to food cooked on small carts to puppies to Christian religious goods on tall displays the vendors wheeled in wagons among the waiting trucks. There were no Islamic religious goods for sale. This was the land of the non-believers. For now. He gripped the wheel tighter in anger at being among so many Christians. Someday, all non-believers would be slain, and the world would be united under Islamic rule and Sharia law. He watched border agents in dark uniforms up ahead, going about their work of checking loads, looking over, under, around, and inside vehicles for drugs and other contraband. They also inspected the trucks for safety violations and looked through paperwork. Infidels. Years of surveillance and research had finally brought them to choose the Oeste Mesa facility. Part of the reason behind that decision was that it was a large commercial border crossing into Southern California. California was a sanctuary state. When advance team members had been caught after crossing into California, they had been routinely released to go on their way. Although, even in Texas, it wasn't much of a problem if you were determined to get into the States, you spoke only Spanish, and you looked Hispanic. The Americans expected to see Mexicans coming into the United States, both legally and illegally. Raphael and his team worked very hard on every detail to make sure the Americans saw what they expected to see. Just some more Mexicans. That was the reasoning behind the entire team having been raised from very early childhood, speaking Spanish almost exclusively. While some of them spoke Farsi and English, most spoke only Spanish. That was central to their mission. Perfect language, proper hair, appropriate clothes, and they melted right into the teeming masses from south of the border. Even though they were Iranian, they were easily taken for Mexican as long as all the details fit. No one had any reason to take a second look at them. After almost 3 decades, being raised solely for this mission, it seemed surreal for the final phase to be underway. Raphael and the rest of the team had spent the last month working as drivers taking cheap office furniture from a factory in Mexico to a warehouse distribution point in San Diego. The factory was owned through a series of Iranian shell companies. Their jobs, like all the other details of their mission, had been prearranged. Those jobs as truck crews had given Raphael and his team the opportunity to run through practice missions dozens of times as they took loads across the border, all the while checking on how everything worked. They even got to recognize some of the border staff by name. All those trips gave them the opportunity to refine their timing, which was critical. Everyone on the team knew exactly where to be and when. In such a complex mission, it was critical that they get it right. Those practice runs with furniture loads also gave Raphael and his team ample time to assess the methods of the customs and border agents, as well as the way the California Highway Patrol worked. Sitting in line for hours allowed him to closely study the surveillance and detection equipment, and to take note of the numbers and placement of personnel, booths, computer monitors, cameras, the X-ray machines that scanned every load, and most importantly, the neutron and gamma detectors. Until today, they'd never had anything to detect. Today, his truck had no office furniture. Today, the real mission began. When the truck ahead inched forward, Raphael put his truck in gear and started slowly rolling forward to take up the gap. Cassiel, in the passenger seat, stuck his head out the window, checking ahead, trying to have a look around the truck they were following. He had an AK-47 resting across his lap, as did Raphael. Both men had long banana magazines taped together in opposite directions, so that when one ran empty, they could be turned around to use the second, fully loaded magazine. It had been Cassiel's idea to carry the guns, not Raphael's. They had never dared to carry weapons in the past, of course, but today it was the real thing, so Cassiel had insisted they carry the guns. The mission had been planned for years in every detail. If anything went wrong, decades of work would be for nothing. If that happened, a couple of AK-47s would not save the operation. A lot of people had spent an enormous amount of time on planning to make sure nothing would go wrong. They'd run through every scenario. There were hundreds of people involved in the operation. Everyone from workers in the enrichment facility in the ancient city of Qom, running the thousands of centrifuges, to the brave reactor crews, to the software engineers, to their allies in North Korea and Pakistan who helped provide the technical expertise they needed. They even had computer operations personnel embedded in Russia. But Cassiel wanted to bring along a fucking gun, as if that could bring down America. While not tall, the man was thick-boned and powerfully built. His head looked like it had been carved from a block of stone. Deep wrinkles and creases gave the impression that his head had been pressed into a cube shape. It almost looked like he had no neck, as if his head had been placed directly on his shoulders. At least his complexion and close-cropped black hair and beard made it easy enough for him to pass as Mexican. From what Raphael knew about him, the man was skilled with every kind of weapon. Even if you saw him without a weapon, he was a man who looked dangerous. People tended to look away and become busy with their own business when Cassiel looked in their direction. Cassiel was, of course, not an original member of their team. He spoke fluent Spanish, among several other languages, including English, so that, at least, helped him fit in. The members of Raphael's team had grown up together since childhood. They were all like brothers. Their having lived together, schooled together, trained together, and prayed together in such a closed group since childhood made infiltration by informants or spies impossible. There was simply no way for an outsider to get into their midst, and no way for any of the team members to talk with an outsider. That was one of the foundational principles for making this portion of the attack undetectable beforehand. While they all spoke Spanish and some English, most of them didn't speak Farsi. Raphael and several of his team spoke Farsi fluently so that they could communicate and coordinate with commanders. It was also necessary for much of the technical training that they'd needed. This was a mission they had been practicing and training for their entire lives. Cassiel, though, had not been part of that. Raphael did not like having such a stranger along on the mission. As far as Raphael was concerned, he might be a gifted assassin, but he was not one of them, and so he did not belong with them. Hassan had told Raphael that Cassiel had been saved from execution because he was such an expert at lethal skills. Hassan had been impressed with how quickly and efficiently Cassiel had killed the Israeli snake with strange vision that could recognize men who were killers. That would allow the men they would send in to kill Israelis and tourists to be successful without being detected the way Wahib had been. The assassination of the man responsible for Wahib's capture only added to Hassan's apparent awe of Cassiel's kill history. Hassan thought that a man of his ability was invaluable. In return for being allowed to live, Cassiel had been assigned to go on the mission with Raphael's team to help them in any way he could. Hassan might have considered him valuable, but Raphael considered him nothing more than hired muscle. Cassiel didn't talk much, although he did follow Raphael's orders. He knew the consequences if he didn't. He seemed perpetually in a sour mood. It probably grated on Cassiel's nature to be indentured to his Iranian masters. Raphael wondered how dedicated he was to their mission. He wondered if the man was prepared to die, as were the rest of them. Somehow, Raphael didn't think so. Some of them, in fact, were going to die this very day. Raphael was a bit disturbed that some of his lifelong brothers were going to give their lives to their cause this day, but Allah would richly reward them for their martyrdom. One of the phones beeped. It was Javier, one of those who was to become a martyr this day. The message asked how close Raphael was to the gamma detector. Raphael told him he was several trucks back. Javier said that he was in the perfect place then. Raphael could see Esteban's truck, so he knew that he too was in position and ready for the go command. Raphael put the phone back in the tray with the others, each with a piece of tape on the back with a name or a function. Raphael smiled at the collection of iPhones. Apple was a valuable, unwitting partner, providing the very best encryption, which made successful attacks with high death tolls possible. They even refused to give the FBI and other intelligence agencies any help stopping or identifying terrorists. The team also used a messaging app that had end-to-end encryption, which prevented even the technicians who developed it from reading messages. No Western spy agency would be able to know anything they communicated. It was amazing that here they were, at a high-security checkpoint, and they could communicate without fear of being detected, because American companies provided the means and protected their secrecy. None of the border agents running around all over the place and checking everything for the slightest hint of a problem had any idea of what was about to happen, any idea that they were about to die, and they could not intercept any of the messages coordinating it all. Raphael thought that Silicon Valley was probably the only place in the world completely safe from an attack, because it provided the tools that were so necessary for killing as many Americans, Jews, and other infidels as possible. No jihadist would harm such a valuable resource, The people and companies that made the secrecy and security of jihadist operations possible. The truck ahead moved up to the neutron and gamma detector. Raphael picked up the phone in his lap. 34. Raphael pressed the send button of the message to the team overseeing the operation back in Iran. It was a single, simple word. Now. He watched and waited. A moment later, he saw the computer screens in the string of booths go dark. Border agents leaned closer, peering at monitors, then looked around at the rest of their equipment, looking for the cause of the problem. Some of them typed in commands on their keyboards, trying to bring them back to life. Others checked connections, all to no avail. There was nothing for them to find, and nothing they could fix. On the command from Raphael, hackers had initiated preloaded routines to shut down every piece of electronic equipment at every border crossing with Mexico and Canada. Shutting them all down prevented the authorities from realizing there was an attack at any one specific spot. They might assume that the hack of the border crossings was in and of itself the attack. Every part of the attack was designed to keep them from knowing what was eventually to come. It wasn't just the computers that went dead. All the handheld devices they depended on for everything from logging data to taking readings also went dead. Every reader and scanner linked to their system went dead. The computers that ran the X-ray scanners, neutron detectors, and gamma detectors and logged the data also went dead. The electricity to the entire facility simultaneously went down. The lighted message boards with lane numbers and other information that changed throughout the day went dark. Every bit of equipment went quiet. Raphael smiled as he watched the confused faces of the border agents. Some leaned out of their booths to ask others if their systems were down as well, or if it was only them. They yelled their frustration from one booth to another. Other people were busy attempting to reboot systems to try to fix the problem. Of course, their systems would not reboot. The roving agents who checked paperwork and looked over equipment and loads returned to the booths to see why their handheld devices weren't working. Many of the agents in the booths picked up phones to call in, but the landline phone systems that connected them to the operations center had gone dead as well. Finding the phones not working, they turned to their cell phones, but those phones weren't linked directly into the centers, so it would take them time to get through to the right individuals, and those people would be swamped with calls not only from this border crossing, but from them all. To make matters worse, their computer screens showed only ransom demands. Those ransom demands were, of course, fake, but it would be quite a while, possibly days, before they came to realize that it wasn't really ransomware. Even if the people Raphael was watching did get through on their cell phones, there was nothing the center would be able to do. It would take time to uncover the hack and then to regain control of their systems. And their time had just run out. Raphael picked up the phone with Javier's name written on the tape on the back. It was time to begin their part of the mission. Javier would be waiting for his encrypted orders. Raphael set the message that said, "Go with God." Raphael tilted his head back to look between the lines of waiting trucks. Javier was in the lane on the far end of the facility. Although the border checkpoint was relatively level, it was somewhat higher at that far end. Javier was driving a regular tractor-trailer, but hidden inside his ordinary-looking trailer, he carried a 2,000-gallon steel tank filled with gasoline. The trailer had hatches below valves on the tank. Once he received word from Raphael, Javier hit a switch that dropped the 3 hatches in the floor of the truck. When those hatches sprang open, they automatically opened the gravity valves on the tank above. Gasoline poured out of 3 wide-opened valves and began spreading across the pavement as it ran downhill under all the waiting trucks. Border Patrol agents smelled the gasoline and began coming out of their booths, to look for the source. Raphael picked up the phone with Esteban's name. He could see Esteban out of his truck, standing near the rear of his trailer. Many of the other drivers had emerged from their trucks as well, because of the apparent failure of the electricity and computers, so none of the security officers thought anything of Esteban being out of his truck. At least half a dozen officers finally converged on the truck spewing gasoline. At first, they ran around the truck, looking for the source of all the gasoline. When they saw the open gravity feed valves, they drew guns and pointed them up at Javier in the cab of his truck. Raphael pressed send for the message to Esteban. Go with God. Esteban, only 2 lanes over from Raphael's truck, had been waiting for the order. He glanced briefly at the message for confirmation, then deliberately dropped the phone in the river of gasoline. He put a foot up on the rear crash bar that kept cars from submarining under the back end of the truck in the event of an accident, and hoisted himself up. He quickly pulled open the latch and then lifted the roll-up door. Lining the sides of the trailer's interior were over 100 cages. Esteban pulled the handle on a steel cable that sequentially unlatched all those doors. The doors of the cages had springs, so once the latches were released, they sprang open, one after another. Over 100 dogs, most pit bulls, bolted from their cages and spilled out of the back end of the truck. All the dogs had been bred and raised in Mexico to be vicious. They had all been trained for one thing: to attack anyone in a border agent or highway patrol officer uniform. They had been trained to ignore gunfire and loud explosions. All the dogs were also wearing bomb vests packed with high explosives, ball bearings, screws, and nails. Some of the dogs began fighting each other, but most single-mindedly charged toward border agents and highway patrol officers. The dogs storming around all the standing trucks at the border checkpoint created confusion and disarray. Tactics used in the training of border agents and police for gaining control of a situation suddenly became worthless. While prepared for an assault by men, they were not prepared for an attack by dozens of vicious dogs. Some of the dogs raced in and latched onto a leg with their powerful jaws. The dogs would never release the leg they had in their jaws, so the men now had a heavy dog anchoring them. Men drew guns and shot the dogs clamped on their leg, but the damage had already been done. Other dogs clamped onto arms held up defensively. Once they had that arm in their teeth, they shook it for all they were worth. The stocky dogs had powerful neck muscles, and when they shook their prey, it tore muscle from bone. Other dogs, running at full speed, leaped up at the men, knocking the wind from them as they knocked them down. Once they had their prey on the ground, they went for the throat or face. There was no effective way to physically fight them off. Only guns could stop them. One dog leaped onto and grabbed a female officer by her breast. As she toppled back with the dog on top of her, she drew her gun and shot it, only to have another dog race in and clamp her face in his powerful jaws. When he shook her head, it tore neck muscles and ripped flesh from her face. People everywhere, both agents and truck drivers who had gotten out of their trucks, screamed in terror or pain. Some of the drivers who had been waiting at booths saw the erupting chaos, put their trucks in gear, and took off to escape before they were caught up in the attack. Men in other trucks leaped out and ran, leaving their trucks blocking the lane between booths. While some dogs attacked the same man, most of the angry animals raced throughout the facility, looking for people in uniforms to attack. They spread out as they ran, going after any uniformed officer they saw. It only took seconds for guns to be drawn. Officers everywhere began shooting at the dogs. A few took down a dog, but many shots missed the racing animals as they zigzagged through all the trucks and people. The shooting diverted their attention from the true danger. As officers tried to shoot the dogs, the timers on the vests the dogs were wearing ran out, and the bombs exploded. Everywhere, throughout the entire facility, the dogs' bomb vests started going off. It didn't matter if a dog had been shot dead. The vests had already been armed, and they exploded by their internal timer, sending shrapnel streaking out in every direction. People close enough, but not directly taken down by the explosion, were shredded by the ball bearings and nails. People farther away were hit with shrapnel and went down. Others were wounded but still able to run. They did their best to stop the bleeding of injuries as they ran. Many ran directly into another explosion, where they were blown limb from limb. While some detonators went off almost immediately after the attack started and created mass confusion, others had delays of anywhere from 10 to 60 seconds, adding to the confusion. As bombs were going off, the dogs left alive continued their attack until their bomb vests, in turn, exploded. Those explosions spread the pandemonium and death out to those who had not been in the original danger zone. Several of the officers around Javier's truck turned to shoot at the dogs that raced in toward them. Others held their weapons pointed up at Javier, since he was the driver of the truck dumping thousands of gallons of gasoline all over the ground. They yelled at him to get out of the truck, or they would shoot. Javier was holding a dead man's switch. Raphael knew that Javier yelled, "Allahu Akbar!" back at them. They grasped the meaning and immediately began retreating, even as they opened fire. A few seconds later, Javier's truck exploded with a ground-shaking thud. The men in close, climbing up to open the driver's door to the truck, were vaporized when the massive bomb in the sleeper compartment of his truck cab detonated. The huge explosion sent debris flying in every direction. The expanding shock wave from the explosion knocked people from their feet. It rocked all the trucks trapped at the checkpoint. Raphael's truck rocked in turn as the blast wave raced past. The catwalk above the booths came apart, and parts of it blew high into the air. Half of the booths and personnel in them were blown to pieces, adding to the flaming debris flying through the air. The big axle and tandem wheels off a truck sailed out over the row of booths and into California. A massive ball of red flame laced with orange and yellow tendrils expanded from the initial explosion. Raphael squinted at the bright blast. Fire boiled over the surrounding trucks. Black smoke swelled up into the air. Almost simultaneously, the gasoline vapor from all the fuel that had poured out across the area caught fire with a chest-pounding thump, igniting the gasoline that had poured across the ground. Trucks to the side couldn't even attempt to escape by driving around because they were hemmed in by natural terrain that rose up in most of the area around the checkpoint. Where there wasn't a natural obstruction, massive cement barriers had been placed to prevent anyone from trying to drive around the checkpoints to get into the United States. Those barriers now created a tightly confined trap that was rapidly becoming a killing field. All the while, more of the vests on the dogs kept exploding in a deadly drumbeat, creating a continual cacophony of ear-splitting booms. The air everywhere was filled with shrapnel. Men still standing went down. With the dogs released, Esteban started into his truck to detonate the bomb in the front of his trailer. He only made it 2 steps before he was brought down by a hail of bullets from a few of the California Highway Patrol officers still alive. Raphael had been expecting it. They had planned and trained for it. He picked up another waiting phone and immediately pressed the send button. As he did so, he ducked. Almost instantly, Esteban's truck blew apart in another massive explosion, bigger than the first. But this one was to a large degree a shaped charge meant to expend most of its energy to the right side. The blast blew apart the truck beside it, and the one beside that one that had been sitting at the gamma-ray detector in front of Raphael's truck. Flaming debris ripped down poles and power lines. The metal siding off one of the trucks spiraled up into the air. a massive chunk of metal hit the hood of Raphael's truck with a bang and bounced over the cab. The air was filled with smoke trails left by burning, unrecognizable bits of wreckage sailing through the air. Trucks that were trapped and unable to move were engulfed in flames from the burning gasoline that had spread under them. Blazes whooshed to life all throughout the standing vehicles. Men screamed as they were burned alive in the cabs of their trucks. Others tried to escape by running through the rivers of burning gasoline. As they ran, their shoes and then their pants ignited. Flames roared up to engulf their shirts and then their hair. Screams came from faces inside swirling columns of fire. Many of those running figures succumbed to the smoke or breathed in the flames and collapsed in the inferno. People ran in every direction, trying to skirt flaming trucks and flying debris, trying to find safety. There was none. Acrid, thick black smoke rolled across the scene, obscuring the lines of trucks. Orange flame licked out from the wall of inky smoke. Throughout it all, the bomb vests on the dogs with delayed fuses continued to explode. Explosions shocked the air. If ever there was a scene of hell, this was it. Trucks at the front up near the booths that were not caught up in the fire or destroyed by the explosions sped away to escape the mayhem. Most of the border agents were dead. The few that weren't were tending their own wounds or trying to find a way to fight back. They were not worried about trucks that began fleeing in a panic from the death and destruction. As they picked up speed going for the few openings in the debris and wreckage, they collided with other trucks also trying to escape. Other drivers tried to maneuver between the damaged vehicles or around crippled trucks, driving over smoldering bodies and leveled border check booths. The explosions from the dogs' bomb vests finally trailed off. Raphael checked his watch to make sure the timers had all run out. He didn't want to get caught by an explosion from a dog running from the scene. The dogs were trained to be unafraid of gunfire and explosions, but in some, their natural instincts took over, and they were panicking to get away from the flames. He didn't see any of them still around the immediate area. Finally, the time had arrived. Raphael jammed his truck into gear and released the brake. With the truck in front that had been blocking his way at the neutron and gamma detectors now mostly obliterated, Raphael began gathering speed and plowing aside torn pieces of the trailer. An axle with tandem wheels still attached spun like a top as it was knocked off to the side. Large sheets of metal siding toppled as he crashed through remaining pieces of the truck beds. All around, trucks burned and people screamed, some in pain and some for help. Some of the other drivers and the border agents tried to rescue people trapped in burning trucks. Fuel tanks continued to rupture and poured diesel fuel on the fire, creating thick clouds of black smoke. Even though he had rolled up the window, Raphael could feel the withering heat radiating from the fires. As he gathered speed, he rammed into what was left of one of the truck cabs that had been in line ahead of him. The shell of the body and tires had been mostly blown away in the explosion. He used his truck to push it, trying to get it out of the way. Instead of being pushed aside, it rotated sideways ahead of Raphael's grill, sliding sideways on bare rims in front of his truck. With no bodywork left, the dead driver could be seen hanging in his seatbelt, his left arm blown off from the explosion. Raphael kept pushing the skeleton of the truck cab until they were past the booth area. Once clear, he spun the wheel to turn his truck to push the smoldering wreck of a truck cab off to the side. Throughout the entire attack and aftermath, Cassiel had sat quietly watching. He said nothing and took no action. Fortunately, he didn't attempt to lift his gun to shoot out the window at the enemy when he had a chance. Raphael had told him beforehand that their job was to play the part of innocent victims caught in a terrorist attack. The last thing they needed was to have anyone who was still alive, or any of the officers rushing to the scene from nearby areas, see someone shooting an AK-47 out of the passenger window of an escaping truck. That would instantly tip them off that Raphael's truck was part of the attack. It would ruin years of planning. The plan was for Raphael to look like one of the many innocent trucks frantically fleeing the scene of death and destruction. There were trucks that, once past the carnage, pulled over. Drivers jumped out to render assistance to the scores of injured. But many more trucks simply fled in a panic, too horrified by the carnage to want to stay. Raphael wanted to be in among those innocent people fleeing the scene. He wanted to look like any other Mexican truck driver, racing away for fear of his own life. 35. As they drove north, away from the carnage at the Oesta Mesa border crossing, flames leaped up from the carcasses of dozens of trucks burning in the distance behind them. Thousands of burning embers floated through the air. An ever-growing mass of black smoke rose into the air until the higher altitude winds tore the top off the sinister column in a long, dark smudge against the bright blue sky. Emergency vehicles on the other side of the divided highway raced south toward the scene. Raphael could see flashing lights converging from roads to either side. It looked like every police car in Southern California was streaming toward the border crossing, creating a river of flashing lights. They were too late. They always were. They only showed up after an attack. Ambulances in ever-increasing numbers sped toward the massacre. They would not be able to save many lives. They would have to search through piles of burned bodies to find anyone still alive. There would be some they could help, but they would waste their time taking the large numbers of gravely injured to hospitals, only to have them die on the journey, or over the next few days while ones still undiscovered expired. Raphael smiled to himself. The relatives of all the infidel dead would weep this night, and for many more. They would think it was over. They would think this was one of the biggest terrorist attacks ever. They would have no idea that this was not even the real event. The time was rapidly approaching for all the non-believers to die. Several times Raphael had to pull his truck over onto the shoulder for police cars racing down the wrong side of the highway in their urgency to get around traffic and to the scene. But every time, once they had passed, Raphael quickly pulled back out and kept going. He needed to be lost in the mass confusion to escape the scene. Cars and trucks had pulled over all along the highway. People stood beside their vehicles, a hand shielding their eyes from the late afternoon sun as they stared southwest to the fire and smoke. None of them could possibly imagine what had just taken place. They would all be following the news for days and weeks to come as they gossiped about what they had seen. Other people in cars, SUVs, and pickups continued heading south, following the emergency vehicles, to see for themselves what was happening at the Oeste Mesa border crossing. The determined, ghoulish sightseers would slip through the confused police lines or go around overland to take countless photos and videos of the wreckage, the fires, and the smoldering bodies. They would rush breathlessly to post them on the internet. Those photos and videos would also find their way to all the Islamic jihadi websites. Many would wrongly take credit for the attack and promise more to come. Those images would spread across social media, and in a matter of hours, people all over the country, all over the world, would be able to see the results of the attack. Everyone would express shock at the number of dead. People all over America would get a sobering taste of how weak they really were, how blind, how foolish. What no one realized at the moment, though, was that there were simultaneous attacks being carried out all over the United States, and even in a few countries overseas. Bodies would be left after every kind of attack, from stabbings at malls, to trucks used to run over pedestrians, to bombs at airport checkpoints, to poison gas attacks in 3 different subways. Cities from Seattle to Las Vegas to Chicago to Miami to New York would all be caught up in the grip of terror. Everyone would remember this date. At least for now. Everyone would think that this day that cities burned and victims bled and died was the big event, the biggest strike ever against the great Satan. Even as the dust settled, there would be demands for investigations to find out where so much had gone wrong. There would be hand-wringing. Every intelligence agency would blame a lack of adequate funding. But it would all be about what had happened, not about what was going to happen. Everyone was blind to that. America itself had helped Raphael and his team keep the secret of what they planned. Raphael had used the tools, both the physical tools and the political tools, that America had so willingly provided to get him, his team, and their supplies into the country. Authorities across the country would be kept investigating the attacks and trying to identify those involved. They would be focused on peeling back layers and networks. They very likely would eventually trace information on everyone involved. They would come to know the names of those who were captured or killed, or who had escaped and were being hunted, and the names of their organizations. It would be all over the news. They would collect all the surveillance data of conversations from people involved in those attacks. They would scour all the social media postings of everyone involved. As always, it was after the fact and too late to make a difference. There would be endless reporting about how these people had somehow escaped scrutiny, or had been on watch lists but not arrested, or had slipped into the country on visas or as refugees and no one had done anything about it. They would get mountains of intelligence from informants. They would analyze the chatter and discover the scope of it all. They would also find pieces of the bodies of Javier and Esteban, but it would do them no good, because they wouldn't be able to identify the charred remains or link them to any group. Unlike all the other groups involved in all the other attacks, Raphael and his group were unknown to any intelligence agency. Over the decades of their training, they had never interacted with any terrorist group or movement. They were ghosts. Many of the people who were also part of that ghost group and who had helped give logistic support to the mission were long since on their way out of the country. They would vanish in the wind. That kept Raphael and his in-country team, unlike everyone else in the many attacks, not only undetected, but completely unknown. He was the ghost who had slipped through the chaos, unknown, undetected. All the other jihadist groups who carried out the other attacks around America also believed this was the big attack. Not even they knew the truth. That secrecy was necessary to prevent anyone involved with the other attacks, if captured, from disclosing anything about Raphael's group. They had never even heard rumors of Raphael and his group. They couldn't reveal what they didn't know. Raphael kept his speed in check to match the other trucks leaving the scene. He didn't want to give nervous, trigger-happy police officers any excuse to notice him or stop him for questioning. With all the traffic they were mingling into, the risk of discovery was continually melting away. The big worry was that they would be stopped to have their load inspected. It would be a very bad thing if any of the authorities looked in the trailer he was hauling. That was the whole reason behind the destruction at the Oeste Mesa border crossing. There they had X-ray equipment, neutron detectors, gamma-ray detectors, as well as very savvy border agents. Raphael and his group had just nullified all of those safety measures and the entire system behind them. Although it was highly unlikely anymore that they would be stopped, it was always possible that Cassiel could handle them, but it was also much more possible that he couldn't. Cassiel was an assassin, a killer, to be sure, but he was not a commando or soldier. It wasn't his specialty. If the police started shooting, it took only one bullet for Raphael to be killed or disabled. That would end their entire mission. They had to rely on their years of careful planning, not on Cassiel. As far as Raphael was concerned, Cassiel was just excess baggage he had to drag along. Raphael took the first exit to the westbound connector into San Diego. Before long, they merged into masses of heavy late-day traffic. In a little over an hour, they reached the industrial area where the rest of the team would be waiting, and they could at last ditch the truck that had been through the border crossing. Raphael phoned Fernando as they turned off the main road into the maze of small office parks and warehouses. Streets lined with palm trees reminded him a little of home. As he pulled up to the building they owned through a shell company, the big overhead door rolled open. Raphael drove the truck right inside and parked at the far end of the building. He sat for a moment after he shut down the engine, relieved to at last be hidden in a safe place. Forklifts were standing by to begin transferring the material they were carrying to the smaller cargo van. Behind the important materials they would load into the van, they would place some household furniture to hide what they were carrying on the off chance a police officer opened the rear door. From a professional truck driver, Raphael was now to become a new immigrant with a used van, driving cross-country with a friend and their furniture to settle in another state. The other members of the team would be in cars escorting them in a loose convoy. Alejandro, Raphael's second-in-command, would ride in a car that would always be right behind him. The other team members would take a variety of other vehicles. No one would be able to tell, but it would be a convoy that would always protect the cargo van Raphael was driving. Raphael had told Cassiel that he was to ride in the van with him. Raphael thought it best if he kept an eye on the man. Members of their team broke the seal and opened the big swinging doors at the back of the semi-trailer. Men climbed up into the truck to assist in offloading the critical parts Raphael had been carrying.
"How did it go at the border?"
Fernando asked. Raphael held his head up a little higher.
"Javier and Esteban became martyrs today. God has welcomed them home with rich rewards. Many infidels died. It was a good day."
Fernando nodded and climbed up onto a forklift to start unloading Raphael's semi-trailer truck. The first thing they loaded into the front of the small cargo van was the generators and batteries that would produce the 5 kilovolts needed to charge a high-energy capacitor to fire the detonators. They had already assembled platforms to anchor the most valuable part of the load. Next, they carefully pulled the 2 cases, each holding a pair of half-spheres of plutonium-239, surrounded by tungsten carbide bricks and beryllium reflectors, from the semi-trailer, and placed them on the platforms in the cargo van and secured them down. Over those cases, they placed the steel shells for the outer casing. They would help protect the cases should they have any kind of accident. When the time came, the 2 halves of the plutonium spheres would be assembled along with a polonium-beryllium neutron initiator placed in their hollow centers. Those initiators would help kickstart the chain reaction to prompt criticality. The pit would be placed inside a heavy lead tamper several inches thick. That, in turn, would be surrounded by explosive lenses made of Semtex. The Semtex explosive lenses, fired with the EBW, would create a shock wave designed to collapse the lead tamper inward. The tamper's inertia would spherically compress the plutonium-239 pit to critical mass. Miguel's team had been in place for a while now and had been forming the Semtex into precisely shaped geometric pieces that later would be assembled into a sphere to surround the lead tamper in the inner shell. They had established their operation in a deserted industrial area that had proven to be a perfect source of the nearly 1,000 pounds of lead they would need for each bomb. Their Iranian shell company had bought the entire building, as well as another smaller building and machining workroom with old but workable milling machines. Once finished with the machining at the smaller workspace, Miguel's men would move to the larger building to begin working the lead into the spherical tamper that would surround the plutonium pit. Miguel's team had also machined the brass chimney sleeves that would hold the detonators. Conventional detonators didn't have the precision needed to make all the explosive lenses go off simultaneously. To make those explosions highly symmetrical, the detonators would need to be connected by exploding bridge wire that had already been delivered to Miguel's team by courier. When the proper voltage hit the EBW, the high current would melt and vaporize the wire in microseconds. The resulting shock wave would fire all the detonators in the same instant. While precise yields were very difficult to determine, calculations done by Iran's nuclear engineers, along with the help of North Korean scientists, suggested a little over 100 kilotons. Once Raphael and his team reached Miguel and his men, they could begin the final assembly. The test of Iran's first atomic bomb would not be conducted in some remote desert location. It would be conducted in America. This would be the great Satan's Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 36. This particular Mossad operations facility had always reminded Jack of a mission control center for spacecraft launches. Like the seating in a mini amphitheater, rows of curved counters with workstations descended toward a small stage with a wall of monitors behind it, displaying up-to-the-minute information. Those monitors were alive with everything from maps to scrolling lists of information to video feeds of demonstrations going on at different locations. One of the feeds showed a speech being given at the United Nations. Another was a live feed of an interrogation of a prisoner. Dozens of controllers, managers, and coordinators tended monitors of their own, along with their own sets of switches, buttons, and knobs. Many of them were talking on headsets. These operators tracked and were in communication with agents in the field. When Jack had been in the United States and called in, he talked to Devora in this very operations center. As Jack made his way across the surprisingly quiet room, he immediately noticed that all the controllers seemed especially tense. Some of them pored over reams of paper readouts in their laps. Others were talking into headsets. The lighting in the room was muted to make it easier to see all the information both at their own screens and on the large monitors against the wall. It gave the place a kind of foreboding atmosphere. Jack spotted Devora Artsy and stopped at her station. When she saw him, she broke into a sudden smile as she pulled off her headset and then stood to squeeze him in a warm hug. "How are you, Jack?" she asked, holding his shoulders as she looked up at him with a broad smile. "I'm okay," he said, without much enthusiasm. Ehud saw Jack stopped at Devora's station and rushed over to meet him. "Jack," he said as he extended a hand. "Where have you been? Didn't you get my messages? I've been trying to reach you for weeks. It's not like you to be out of communication." Jack shook hands with the man as he looked around. "Sorry, Ehud," he said, returning his attention to the man. "I just didn't want to search for another subject right now. It's not your fault that Uziel was murdered." Jack flashed him a weak smile. "Nice try, Ehud. But if I wouldn't have found him and convinced him to help us, he would be at home and safe right now. Safe at home, mourning his wife. You gave him a reason to care about living. You let him be part of something bigger than himself. You didn't force him to help us. He wanted to do it." Jack sighed. "I suppose." He didn't want to debate it, so he didn't. "But I'm thinking I may take a break from our work. I'm a little sick at heart of finding people who can recognize killers only to watch them be murdered." "Jack," Devora said, These are special people. They are hunted by those who want to kill their kind. You save many of them by finding them first. You saved Kate. If not for you, she would have been slaughtered without ever knowing the reason. She never knew about her ability until you found her and helped her understand what she could do. If not for you, she would be dead. Not just her, but others as well. Jack smiled more sincerely. True enough. I just wish I could find her. I taught her a little too well how to go off the grid and become a ghost to hide from those killers. Anyway, Ehud said, interrupting the conversation about Kate, that's not why I've been trying to reach you. Jack folded his arms and devoted his full attention to Ehud. Okay. What's up? What's up? Ehud looked a little surprised. Haven't you been listening to the news? No. I've had my phone off. I'm a bit sick of listening to all the problems in the world. I wanted to be left alone to do some background research on some of the super predators I've been hunting. I've been thinking about taking some time away from all this to go do that for a while. Devora frowned with concern. You don't know about the attacks? Jack looked between Devora and Ehud. Attacks? What attacks? In America, Ehud said, lifting his hands out in exasperation. There were also some terrorist attacks in the UK, one stabbing at a nightclub in France and a truck attack in Brussels. But there were a great many more in the US, and they were much worse. Worse? Jack's arms unfolded. What happened in the US? Devora sat down at her station and pulled up video of a massive hotel fire. Ehud gestured to the monitor. That's a hotel in Las Vegas. They still don't know the death toll. Right now it's 30 or so, but it's expected to climb over 100. It could even go much higher. It was started by a large incendiary device that probably contained jellied gasoline. It went off on a lower floor, taking out elevators and trapping people on higher floors. The stairs were destroyed by explosive devices so that people couldn't escape as the fire climbed up inside the building. Devora switched to another scene. This is the airport in Tampa. The surveillance video showed people walking along, then debris and smoke exploding out, leaving bodies littering the terminal. She pulled up another video showing rescue personnel with gas masks carrying people out of a subway station in New York City. Another video showed the aftermath of a car bomb in a big United States city, but it could have been a scene from Baghdad. Who claimed credit for all the attacks? Jack asked, as Devora kept pulling up different videos, different scenes of destruction and victims. Each attack was claimed by a different group, Ehud said. Astonished, Jack glanced down at the monitor. Has that ever happened before? A series of attacks all carried out at once with different groups claiming credit? Ehud clasped his hands behind his back. No, not like this. To tell you the truth, we don't know what's going on, but it's obviously very troubling. Here's one of the worst, Devora said as she pulled up what looked like a war zone in Syria. Shells of burned-out trucks littered the scene. This is Oeste Mesa, the big commercial border crossing between Mexico and California. This attack was accompanied by a cyber attack that took down the entire U.S. network for their border stations, Ehud said. Besides this attack here, there was also a mass shooting, several people with machine guns, at a crossing into America from Canada. The terrorists killed 5 agents and almost 24 civilians before they were shot dead. This attack at the Oeste Mesa was much worse. There are several terrorist groups that have been working on that kind of cyber warfare, Jack said. Sounds like they chose this time to strike.
There were also cyber attacks on air traffic control, as well as power plants and other infrastructure.
Ehud glanced at Dvorah before looking back at Jack.
U.S. intelligence services leaked to the press that the cyber attacks were Russian.
The Russians? Jack put one hand on a hip as he swept his hair back with the other. He held the hand against the back of his head as he paced a few feet away and then returned.
That doesn't make any sense at all. The Russians doing something like that, especially in coordination with terrorist groups, would cause the Americans to jump to a war footing.
Ehud arched an eyebrow.
They did.
Jack cast about for some answer that made sense.
You have to know that it's possible to make a cyber attack look like it was done by anyone. Russia, China, even Israel. All it takes is a team inside Russia to set up servers using Russian credit cards to pay for hosting services, and then use a VPN to remote into those servers from access machines inside the country. That would make it look to all the world like the hack had been done by Russia. The evidence would seem irrefutable, unless you really understand how it can be done.
Ehud waited until Jack had paced back.
The problem is, U.S. intel leaked information to the press, saying that the Russians carried out the cyber attack. People are used to things like this on a smaller scale from Russia or China. Ransomware attacks have crippled large companies, hospitals, and government agencies for some time now. So this being done by the Russians makes perfect sense to many in the American intel community. Of course, the news media and thus the public are absolutely convinced it was the Russians, so they're up in arms. They're demanding action. Some are even demanding a strike at Russia.
But it doesn't make sense.
It's most likely not true.
Perception is reality, Dvorah said. Jack paced off again, thinking, looking at the wall of monitors. Many of the scenes of destruction and panic were the attacks in America. Something was bothering him.
The Mexican bomber you captured in Jerusalem, he said when he realized what was nagging at him. That has to be connected to these attacks.
He pointed at Dvorah's monitor showing the carnage at the Oeste Mesa border crossing from Mexico into the United States.
That's too much of a coincidence. Your Mexican bomber isn't really Mexican, is he?
He says he's from Santiago de Querétaro, Mexico. He doesn't speak any language except Spanish. We're sure of that much. We questioned him about Santiago de Querétaro and growing up in Mexico. Once we got into the details, he knew a lot of the basic information, but he wasn't convincing. When pressed, he came up with the name of a street where he says he grew up. He described a pretty standard Mexican slum, but we don't believe the street exists. There were other things as well that led us to believe he's lying.
What do you think he's covering up?
Ehud pinched his lower lip as he glanced around the room and lowered his voice.
We found something on one of his boots.
Okay, Jack said.
What did you find? A speck of plutonium-239 stuck in the lugs of the sole.
Jack stared at the man for a long moment.
He certainly didn't pick that up walking around in Santiago de Querétaro. Nor did he get his suicide vest there, either. The materials that were used in it are common throughout the Middle East, but not Mexico. Any suspicions where he picked up plutonium? Jack asked.
Ehud shrugged unhappily.
Pakistan, Iran, a terrorist group bringing material out of Russia? Hard to tell.
Were you able to get anything useful out of him?
We told him that we found nuclear material in the sole of his boot. We pressed him about where he could have picked it up. We pressed him hard. He seemed confused about everything, including how to answer our questions. He seemed lost and disoriented. He started to cry. He cried for hours and hours as we continued to ask him questions in Spanish. It seemed like being captured was something that had never crossed his mind before, and now that he was away from the people he knew, he didn't know what to do or how to answer. He knew, though, that he wasn't supposed to cooperate. We put him back in a cell to let him think about it and get a little sleep before we questioned him again. Captives expect torture. Letting them get some sleep instead often helps soften them up so they will begin answering a few questions. A few answers eventually lead to a few more, and so it goes. Sometime while the guards were changing, he managed to kill himself.
He killed himself? Jack was stunned. How could that happen? You know quite well that these terrorists are suicide risks. You take precautions to prevent it. Wasn't he in a straitjacket or something like that to prevent him from killing himself?
Yes, of course.
Ehud sighed.
You won't believe it. He apparently stood up off the floor, likely on the toilet, and did a backflip to come down on his head and break his neck. He was fine 1 minute. The next minute his neck was broken and he was dead. But he did unwittingly leave us one clue before he died.
What's that? Jack asked.
His arms and hands were restrained, so he rubbed his nose until it was bleeding and wrote Allahu Akbar on the wall.
That doesn't sound very Mexican, Jack said.
We're running DNA analysis to see if we can come up with his country of origin,
Dvorah told him. 37. Jack leaned in next to Dvorah to look more closely at her monitor. It showed a map of America with little circled numbers and corresponding information points down the right side. You know, it feels to me like these attacks might be a smokescreen, he said. I suspect that there is some overriding objective, and all of this is meant to obscure that objective.
A smokescreen?
Ehud considered for a moment.
Many of those groups are competitors for money and resources. Terror attacks gain them status. Status gets them money, resources, and recruits. They are not going to cooperate with each other.
Jack lifted an eyebrow. They would if they didn't know they were merely a diversion, and if the whole thing was promoted to them as a competition of sorts, a chance to show off what they're capable of, a big game day of sorts.
Put to them by who?
Ehud asked. Jack shrugged.
Take your pick.
But only a state sponsor would have the weight and authority to be able to bring all these different Islamic terror groups together for a chit-chat and convince them to attack at the same time. What if these groups thought they were taking part in an audition of sorts to see who should receive that state's financial support? Ehud hooked a thumb behind his belt.
You're connecting a lot of dots that we don't see. At least, not yet.
Maybe. But it worked to get Jose to try to blow himself up. He thought he was doing something great. I'm sure they didn't tell him the truth, that they were only using him as a diversion to accomplish something they wanted more, getting rid of Uziel. After all, because of Uziel, we took Wahib captive. I think someone might be doing the same kind of thing here, creating a diversion.
I'm listening,
Ehud said. Jack gestured at the monitor. These attacks were carried out by different groups, right? It seems like the coordination and lethality of Islamic terror groups have reached an entirely new level.
It certainly has the U.S. up in arms,
Dvorah said. But could it be a diversion, like Jose was?
All right,
Ehud said.
I like the way you always think outside the box, but a diversion for what?
Jack thought a moment. Can you pull up any photos from the American cameras at the border crossings where the attacks happened? Why the border crossings? Dvorah asked. What about the rest of the attacks? Do you want them as well? For now, I just want to see the border crossing attacks. Jack gave them both a meaningful look. Jose was simple-minded. I think he became more useful to them as a diversion, but when he walked away to do their bidding, he walked away with a bit of plutonium stuck in his shoe. Where would they want to go with plutonium? Ehud and Dvorah shared a look. Jack gestured to the screen. Let me see the photos you have from the border attacks. There's surveillance photos and video from the Canadian-US border attack, Dvorah said. The terrorists' timing was off. They started before the cyber attack brought down all the systems. That means the cameras were still in operation during the attack, so we have some good visuals. First, Dvorah clicked through dozens of facial recognition photos of people in cars waiting in line. She stopped at a young couple in a pickup. The woman had a black scarf on her head. This is the couple that carried out the attack. The facial recognition software didn't hit on them, so they weren't on a watch list. Nothing about them triggered alarms. A lot of homegrown terrorists don't show up on any watch list, Ehud said. They only become known to authorities after they kill people. That's why the people you find, like Uziel, are so useful. Next, Dvorah showed Jack a video overlooking the lanes of traffic with the man and woman's truck waiting in line a few vehicles back from one of the booths. Suddenly, the man and woman both sprang out of the truck with AK-47s and started spraying bullets at the border agents. The attacking couple looked to have no intention of trying to get away. They didn't fire from cover. They were there to the death. Jack could see several agents go down and smoke from gunfire off-camera being returned. They both screamed, Allahu Akbar, as they killed surprised people. Some of the people in cars leaped out and tried to run, only to be cut down. Some people tried to hide in their cars, only to have the couple spray their vehicle with a deadly hail of bullets, killing them where they hid. They fired their weapons in sequence, alternately switching full magazines for empties while the other fired. That indicated practice and planning. It also kept up constant fire, with lethal rounds going everywhere to make it more difficult to return fire. They stood in the open on either side of the truck, shooting at officers in the booths as well as through the windows of a building off to the side. Armor-piercing rounds went right through the bulletproof glass, vehicles, and vests. A well-placed shot to the head abruptly took out the man. The woman was wounded in the leg and left arm, but kept firing her weapon until she was killed by a bullet through her throat. When she went down, a bomb in the truck went off and took out the camera. They weren't refugees or illegal aliens who had slipped into Canada to carry out an attack, Dvorah said. They were both identified as children of Syrian parents, both born and radicalized in Canada. They left a lot of online rants. Chatter from American authorities indicates they believed that the woman convinced the man to devote himself to jihad, along with her. What we're looking for wouldn't be homegrown terror, Jack said. Show me what you have from the Oesta Mesa border crossing with Mexico. Dvorah pulled up files, then clicked on one of them. It was a video from a surveillance camera that showed a normal day at the border checkpoint. Vendors could be seen in the distance, walking between trucks, hawking their wares. As you can see, everything looks routine, Ehud pointed out to Jack. Dvorah nodded. All the video is from before the cyber attack shut everything down. Everything went dead sometime before the attack began, so there isn't any video showing where the attack came from or how it unfolded. She showed him a series of photos of the aftermath. It looked like a war zone in Mosul. Pieces of truck frames, heavy parts like axles and engines lay scattered. The checkpoint facility was in ruins, and bodies lay strewn everywhere. Rebar stuck up from broken concrete barriers. All the skeletal remains of the trucks were blackened from the intense fires.
"It was a horrific attack,"
Ehud said, in a tone of voice that sounded as if it were in reverence for all the dead. Jack had seen carnage plenty of times. It didn't tell him anything.
"Do you have any of the facial recognition photos, like the ones at the Canadian border?"
Sure. But those cameras went down a while before the attack, just like all the rest of their equipment. So they don't show anyone the Americans suspect of being involved. They believe the attack came from people waiting in trucks farther back before they could be captured on the cameras. Devorah started opening files of one face after another of men sitting in their trucks, waiting in line. Nothing Jack saw looked out of the ordinary. It struck him that many of the faces he was seeing of people waiting in line would die that day. After a few minutes, though, something caught his eye.
"Stop," he pointed. "Right there."
Devorah halted on a photo of a driver sitting in his truck. It was a photo similar to all the others taken by cameras at every lane at the border crossing, the same way every truck then had to go through X-ray machines and neutron scanners. The photo showed a driver who looked Mexican. He was yawning so that you could see that he had a gold molar. Jack tapped the screen.
"There. Blow that up."
Off to the side of the truck that was the subject of the photo, just barely in frame, was a face in the background. It was a man on the passenger side of the truck behind. He was sticking his head out the window to try to see what was going on ahead of the truck he was in. Devorah clicked a key several times, enlarging and centering the face on her screen.
"Shit."
Ehud leaned in.
"What is it?"
Jack pointed at the blocky face of a man with short black hair and beard.
"Him. I recognize the trim of his beard above his jawline. It's not quite cut square. I didn't see his face at the time, but I'm almost positive that's the guy who killed Uziel a few weeks back."
"I wish we had a name," Devorah said with a sigh.
"We do," Jack told her.
Cassiel Icon Korekan. Devorah looked back over her shoulder. "You know who he is?" Jack straightened as he ran his fingers back through his hair. "Cassiel Icon Korekan is one of the super predators I've been trying to find for years. He's a proficient killer. Like other men I track, he's a serial killer. Killers like that are wolves. They don't like being seen by sheepdogs, so he also hunts down and kills people like Uziel, people who have the ability to recognize killers for who they are. That rare ability to recognize killers is genetic and usually runs in families, so once Cassiel recognizes one of these people for their ability, he will often slaughter their entire family. He has murdered people in several family lines that I'm aware of. I'm sure there must be others." "Well, it appears he has taken up a new interest," Devorah said. "He must be working with this terrorist group that wanted Uziel dead and who also attacked the Oesta Mesa border crossing."
"A man named Cassiel, a terrorist?"
Ehud made a face.
"Cassiel is an old Hebrew name. It seems unlikely that Islamic terrorists would trust a man with a Hebrew name."
"Old Hebrew is its primary origin," Jack said. "But the name has other meanings, especially in certain countries." "Like where?" Devorah asked. "Like Azerbaijan, where he was born. Azerbaijan is a mix of cultures, but they are a people for whom names hold great meaning. Children are not named because the parents like the sound of a name. Names are given because they are meant to impart a certain nature upon a person. Bravery, health, strength, tenderness, beauty. Babies are expected to grow into their name." "So, what do you think is the meaning of his name, if it is not a Hebrew name?" Dvorah asked. A few old texts sometimes describe Cassiel as the angel of tears. He is sometimes regarded as the ruler of the moon. Well, Ehud said, he certainly has brought tears to many people. Dvorah didn't look convinced. If it's typically an old Hebrew name, what makes you think the obscure, alternate meaning, ruler of the moon, applies in this case? Because of his middle name, Icon, Jack said. Icon means king of the moon. I think his parents used Icon for his middle name to indicate the intended meaning of Cassiel. Okay, so let's say we believe all that, Dvorah said. What do you think this business about ruler of the moon means? What did his parents mean him to grow into? I wish I knew. Jack pulled over an empty chair. Here, let me use your console so I can get into my files and see what I have on him. Jack had a number of super predators he was trying to locate. He gathered intelligence on them whenever possible and added it to their file. Eliminating any of these killers would save countless lives, but by their very nature they were difficult to track, and each case was time-consuming. So he did his best to instead find people with the kind of vision those predators hunted. Sometimes he could help them stay alive. Kate had been like that. Sometimes, though, even when he did his best, he couldn't help them. Some people didn't want to face the truth of what would be coming for them. Wait, Dvorah said as she started typing. Let me send the name to some of the other stations first. The more people looking for information, the more we'll be able to dig up. Ehud snapped his fingers to get the attention of nearby operators. Dvorah is sending you a name. Find out everything you can about this man. We believe he was involved in the terror attacks in America. People at nearby monitors nodded as they looked at the name before beginning searches. He was born in Azerbaijan, a man to the right said. They already knew that, but Jack let the operators search as they would rather than try to direct them. Interpol suspects him in murders in several countries, another operator said. He has been questioned on several occasions by authorities in those countries, but there was never enough evidence to charge him in connection with any of the murders. Again, Jack was aware of that. He had a few photos of the man from those interviews, and it was clear it was the same man he was staring at on the monitor. After Dvorah finished, he typed in his credentials and opened his cloud account. He is believed to have killed several members of the Al-Salim family in Jordan, a woman 2 stations over to the left said, and, get this, 11 members of the Maruf family in Egypt. The Italian authorities believe he murdered several members of the Constantine family, another operator said. Jack paused in his search through files. He looked up. Constantine. That name rings a bell for some reason. He went back to his own search as other agents called out a few names of victims associated with Cassiel. Here it is, Jack murmured to himself as he sat back, staring at the screen. There was an older couple in New York State who were shot, execution style. .22 caliber bullet in the backs of their heads. My cross-reference tools had pulled up the name of that murdered couple because they had the same last name as the family in Italy that was thought to have been murdered by Cassiel. Last I checked, the police in New York had no clues or leads. The murders are unsolved. That's why you don't have a link to them for Cassiel. But Jack had a photo in his physical files of Cassiel that the Italian authorities had taken when they questioned him before letting him go. It was a real photo printed on photo paper from an actual negative. Those were like gold for Jack's particular calling. Another one of those troubling coincidences? Dvorah asked. Cassiel murdered Constantine family members in Italy, and a couple by the same name was murdered in New York State? It's more than a coincidence, Jack said. It's a connection, Ehud rubbed his chin as he frowned off in thought.
But why would this serial killer, Cassiel, be right there as a terrorist attack is about to take place? Beats me. Find out what you can about the Constantine couple in New York State, Jack said to Dvorah as he rolled back out of the way to give her room to get at her monitor again. Cassiel is a hunter, Jack said. A wolf. He likes to go after families to eliminate anyone with the ability to recognize killers. See if there are any more Constantine family members of the murdered couple in New York.
38.
I've got a pair of hits, Dvorah said. Sally Constantine is the daughter of the murdered couple. Then there's an Angela Constantine, granddaughter of the murdered couple and daughter of Sally. Birth dates for both. No death certificates. Both must still be alive. Angela would have been young at the time her grandparents were murdered.
That's certainly a close family connection, Ehud said. I wonder why Cassiel didn't also kill the mother and daughter when he was there and killed the older couple.
Jack leaned back in his chair.
It may be a tactic he uses to confuse anyone looking for him. He doesn't follow any patterns that I can figure out. He sometimes randomly returns to hit other family members, so you never know where or when he will abruptly reappear. A lot of killers work in an area. He works all over the world. Sometimes the time span is so long you never know if he will ever return to kill relatives, so you waste a lot of resources waiting to see if he will be back. In several cases, he hasn't returned. That may be his method of operation, or it may not be a tactic at all. He's a brutal serial killer, so it could be that he simply gets distracted by a woman he has abducted. He has a thing for abducting young women and keeping them in homemade dungeons where he can torture them for prolonged periods of time. Easy enough to pull off that kind of thing in a lot of the third world countries where he likes to prey.
"Look at this,"
the man at the next station to the left said. He gestured to the monitors on the big wall in front of them all.
"This was a very strange killing in Milford Falls, where the older couple was murdered and those two Constantine women live."
Everyone looked up at a big monitor to the right side of the wall, while other nearby monitors flickered with videos of everything from speeches to riots. A static police photo showed a man dangling from a bridge by a rope tied around one ankle. He had no shirt. His torso was covered with knife wounds and streaked with blood. It looked like there was something carved into the flesh of his back.
"Can you enlarge the words, please?" Jack asked.
"Sure,"
the man said as he clicked keys and the image got bigger until they could all read what it said. "I killed Carrie Stratton." Dvorah twirled a lock of her curly black hair around a finger as she stared at the big monitor.
"That's pretty damn weird."
"It sure is," Jack agreed. "But I don't see how it has anything to do with either of the Constantine women, and certainly not Cassiel. He doesn't torture and kill men. Any idea who Carrie Stratton is?"
"She was a nurse in Milford Falls," the man who had put up the image said. "She was abducted and murdered. The writing on the dead guy's back led authorities to her body. DNA analysis of the semen and material under her fingernails confirmed that he was indeed the man who had killed her."
"Damn strange involuntary confession," Dvorah said. Jack had to agree.
"What do you have on the Constantine women?"
"The mother is a longtime drug addict," Dvorah said as she scanned a series of police reports on her monitor. "Methamphetamine is her drug of choice. She has a long history of arrests. They all look to be drug-related, nothing violent. Most of the time, the charges were dropped for a variety of reasons. She does have a string of drug convictions, though. Looks like she always got off with time served, probation, or drug rehab. She appears to be a user, not a dealer.
From the sequence of arrests, it's obvious that rehab never worked. A good many people have been arrested in raids at her residence on other charges. Drunk and disorderly, possession with intent to sell, possession of firearms by a felon, and some fights, a few with serious injuries. "What about the daughter?" Jack asked, as he leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen around his fingers as he listened. "Angela," Dvorah murmured as she went through several pages. "Let's see what we've got." She finally stopped on a page. "Well, this is interesting." Jack looked up. "What is it?" "She was recently hospitalized." "For what?" Dvorah leaned in as she read the report on her screen. "She was raped by 4 Hispanic undocumented aliens. They beat her nearly to death, then hanged her by her neck with a rope and left her to strangle to death. She managed to escape and get to a hospital. Looks like she was in bad shape. Cuts and abrasions, some damage to her spleen, things like that." "How did she escape the hanging?" Ehud asked. "Doesn't say. She identified the men and they were arrested, but released." "Released? Why?" Jack asked. "It just says that the charges were dropped by the assistant district attorney," Dvorah told him. "Doesn't say why." Jack tapped his pen on the counter. "I don't like the sound of that." "Charges are often dropped for a variety of reasons," Ehud said from behind Jack. "Maybe, but something about it doesn't sound right. She was seriously injured. She identified the men. They were arrested. Seems pretty cut and dried. How do they not at least get tried? Do you have an address on her?" "Sally has an address in a trailer park, but Angela's address is listed as a box at something called Mike's Mail Service." "That's kind of odd." Jack sat up and rested an elbow on the counter beside Dvorah. "Let me see what her social media looks like. We should be able to get good information from that. Let's see her Facebook page first." Dvorah typed, looked at the screen, typed some more, clicked on a few places, looked some more. Nothing. Dvorah shook her head. She doesn't have a Facebook page. Jack was now fully focused. "What about other social media?" Dvorah did brief searches, reporting after each one. "No Instagram account, no Twitter account, no Google+, no LinkedIn." She typed and clicked some more. "She doesn't have a YouTube account, nothing on Pinterest, no Tumblr. She doesn't use Reddit, no Snapchat, nothing on Swarm or Flickr or Kik, no WhatsApp account, nothing on Quora, Vine, or Periscope. She doesn't visit Dig." "Maybe she's using something more obscure," Jack said. "Some smaller site." Dvorah looked over at him. "I'm using our proprietary scanning tools. If I can't find her by using these tools, then there's nothing to find." "Maybe she uses another name online," Ehud suggested. Dvorah shook her head. "Our tools would have found a link to an alias or fake name. There is none. There are no photos of her online, dressed or nude. I can't even find so much as an online review posted by her. She has 0 footprint online." The hair at the back of Jack's neck was standing on end. This was a marker of an unusual type of person, the kind of person he tried very hard to find. If her relatives were killed by Cassiel, that strongly suggested that she had that kind of vision that got her relatives, both in Milford Falls and those back in Italy, killed. The same kind of vision that got Uziel killed. People who had that kind of vision tended not to be social creatures. Jack gestured at the screen. Let me see your driver's license.
Dvora pulled it up. Jack looked back at a young woman staring out at him.
Angela, Angela, Angela,
he murmured as he stared at the stunningly attractive young woman.
What do you see with those eyes of yours?
Dvora moved the photo to one of the big monitors on the wall ahead and then started looking for more information. Tax records show that she's employed as a bartender at a bar called Barry's Place. She makes really good tips and reports them, believe it or not. She also has a courier